What if Harry Potter inherited Sung Jinwoo's Shadow Monarch system and made Vernon his first Shadow Soldier? A Harry Potter times solo leveling crossover Savage Harry. Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure. What if Harry Potter inherited Sung Jinwoo's Shadow Monarch system and made Vernon his first Shadow Soldier? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The 43 seconds. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, was 83 centimeters wide and 141 centimeters long. Harry knew this because he had measured it once with a piece of broken ruler he had stolen from Dudley's waste bin, and because he had a habit, ever since he had learned the word, of cataloging the precise dimensions of every space that contained him. Spaces that contained him got smaller as he grew. The cupboard did not. Therefore, the cupboard would eventually win. This was the kind of thought Harry had at 7 years old, lying on his side on a thin pad of folded towel that smelled of mildew, with the wooden ceiling 31 centimeters above his nose. He did not think it because he was unusually intelligent, although he was. He thought it because thinking precisely was the only weapon he had ever been able to fashion in the dark, and he had learned to whet it the way another boy might have whetted a pocket knife. If he could not be larger or stronger or louder than Vernon Dursley, he could at least be more accurate. Accuracy, in Harry's brief and bruise-colored experience, was the only thing that did not break when struck. That night, the cupboard was 9 degrees too warm because the boiler in the airing closet had been running since 5, and Petunia had been baking. Harry could hear the oven clicking off through the wall, the small, relieved tick of metal letting go of heat. He could also hear Vernon downstairs in the lounge, watching the news at a volume that Petunia had 3 times asked him to lower. The third request had been answered with the sound of a glass being put down very deliberately on the side table, and a silence that meant the volume had been turned up. Petunia had not asked a 4th time. Petunia never asked a 4th time. Petunia, Harry had learned, was a person who had decided at some long-ago point that the cost of asking once more was higher than the cost of pretending the answer had been satisfactory. Harry had filed this away because he suspected that he himself would soon need that policy. The news was about a football match. Vernon's team had lost. The news was also, in a smaller way, about a robbery in Surrey that the police were still investigating, and a man on the radio was saying the suspects had been described as young, white, agitated. Harry filed that too, although he was not sure why. He had only been outside Privet Drive a dozen times in his entire life and never alone. The cataloging was reflex. Cataloging was, in some sense, the only continuous activity Harry was permitted. The shouting began at 21 minutes past 8. Harry could mark the time because Petunia's clock on the mantelpiece struck the quarter hour, and the shouting started 6 minutes after. It began the way Vernon's shouting always began, which was with a question. Vernon was a man who liked to shout questions. Questions in Vernon Dursley's hands were not requests for information. Questions were rope, and they were thrown at Petunia or at Harry the way a snare is thrown, so that whichever way you twitched, the snare would tight. Where Vernon shouted, "Is the bloody remote?" Petunia's voice, smaller, more careful. "On the side table, Vernon, by your glass." "It is not on the side table." "Are you telling me I'm blind?" "No, dear, because if you're telling me I'm blind, Petunia, that's a very serious accusation, and I would like to hear it said properly." This was the part where Petunia would ordinarily go to fetch the remote and place it in Vernon's hand and say nothing else for a while. Tonight, however, Harry could tell from the rhythm of Petunia's steps, short, brittle, hurried, that she had not had time enough between the oven and the shouting to drink her sherry, which meant she would be less willing to absorb. Harry braced. There was a sound, a small one, of plastic against wood. Vernon, no doubt, had been handed the remote. There was a small silence. Then Vernon spoke again, and this time Harry was not braced for the question because it was the wrong question. "Where's the boy?" Harry's stomach, which had been the temperature of the cupboard, suddenly was not. He could not have said, even at 7, why a cold thing inside him went colder. It was the simplest signal his body knew. Vernon had asked about him, and Vernon never asked about him for any reason Harry would have wanted to know. "In the cupboard, dear. He's had his tea." "His tea." Vernon turned the words over the way a heavy man turns a stone he intends to throw. "His tea, Petunia, what kind of tea did he have?" "Just bread and butter. There wasn't enough left, was there, because the boy ate the biscuits?" A long pause. Harry in the cupboard ran the sequence in his head because he had learned to run sequences in his head whenever Vernon's voice slowed down. Sequence, the biscuits had been in the cupboard above the kettle. Sequence, Harry had not been near the cupboard above the kettle in 2 days because Petunia had stationed Dudley there to monitor the cooling rack. Sequence, Dudley had eaten the biscuits. Conclusion, Vernon was building in his slow and inebriated way toward the predetermined target. Harry was the predetermined target. Harry was always the predetermined target because the alternative was that Vernon's own son had done it, and that was not an alternative that Vernon was permitted by his own rules to consider. "Vernon," said Petunia with the cautious cadence of a woman who knows she is about to be punished for telling the truth. "Dudley," said he. "Dudley said nothing of the kind, Petunia, because Dudley does not lie." Harry closed his eyes. Not in fear, he had stopped being afraid in the same way most people are afraid, somewhere between 5.5 and 6, but the way a chess player closes his eyes to visualize a sequence. He saw on the inside of his eyelids the staircase above the cupboard, the boards he could feel through the wood, the third tread up which creaked, and the fifth which had a nail working loose. He saw the angle at which the cupboard door opened, which was 47 degrees before it caught on the radiator pipe. He saw the kitchen door, which Petunia had not closed all the way. He saw the route Vernon's feet would take to reach the cupboard door. He saw all of this not because he meant to flee, there was nowhere to flee, but because the visualization helped him predict the first blow, and the first blow was the only one he could ever fully prepare for. The rest were always, in some sense, a question of how long he could remain conscious while keeping his head facing away from the radiator pipe. The footsteps started. Vernon did not walk so much as redistribute himself across a room. 6 steps from the lounge to the corridor, 2 steps to clear the corridor. The cupboard door opened on its 47 degrees, caught the pipe with a soft chime, and Vernon's face, large and red and weather-mapped with broken capillaries from the gin, appeared as a sudden moon against the corridor light. Harry registered, pupils slightly uneven, breath sweet acrid, sweat at the temples. Harry registered, not stoppable. "Out," Harry crawled out. He had learned not to try to stand up inside the cupboard. Standing up inside the cupboard meant cracking his skull on the slanting underside of the staircase. He came out hands first, then knees, then feet, and rose to a height that did not appear in any meaningful way to bring him closer to Vernon's eyeline. Vernon was 190 centimeters tall. Harry was 117. The asymmetry was a thing Vernon had always found to be evidence of his own correctness. "You ate my biscuits." "No, sir. Don't know, sir, me, you little. I haven't been in the upper kitchen cupboard in 2 days, sir." This was, Harry knew, a mistake. Information in the cupboard at the foot of the stairs was not currency. Information was a provocation. Vernon's face did the thing it did when contradicted, which was to grow a degree larger in every dimension, as if it were swelling against the inside of its own skin. The arm rose. Harry watched the arm rise the way one watches a falling glass that one has, for the first time in one's life, calculated correctly the trajectory of and decided, also for the first time, not to catch. The first blow caught the side of Harry's head above the left ear. Harry had thought about this before, what it felt like to be struck by Vernon, and he had developed in the small, unmolested corner of his mind that he reserved for thinking a private and slightly clinical vocabulary for it. Vernon's hand against the bone of a child's skull did not feel like a hand. It felt like a brick wrapped in damp cloth. The cloth was the skin, which had the temperature and softness of a thing alive. The brick was the mass behind it, which had the inertia and the indifference of a thing not. The blow rang. The ringing was not a sound but a sensation, like a struck wineglass held against the temple. The world on the side that had been struck went briefly white, and then when the white drained, came back too saturated as if someone had turned the contrast knob up. He stayed standing for the second blow because he had learned that going down too early made Vernon angrier. The second blow was a backhand, slower than the first but heavier, and caught him across the cheekbone. His head moved. His head moved a great deal more than he would have predicted, and he understood in the small clinical corner that the first blow had loosened the relationship between his head and his neck in a way that the second blow now exploited. He registered, "I have been concussed." He registered, "I am about to be concussed worse." He registered, "Cataloging even now is the only weapon I have ever owned." The third blow was open-handed and across the temple, and Harry went down. He had not chosen to go down, the body chose for him. He landed on his right side on the corridor carpet, which was 3 years older than he was and smelled, up close, of old vacuum cleaner and something that might once have been a spilled drink. Vernon, above him, was breathing hard and was saying things. Harry could not, for the most part, hear them. The words were arriving with their meanings detached, as if Vernon were speaking the syllables of an unknown language in a familiar cadence. Some of the syllables were familiar, however. The word freak had a particular shape Harry knew, and the word unnatural had another. The word ungrateful was a third. Vernon said all three, then Vernon kicked him. Vernon was wearing his house slippers, and there was a thing to be said in favor of house slippers, which was that they had no toe box, and the impact of a kick from a man in house slippers was spread across a larger area of foot and therefore distributed over a larger area of the kicked, and therefore, Harry registered, even at this point, less damaging than the same kick in shoes would have been. Vernon kicked him 3 times in the ribs and once, badly aimed, in the head, which struck just above the orbital bone of the left eye, and the world, for the first time in Harry's life, did the thing he had read about in one of Dudley's discarded books, which was to actually swim. The corridor walls dilated and contracted, and the patterned carpet beneath his face went into a slow rotation, as if he were lying on a turntable. Petunia's voice from somewhere above and far away. "Vernon, that's enough, the carpet." "What was that, Petunia?" The carpet, Vernon, you'll get blood on." There was, Harry noted with the small clinical part of him that did not seem to be on the same turntable as the rest, blood on the carpet. The blood was coming from somewhere on his face. It was not a great quantity of blood, but it was running in the lazy way of blood out of a scalp into a small stain shaped like an irregular comma. The comma was growing. Harry, for a reason he could not have named, watched the comma grow. Vernon, who had decided that the carpet was not, in fact, a sufficient deterrent, kicked Harry again. This time the slipper caught his head squarely against the wainscoting, and Harry's skull bounced off the wood with a sound that was, in the clinical corner, identifiable as the kind of sound one makes by tapping a melon. Harry registered, "That was my head." Harry registered, "My head should not make that sound." Harry registered, "I am dying." He was not romantic about it. He did not think the words, "I am dying," the way the characters in Dudley's discarded books thought them, with italics. He thought them the way one thinks, "It is raining." Because they were a piece of information he was being given by his body, and information, even now, was something he handled methodically. He thought dying, he thought, "The comma is going to get bigger." He thought, "I would like to have known what an orange tastes like at room temperature, because the only oranges I have ever had were cold from the icebox, and that did not seem to be how they were designed to be eaten." He thought, "I am sorry I did not get to find out." Then he stopped thinking because Vernon kicked him a 5th time and the world went out. It did not go out the way sleep goes out. Sleep for Harry was a soft retraction from a small place into a smaller one. This was different. This was the lights of a large building, all of them being switched off at the same instant by a hand that had decided the building was closing. The corridor was there, and then there was no corridor, and there was no carpet, and there was no Vernon, and there was no Petunia, and there was no number 4 Privet Drive. There was no Harry in any sense that Harry would have recognized, and yet there was something doing the registering of the absence, and that something was in some way still Harry. Harry, in the way of a small consciousness disentangling itself from a small body it had outgrown by approximately 3 centimeters of soul, drifted upward. He had read somewhere about people drifting upward. He had thought when he had read it that they had been lying. He still rather thought that they had been lying. But there was a way of describing what was happening that the word upward approximated, and he was prepared to lend the word out for the duration. He drifted whatever it was, and he looked down without eyes, and he saw in a flat, impossible way the corridor of number 4 Privet Drive from above. He saw the small body on the carpet, which was his. The body had black hair stuck to its forehead with something dark, and a left cheek beginning to swell, and an arm crooked under it at the wrong angle, and an eye that was open and not seeing. The eye, Harry noted, was green. He had forgotten his eyes were green. He had not seen his own face in a mirror for more than 2 seconds at a time since he was 4, because Petunia did not like him to dawdle in the bathroom, and he had developed the habit of looking only as long as required to confirm that there was a face and that it had not yet been replaced by something worse. The eye on the carpet was green. He saw Vernon standing over the body. Vernon was breathing the way men breathe when they have just realized that the thing they have been hitting has stopped responding. Vernon's hand was held out away from himself, fingers slightly curled, the way a man holds a hand that has done something he is not sure he meant to do. Vernon's mouth was open. Vernon said in a voice that Harry from above could hear with strange clarity, "Petunia." Petunia did not answer. Vernon said, "Petunia." Petunia did not answer, because Petunia was standing in the kitchen doorway with a tea towel halfway to her mouth, looking at the small body on the carpet and at the comma of blood that had become a full sentence. Vernon said, "Petunia, get a flannel." There was a small clock somewhere that Harry could not see and yet could feel. The clock was not the clock on the mantelpiece. The clock had no hands and no face. The clock was simply a way of saying time in the place Harry was now had a measure, and the measure was being counted by something that was about to introduce itself. 43 seconds, Harry would later be told, was how long he had been clinically dead. In the place where 43 seconds was a measure, Harry waited. He did not know then that he was waiting. He drifted. There were no walls in the place where he drifted. There were not even the absence of walls, which had been the chief feature of the cupboard. There was very faintly a color. The color was not blue, although later he would describe it as blue because there was no word in any language he had access to that corresponded to it. It was the color of an idea of light. It was the color a window has when you are looking through it at nothing. Then in the very center of the not blue, a single point of gold appeared. The point did not at first move. Harry, without eyes, looked at the point, and the point, without anything Harry could call awareness, regarded him back. He had the sense, and this would be one of the few sensations he would, decades later, be able to recall in unbroken detail, that something very large and very far away had just stopped what it had been doing and turned its attention fractionally and politely to him. The point of gold widened. It became a line. The line drew itself outward and downward in elegant strokes, building in front of where Harry's eyes would have been if Harry had still had eyes, a frame. The frame was rectangular, and its edges were drawn in a script that was at once a kind of writing and a kind of architecture. Serifs that turned into pillars, ascenders that flowered into capitals, kerning that breathed. Within the frame, in characters that gleamed as if molten and that arranged themselves with the unhurried inevitability of a sentence forming in a calligrapher's hand, the following appeared: "Welcome, player." Harry, who had been busy being dead, considered the words. They had no audible voice attached to them. They did not arrive in his ear because he had no ear. They arrived in him the way a thought arrives, except that he had not thought them. They were given. He examined the giving. He examined the gilt edges of the letters, which were not painted on but were, in some sense, the letters themselves. He examined the rectangle's proportions, which were beautiful in a way he had not previously associated with rectangles. He examined the not blue background, which he could now identify as the field on which the rectangle was being permitted to exist. He examined, finally, the address, player. He had read enough of Dudley's discarded comics and gaming magazines to know what a player was in one sense. He filed, that sense seemed relevant. The frame did the gilt drawing again, and beneath the welcome, a second message bloomed. "You are now the Shadow Monarch of this dimension." Harry, in the way of a boy who has recently been kicked in the head until his soul has come out, found this proposition difficult to assess. He noticed that the word monarch had a curl in its M that suggested a crown. He noticed that shadow had been drawn in a hand that seemed darker than the gold, as if the letters themselves were standing in dimmer light. He noticed that dimension was a word he had not previously believed to be a place. He noticed, with a small flicker of what he might once have called dignity, that he was being addressed as someone. He had never in 7 years been addressed as someone. The frame waited. The frame did not, he realized, have any urgency. It was prepared to remain in front of him for as long as he required. This was so unlike anything anyone had ever done in the corridor at number 4 that Harry, drifting above his own body in the no color and the not blue, felt for the first time he could remember that he had been given a length of time that belonged to him. He used it precisely because precision was still the only weapon he had ever fashioned. He thought, Shadow Monarch, he thought of this dimension. He thought, someone has decided I am the someone. Then the third message wrote itself, first objective, survive. This was a useful sentence. Harry, having recently failed to do precisely what it instructed, found himself grateful for the brevity. The objective was practicable. The objective was, in some quiet way, kind. The objective was the first sentence anyone had ever spoken to Harry that did not require him to apologize before he answered it. He thought at the gold rectangle, how? The rectangle wrote, first permitted ability, arise. And then below it, in a smaller curl, almost a footnote, as if the system were a master craftsman appending a clarification to an apprentice who had taken his first commission: extract a recent corpse, reanimate as shadow soldier, permanent binding, loyalty absolute. Harry dead considered the footnote. He considered it for what felt to him like a long time, although the small handless clock that was not the mantelpiece clock kept ticking 43 of its measure, and in the corridor of number 4 nothing yet had moved. He thought with the small clinical clarity that had grown in him while no one had been listening, corpse in this corridor will shortly mean me. He thought that cannot be what the rectangle means. He thought, therefore the rectangle means something else, and the something else is, the rectangle wishes me to know that there can, in the very near future, be other corpses in this corridor. He thought, oh. The realization did not arrive as horror. It did not arrive as glee. It did not arrive as anything Harry could have named in the language of the lounge or the language of Petunia's polite Sunday smile. It arrived as a small adjustment, a slight rotation of an internal lens, after which the corridor, which he could still see dimly beneath him, looked different. The corridor was not the place he had to survive. The corridor was the place he was permitted to act upon. In the very lowest reaches of the rectangle, a final line bloomed. Do you accept the contract, player? YN. The bracketed letters were drawn larger than the rest, the way that in books the chapter numbers are larger than the prose. They sat patiently the way the rest had sat patiently. They were not, Harry understood, going to pressure him. They were, he understood, with a small chill that was not unpleasant, in some sense being polite. He considered Vernon's slippers and the wainscoting. He considered the orbital bone above his left eye, which had been struck. He considered Petunia in the kitchen doorway with the tea towel halfway to her mouth, and the small economical fear in her eyes, which was not fear for him but fear that the carpet would not come clean. He considered Dudley, who would be asleep on his side with his thumb still half in his mouth, breathing through it the way a small piglet breathes. He considered the cupboard, which was 83 by 141 centimeters and would never be larger. He thought at the rectangle with the calm of a clerk signing for a parcel he has been expecting for some time. Why the rectangle, which had been waiting, smiled. He could not have said how a rectangle made of gilt letters managed to smile. It did. It flowered. It expanded into a wider and more elaborate page, the borders of which spread out from the original frame in a great gilt fern, every leaf of which was an arrangement of further glyphs, and at the center of the page, in characters that Harry, looking at them, found that he could read without having ever learned them, the following appeared, paragraph by paragraph, with the unhurried magnificence of a herald announcing a king. Contract acknowledged. Player 2 registered. Dimensional designation, HP1. Player status, Revenant deceased, pending respawn, initiating respawn protocol, Level 1 class Shadow Monarch, title none, health 11/11, mana not yet unlocked, fatigue 100/100, stats strength 4, agility 6, vitality 4, intelligence 22, perception 18 sense 16, daily quest assigned, build the first army. Objective, establish at least one Shadow Soldier within 24 hours, reward +1 stat point, unlock Shadow Storage, failure penalty, permanent stat loss 1 vitality. Interface permissions, player only, no observer can perceive this window, initiating re-entry. Stand by. Harry, in the place where 43 seconds was being counted, watched the rectangle write its sentences and felt, and this was the part he would not ever describe to anyone, not because he was ashamed of it, but because he was certain he would never find the words that he had for the first time met something which had taken him seriously. The handless clock, having reached its count, stopped. The knot blew very gently, dropped him. The corridor came back. The corridor came back as a thing you might fall into, the way one falls into a basin of water from a great and yet abruptly negligible height. He felt the carpet first, the dry, crackling weave of it under his cheek against the dried blood at his eyebrow. He felt the warmth, which was the corridor's warmth, which he had thought he would never feel again. He felt the small, sharp ache of his ribs, which had been broken in 2 places by Vernon's third kick, and he felt distantly, in the way a hand feels through a sleeve, that something in the marrow of those ribs was already moving them back into alignment. He felt his eye open. He felt his right hand, which had been crooked under him at the wrong angle, ease itself with a small private click into the right angle. The interface, the gold rectangle, now smaller, neatly tucked into the upper right of his field of vision the way a status bar might tuck itself into the corner of a screen, pulsed once. It read in a small gentle curl, respawn complete. Welcome back, player. Harry took a breath. Above him, somewhere far away, he heard Vernon say in a voice that had gone slack with belated comprehension, Petunia. Petunia, Petunia, he was breathing, wasn't he? He heard Petunia, who had not lowered the tea towel, say, Vernon, I think you've... He heard Vernon, who did not appear to be planning to allow Petunia to finish the sentence, say, Pull yourself together, woman, he's fine. Look at him, he's fine. Harry, who was fine, opened his eyes the rest of the way and looked up at Vernon. He did so slowly, he did so without any sound. He looked at Vernon the way one looks at a bookcase whose contents one has, with great patience and over a long time, finally finished cataloging. He looked at Vernon with the precise courtesy of an accountant noting a final figure into a final column. Vernon, looking down, saw it happen. He had been about to bend at the waist and lift the small body up by the front of its pajamas and place it back in the cupboard, the way one returns a piece of broken equipment to the shed. He stopped mid-stoop. He did not know, and he would not ever know, that what he saw in the small face below him was a small face that had, 90 seconds ago, decided with a clerk's precision and a clerk's signature that the man bending over it was no longer eligible for the protections that the species normally extended to its members. Vernon, who had no vocabulary for what he was seeing, said the only word he had. Boy? Harry said nothing. Petunia said from the doorway with the smallest crack in her composure, Vernon, his eye looks what? It looks. Petunia did not finish because Petunia too had no vocabulary. Petunia had a great deal of vocabulary for many domestic situations, but not for this. She watched her nephew lying on her hallway carpet, looking up at her husband, and she felt, for the first time since she had been very small and had stood in a garden and watched her sister make a pebble rise off a wall, that there was something in her hallway that was very old and very polite and very, very interested in her husband. Vernon, after a moment in which his small mammalian sense of self-preservation flickered briefly and was overruled by his much larger sense of his own dignity, straightened. He took a breath. He said, Right, up you get, off the carpet. Petunia, the flannel. Harry on the carpet did not move. The gold rectangle in the corner of his vision very slowly typed a new line, observation, target VRNONDURSLEYM, age 36, human and ON magical, is within arise range. Requirement for arise, target must be deceased at moment of extraction. Current target status, alive, Shadow Monarch privilege, player may declare intent, system may actuate conditions. Harry, lying on the carpet, considered the small, gentle phrase, system may actuate conditions. He considered Vernon, who was upright above him and ordering Petunia to fetch a flannel. He considered the 83 centimeters by 141 centimeters of the cupboard, which he could see faintly through the open door at the end of the corridor. He considered the orange he had never tasted at room temperature. He thought into the rectangle calmly, the way a clerk closes a ledger. Not yet. The rectangle, agreeing, did not insist. Instruction received, standby mode, arise will be READIED on demand. He let his eyes close, because closing his eyes was what Vernon would expect of a boy who had been hit in the head, until he stopped moving and then had started moving again and was now, mercifully, going back to not moving. He let Vernon with a grunt lift him by the front of the pajamas. He let Vernon with another grunt half carry, half drag him back into the cupboard. He felt the cupboard ceiling 31 centimeters above his nose, which had not changed. The cupboard was now an entirely different place. The cupboard, Harry understood, was a staging area. Vernon shut the cupboard door. Vernon's footsteps moved away. Vernon in the lounge picked up his glass. Harry in the dark opened his eyes. The gold rectangle in the corner of his vision was still there. The cupboard was still 83 by 141 centimeters. The not blue field had retreated to a place behind his eyes, but it had not gone away. He could feel it the way one feels a person standing in a doorway behind one. He could feel that it had decided to stay. He listened. He listened the way he had been listening since he was 4. He could hear faintly the television in the lounge on which a man was now speaking about the weather. He could hear in the kitchen Petunia moving things on the counter that did not in fact need to be moved. He could hear upstairs the small bubbling breath of Dudley in his sleep. He could hear in the master bedroom directly above him the slow flat tread of Vernon coming up the stairs at last, the third step creaking under his weight, the fifth step protesting against the loose nail. He could hear in the corridor of number 4 Privet Drive the slow careful settling of a house that did not yet know that the house had a new tenant. He thought in the dark, looking at the gold rectangle, I am alive. I am alive in a way I have not in fact been before. He thought, there is, on the upper landing, a man who has decided that he is the strongest thing in this house. He thought with the small precision he had whetted in the dark for 7 years. I am going to correct him. The rectangle in the corner of his vision glowed softly, a small approving warmth, and waited. Harry, who had never made any plan in his life that was not contingent on someone else's mood, made his first plan. He counted in the dark with the patience of a person who had been told that he had time and to whom that telling had been the kindest sentence ever spoken. 1, 2, 3. He counted the time it would take Vernon to reach his bedroom, undress, lie down, and pass out. He counted the time it would take Petunia to wash the dish she was washing for the 3rd time and to climb the stairs with her sherry and her romance novel. He counted, by the rhythm of the radiator's clicks, the minutes that would have to pass before he could open the cupboard door without making a sound. He counted in his head by the small, steady rectangle of light, all the way to the number on which he had decided he could begin. Then he stopped counting. Then he sat up in the cupboard with his back against the slanting wood and waited. The handless clock, somewhere behind his eyes, did not tick. The handless clock, he understood now, had only ever been waiting for him to start it. He started it. He used the waiting to study because he had been given an instrument and he would have been a fool not to learn its grip. The gold rectangle, when he looked at it directly, expanded. When he looked away, it shrank to a small pinpoint above his right peripheral edge, no larger than a watch face. He found that he could push at Chapter 2. Arise, he waited the additional 6 minutes. This was not in itself a difficult discipline. Harry had been waiting, in one form or another, for as long as he could remember. The cupboard had taught him the shape of waiting the way other children's bedrooms had taught them the shape of being. What was new in the additional 6 minutes was the quality of the waiting. He was not now waiting for a thing to be done to him. He was waiting for the right moment to do a thing himself. The cupboard around him accordingly seemed to have changed in temperature. It was not warmer. It was simply at a temperature he had chosen to remain in, rather than a temperature that had been chosen for him, and the difference between the two felt against his skin, like the difference between being submerged in a pond and walking through air. The gold rectangle in the corner of his vision ticked off the seconds with a small, unobtrusive metronome of light at the bottom of its frame. It had not been asked to do this. It had simply, with the courteous initiative of a butler who knows the household, understood that its new player was running an interior clock and had offered to second the count. Harry watched the metronome and felt that he was being assisted in a way he had no prior context for. Assistance, in his experience, had always come from Petunia in the form of a sock that needed darning before he could earn breakfast, or from Dudley in the form of a thrown shoe whose trajectory he could not avoid. This was a different thing. This thing wanted him to succeed. He found he liked the feeling. At the end of the 6 minutes, the rectangle paused its metronome and wrote in a small, fresh script, VERNONDURSLEY, status updated, blood alcohol, 21%, consciousness, stage 3 deep sleep. Probability of waking if not directly stimulated 4.6%. Recommendation proceed. He proceeded. The cupboard door opened slowly enough, did not creak. Harry had learned the trick of it long ago. You raised the door slightly with one hand against the latch so that the weight came off the hinge before you pulled. He performed the motion now in the dark in 3 long, quiet beats. The door eased open onto the corridor, and the corridor, which had some 43 minutes ago been the floor of his execution, received him as if nothing had happened. The carpet had been wiped. The small comma of blood was now a small clean patch of damp where Petunia had scrubbed at it before going up. The wainscoting, when he passed under it, did not look at him. He paused at the foot of the stairs. He had not in his entire life climbed these stairs at night. He had climbed them often enough in the day to fetch and carry, to deliver folded laundry to Dudley's room, but not at night, and not without a reason given to him by an adult. Climbing these stairs at night on his own initiative was a thing the household had not contained as a possibility. He took the first step. The first step did not creak. He took the second step. The second step did not creak. The third step would creak. He placed his foot at the very outer edge of it against the spindle of the banister and put his weight not on the board but on the join between the board and the riser. He had measured this position with a piece of broken ruler too, although he had never thought before tonight that the measurement might be of any use. The third step did not creak. He did not skip the fourth because the fourth had a habit after a damp day of squeaking even more loudly than the third. He took it on the very outer edge as well in its side, but it did not complain. He stepped over the fifth, which had the working nail, by reaching with his small leg across to the sixth, which was solid. He reached the landing. The landing carpet, which Petunia had hoovered 4 hours ago, swallowed his bare feet without comment. Vernon's bedroom door was ajar. Petunia, who had a horror of sealed rooms, a horror Harry had never entirely understood, although he suspected it had its roots in the same private corner of Petunia where Dudley's perfect goodness was kept, never quite closed any door in the house all the way. The door stood 3 inches open. The strip of darkness inside it widened as Harry approached into a rectangle of darkness, and the rectangle of darkness, as he eased the door slowly inward, gave up its contents. Vernon was on his back. His mouth was open. His chest, beneath the duvet, rose and fell with the unmistakable laxity of a man whose voluntary musculature was off-duty. His left arm had fallen across the line where the duvet ended. His fingers were curled half loosely against the wood of the bedside table, on which the alarm clock read 21:47 in red figures that pulsed once a second with the rhythm of an old electrical fault. Petunia was not in the bed. Petunia was in the second bedroom, the one with the lock, because Petunia did not like to share a bed with Vernon on nights when Vernon had finished a bottle. Harry filed this. He had not known it before, he had only suspected it. He approached the bed. The bed was the largest object in the room. It dominated the room the way Vernon dominated the household, which was to say that it took up rather more space than its actual specifications would have permitted, and the additional space had been ceded to it by the consent of the other objects. Harry stood at the foot of it. He had to stand on the very base of his toes to see clearly over the duvet to where Vernon's face was, but he was a tall 7 and the base of his toes was sufficient. He saw the face. He saw the eyelids slightly tremoring with the deep sleep flutter. He saw the broken capillaries. He saw the small constellation of moles on the left side of the neck where the skin folded. He saw the line where the mustache ended on the underside and the bristle began. In the corner of his vision, the gold rectangle pulsed once, gently, as if to remind him that it was there if he wanted it. He wanted it. He thought into the rectangle the formal verb, arise. The rectangle, which had been a kind of polite gilt panel attending him, did a thing he had not expected. It rotated slightly in the manner of a tarot card being turned over by an unseen hand, and unfolded into a much larger format that occupied, briefly, the entire upper half of his field of vision. It was no longer a status window. It was a manuscript. It bloomed in Baroque illumination, a great gilt border of fern and acanthus against a background of the knot blue that he had encountered in death, with the verb arise inscribed across its head in characters 2 inches high and surrounded with a halo of small inquiring sigils. The page read, invocation received, target designation required, select target within 5 meters. He looked at Vernon. The knot blue surrounding the rectangle with a small obliging shimmer reached past him, the way a reverent footman reaches past a child to lay a plate on the table, and laid a thin pale aiming line across the duvet from Harry's chest to Vernon's chest. The line was not light. The line was the system's idea of light, drawn in the gilt hand on the air. It quivered once and held. Target confirmed, VERNONATTICUSDURSLEY. Adult male, age 36, NON magical, CIV human, present alive. Requirement for extraction, target must be deceased 80 instant of extraction. Monarch privilege, mortal arrest, available. Invocation of mortal arrest will cease target's cardiac function painlessly in less or equal to 3 seconds. Actuate, Y and Harry, looking at Vernon, considered for the second time that night, a Y and an N. He considered, briefly, the corridor in which his head had bounced off the wainscoting. He considered the cupboard, 83 by 141 centimeters, which would not grow. He considered Petunia behind a locked door because Petunia preferred a lock to her own husband. He considered Dudley, snoring with his thumb in his mouth, who would in the morning find out a new arrangement. He considered the orange he had not tasted at room temperature. He considered the gilt rectangle which was prepared to wait. He thought at the rectangle why there was no sound. What he had been bracing for, faintly, he realized this only afterward when he searched for the brace and found that he had not actually employed it, was a sound. Some thunderclap, some snap of inner machinery, some click of an enormous switch being thrown. There was nothing. The world did not adjust its volume. The room remained the room. The alarm clock continued to pulse 21:47 in its small failing red. What happened in the bed was very quiet. Vernon's chest, which had been rising in its loose, drunken rhythm, finished a rise. The rise reached its top. The fall, which by the metronome of the rectangle should have begun in 6 seconds, did not begin. The chest, having risen, sat. The eyelids, which had been faintly fluttering, faintly stopped fluttering. The throat, in which a small thrum of breath had been audible, lost the thrum. The hand on the bedside table did not move. Nothing in the room had changed shape. Nothing in the room had changed angle. Nothing in the room had lost or gained weight. A single thing in the room had stopped, namely Vernon. The gilt rectangle wrote calmly, target status, deceased. Elapsed, 27 seconds. Cause of death, cessation of sinoatrial function, natural presentation. Note, death will be forensically indistinguishable from sudden cardiac arrest. Extraction window open, 30 seconds remaining. Harry stepped forward around the bedpost. He stood beside the mattress now at the level of Vernon's shoulder. He looked down at the face that had spent so many years above him. The face with its mask removed had become a thing of merely physical dimensions. He observed the slack mouth, the half-open eye, the unmoving mustache, the small place under the jaw where the pulse, if there had still been a pulse, would have moved a strand of stubble. He felt nothing in particular. He had been thinking that he might feel something, a triumph perhaps, or a revulsion. Neither arrived. What arrived in place of feeling was a clean clarity, the way the air is clean in a room from which a smoke has been vented at last. He could, he found, breathe. He extended his right hand. The system had not, he understood, required this gesture. The system had not required any physical motion. He could have stood at the foot of the bed and thought the verb. But the gesture rose in him with the inevitability of all true gestures. It was the shape his small body had reserved, for 7 years, for the moment in which it would, for the first time, give an instruction to the world. He extended his right hand, and he said, in a voice that was not loud but that was, for the first time in his life, his own voice unsoftened by the cupboard, "Arise." The knot blue, which had been politely tucked behind his eyes, came forward. It came forward as cold. This was the part Harry would remember always, even decades later, when he had risen many things, when he had risen creatures whose names had been forgotten by their own catalogues, when he had stood at the gates of magical sanctums and called from them an honor guard of the dead, the cold that came forward when he first said the word. It was not the cold of winter. It was not the cold of a refrigerator. It was the cold of a place where heat had never been considered as a property, the cold of mathematics, the cold of perfect indifference applied to the question of warmth. It moved through the bedroom in a single slow exhalation from his outstretched palm outward, the way a fog pours from a held jar, and where it touched the air became very briefly audible, a faint clean hum like a wire drawn slowly across a bone. The cold reached the bed. The cold settled on Vernon. The cold went into Vernon by every pore at once, the way a thirsty cloth takes water. Vernon's skin, where the cold touched it, did not change color, it changed character. It became, in a way Harry knew without instruction, no longer skin that belonged to Vernon. It became skin that belonged to the cold. Above Vernon's chest, the knot blue gathered into a thin upright pillar, of the dimensions of a child, which seemed to be drawing something out from him by a slow, steady draft. A fine gray smoke that rose from the open mouth, the open eye, the pores of the throat, the cuffs of the pajamas, until the smoke had collected into a small shifting form that hovered, weightless, an inch above Vernon's nose. The form was approximately Vernon-shaped and approximately Vernon-sized and approximately Vernon-colored, but it had no face, and its outline trembled as if the smoke itself were uncertain of the precise authority that had brought it forward. The gilt rectangle, vast now, glittering over the bed like an open ledger held by an immense and gracious librarian, wrote, soul extracted, integrity 82%, corruption low, will broken, memory tactical retained. Memory personal, redacted per monarch option default, keep none. Assign binding, why and Harry with the same clerk's quiet thought, why the knot blue rotated. The gray form which had been hovering was caught up gently, the way wool is caught up by carders and combed. Threads of it were lifted, examined, set aside, threads were redrawn, retwisted, rewoven. The form under the combing lost its uncertainty and gained instead a perfect quietness, the quietness of cloth that has been folded by hands that know how cloth is folded. When the carter set it down again, an instant later on the bed where Vernon had been, the form lay flat against the mattress for a heartbeat, and then, as if it had been told by a competent stage manager that it was needed in costume, sank into Vernon's body the way ink sinks into a blotter. Vernon's body, which had been a dead thing, sat up. It sat up in one smooth motion with no transitional shudders, no rib-cracking gasp, no theatrical reanimation. It sat up the way a chair sits up when a child has tipped it back too far and the chair has caught itself. A single solid recovery to verticality. The duvet fell from its chest with the small rustle of duvets. The legs, in the pajama bottoms with the small print of gray checks Petunia had ironed that morning, swung out and over the edge of the bed and set the bare feet on the carpet. The eye that had been half open opened the rest of the way. So did the other. The eyes were black. This was a small detail that Harry, looking at them, found exquisitely satisfying. They were not the brown of Vernon's eyes, they were not pupil on iris. They were entirely black, with no division between sclera and iris and pupil, and yet they were not blind. They saw with the steady, attentive blankness of a well-made camera. They settled, after a quarter-second of orientation, on Harry, and they did not waver. The new Vernon, for Harry felt at once that it would be wrong to call it Vernon. And so, in the quiet ledger of his thinking, he gave it a new name and made a small private note to himself that the new name would have to be the only one stood. It stood with the same redistribution of mass that Vernon had used in life, but the redistribution was, this time, served by a different will. The body's competence was the same body's, but the purpose to which the body was now being directed was not Vernon's purpose. The new Vernon turned its head to Harry and lowered itself with a small bow of the chest to a kneel. It said with Vernon's mouth in a voice that was not Vernon's, "Master." Harry, who had not in his entire life been called anything by an adult that was not boy or freak or worse, registered the word. The word in the new Vernon's mouth was a tool. It was the tool the new Vernon's mouth had been instructed to extend to him. He took the tool and held it in his small clinical attention and turned it over and saw that it was solid. He nodded once. The new Vernon's head lowered a fraction in acknowledgement. The gilt rectangle wrote Shadow Soldier 1 bound. Name Monarch's option Vernon, rank Grunt LV, 1, class Enforcer, health 240. Strength 32/agility 9/vitality 28 will, Monarchovrriddn, loyalty absolute daily quest progress 1 complete. A second smaller message bloomed beneath, rewards distributed, +1 stat point unallocated. Unlock shadow storage. Harry in his small private accounting noted the unlocked storage and made a note that he would inspect it later. For the moment he had a more immediate operational concern. He whispered to the new Vernon, who was kneeling motionless as a thing kneels that does not require muscular adjustment to remain still, quietly, "Petunia is in the second bedroom." The new Vernon, without rising, inclined its head a quarter inch and replied, "Understood." Harry crossed the landing. The second bedroom door was locked. Petunia, who locked the door when Vernon had drunk too much, would not have heard, through the closed door and through the wash of her sherry, the very small change in the rhythm of the household. She would, however, hear the door's lock disengage if Harry tried it on his own. He turned in the dark to the new Vernon and pointed silently to the second bedroom. The new Vernon understood. It rose. It crossed the landing on bare feet that did not make the floor creak, and it stood beside the door, and it lifted the latch with the soft, economical motion of a man who had lived in this house for 14 years and who knew which of its hinges complained and which did not. The lock, which had been engaged from the inside, was a small pull bolt that Vernon had installed when Petunia had first begun to lock him out, and Vernon had cut it slightly short of true so that he could, if pushed, force it from outside without breaking the frame. Vernon the Shadow knew this. Vernon the Shadow pressed his palm flat against the door at a height of 1.40 m where the bolt sat and pushed, and the bolt with a very small click gave way. The door eased open. Petunia was awake. This was, Harry recognized, a complication. Petunia was sitting up in the second bedroom's narrow single bed, the romance novel face down on her lap, the small bedside lamp dimmed but on. She had been listening. Petunia had always been the better listener of the two adults in the house because Petunia had been the one whose attention had been required to be elsewhere and whose attention had therefore developed acuity. She had heard perhaps the small change in Vernon's breathing through the wall. She had heard certainly the door. Her eyes lifted as the door swung in and she saw, framed in the doorway against the corridor's darkness, the silhouette of her husband. She did not at first notice the eyes. She said, Vernon, get back to bed, I'm not in the..." Then she noticed the eyes. To her credit, and Harry would remember this small detail with a faint surprised respect, Petunia did not scream. She did not throw the lamp, she did not say, "You're not Vernon." she said in a voice that had gone in an instant from the polite hardness of a wife protecting a sherry to the small, high voice of the girl she had been at 9, the year her sister had come home from school with a wand. Oh, the O carried everything. The O carried Lily on the lawn, and the wand and the apologies Petunia had refused, and the cold envelope from the headmistress that had never been opened. The O carried the small private knowledge Petunia had spent 40 years denying that she possessed, namely that the world had more than one room in it and that she had not been allowed into all of them. The O was in its way an admission. She set the novel down on the bedside table with the precise unhurried motion of a woman who knows that the next event will not be reversible and that there is accordingly no point in spilling. Then she said, "Where is the boy?" She did not say it to Vernon the Shadow. She said it past him, into the corridor, in the direction in which her hearing had told her the corridor had recently been crossed. Harry stepped into the doorway. Petunia's eyes found him. They moved across him with a long professional accuracy and noted in order, the welt above the left eye which had been there an hour ago, the small absence of swelling which had not been there an hour ago, the new straightness of the shoulders, the new stillness of the hands, the new quality of the look. She had seen this look on a face before. She had seen it once on a small girl at the bottom of a garden the day a pebble had risen of its own accord from a wall. "You," she said. "Oh yes," said Harry, "you did this. Yes, to Vernon, yes." She looked at the shadow that had been her husband, standing now slightly to the right of the doorframe, hands folded at the small of its back in the patient posture of a footman. She looked at the eyes. She looked at the eyes for a long time. Harry, who had spent the same years studying Petunia's small thrifts and small bigotries as Petunia had spent studying his small weaknesses, watched her come to a series of conclusions in the order she had always come to them. First, that this had happened. Second, that this had been done to her family. Third, that the neighbors, if they found out, would talk. The third was even now where Petunia stopped. Harry could see her stop there. He could see her face make the small, dismissive motion it made when a conclusion ran against the wall of her vanity. She said with a strangled steadiness that was almost dignified, "What are you going to do to me?" Harry considered her. The gilt rectangle in the corner of his vision wrote a small inquiring line, secondary target detected, Petunia Rose DURSLEY, threat tier civil, low, threat tier psych, high, chronic neglect, complicity. Recommendation monarch option, extract or spare, at your discretion. He paused, he thought about Petunia. He thought about the years of small, persistent, daily damage she had done to him, which had never been Vernon's grand kicks but which had been the small, constant inventories of his unworthiness she had performed at every meal. The sharp underpour of milk in his bowl, the deliberately too cold flannel for his face on cold mornings, the dozens of small don'ts she had taught Dudley to say to him in the garden. He thought about how often she had stood in a doorway with a tea towel and not lowered it. He thought about how she had stood just now in a doorway with the tea towel held to her mouth, while a man twice her size had finished methodically the work of trying to kill the son of the only sister she had ever had. He thought into the rectangle with the same clerk's calm why he did not speak the word aloud. He spoke it as he had spoken it before, and the not blue, having grown more confident, came forward more readily this time. The cold leaned from his palm again. Petunia, who had not moved from the bed, opened her mouth to say a thing he would never afterward know. The thing died gently before it could be pronounced. Her chest finished a rise and the fall did not come, and the small lamp on the bedside table caught itself on the new stillness of her face as if it understood that it was, at last, lighting a room with one less occupant in it. The extraction was faster this time. The cold knew the shape, the not blue knew the geometry. The gray form rose from Petunia neat and small, and the Carters set to it with a slightly different rhythm because Petunia in life had been a different shape of mind than Vernon. Where Vernon's threads had been few and thick and intent on violence, Petunia's were many and fine and intent on watching. The Carters combed accordingly. They wove a shadow whose vocation Harry sensed was not enforcement but observation. He approved of this. Petunia had spent her life listening at doorways. He would let her, as a shadow, listen at doorways for him. The new Petunia rose from the bed. It rose with the small economical grace Petunia had possessed in life and had spent on no one but her own mirror. It did not bow. It curtsied, a small, polite parlor curtsy of the kind Petunia had learned at 9 and had never had a use for since. It said in a voice that was Petunia's voice with the malice taken out of it, "Master." The gilt rectangle wrote, "Shadow Soldier 2 bound. Name, Petunia. Rank, Archer LV 1. Class, Scout/Observer. Perception 41, Will Monarchovirdn, Loyalty absolute." Harry inclined his head to her the way one returns a curtsy. He left the master bedroom door and the second bedroom door both open behind him because there was no longer anything in those rooms that required privacy. He crossed the landing once more. He stood very small in front of the third door. The third door was Dudley's. Dudley behind the door snored. The snore had the rhythm of a fat 7-year-old whose adenoids had never been removed and whose sleep was always the sleep of the well-fed. Harry stood for some time with his hand against the door without opening it. The gilt rectangle, after a moment's discreet pause, wrote, Tertiary target, Dudley Vernon, age 7, threat tier, NON combatant, system assessment, NON threatening, age protected, extraction prohibited, BY monocrank protocol on underage, NONTHRATS. Note, soul reservation unavailable, soldier conversion unavailable, recommendation, leave intact. Harry, who had not in fact asked the question, was relieved that the rectangle had answered it without him having had to. He had been working out, in the small clinical corner, what he would have done about Dudley if the rectangle had told him otherwise. He had been working out whether Dudley, who had thrown the shoe and laughed at the shoe's arc, was at 7 already the man who would have thrown an arc at him at 30. He had reached no certain answer. He was glad now that he would not have to. He stepped back from the door, he let his hand fall, he thought, into the rectangle, thank you. The rectangle gently wrote a single curl of golden script back by way of acknowledgement. You are welcome, Monarch. He paused on the landing. He looked around. He looked at the two shadows standing in their respective doorways, attentive, motionless, waiting. He looked at the small house, which had been an hour ago an instrument of his slow erasure and which was now, by the simplest possible administrative correction, an instrument of his small ascension. He looked briefly at himself in the long mirror at the end of the corridor where Petunia had hung it so that Vernon could check his mustache before leaving for work. He saw in the mirror a 7-year-old boy. He saw the welt above the left eye. He saw the small absence of swelling. He saw the pajamas with the brown smear that would in the morning have to be washed. He saw also a thing he had not expected to see and that he did not at first recognize. His mouth in the mirror was turned upward at the corners. The corners had risen entirely without his instruction. He examined the corners with the careful curiosity he gave to all unfamiliar things. He understood after a long second what they were. He was smiling. He had not smiled that he could remember ever. His face had not had occasion. His mouth had not been trained for it. The muscles for smiling were muscles that had spent 7 years in the cupboard with him, unemployed, and they had now, without consulting him, performed their first sentence of work. And the sentence, small, ungrammatical, faintly proud, was perfect. He let the smile remain on his face for a number of seconds that he did not bother to count, because the gilt rectangle watching from the corner of his vision did not write any line at all and seemed, he thought, to be allowing him to have, just this once, a moment that was not measured. When he had let the smile do its small work, he turned to the two shadows. Vernon, he said, downstairs, there is a kettle in the kitchen, there is bread in the bread bin, there are eggs in the fridge. I would like, please, an omelet with the cheese. I have never been allowed any of the cheese. Yes, master, said Vernon. Petunia, he said, when you are done curtsying, you may come down too. I should like you to listen at the front door. There will be people, I think, before too long. Yes, master, said Petunia. He descended the stairs in front of them. He went down on the inside edge of every tread because the habit of not making the stairs creak was a habit he intended to keep even now because precision was still the only weapon he had ever owned and he had no intention of putting it down because he had, in addition, acquired others. The shadows followed him with the soft, balanced steps of the dead made obedient. Harry, descending, found that the staircase had become, in its own small way, a thing for him to walk down rather than a thing to fear walking down, and he registered the change. In the kitchen, Vernon went to the cooker. Petunia went to the front hall. Harry sat at the small kitchen table in the chair that he had never in his life been permitted to sit in, Vernon's chair, the chair with the cushion, and he set his small hands flat on the wood in front of him, and he waited for his omelet. The gilt rectangle in the corner of his vision glowed warmly. It wrote, last of all, daily quest, complete. New daily quest pending, reset. +1 stat point allocated, auto-directed to intelligence, current, 23. Title offered, first of his name. Accept, decline, Harry, considering this with his hands flat on the table, the smell of butter beginning in the pan, the small soft footfall of Petunia adjusting the front hall mat to her satisfaction, the long quiet of an upstairs landing in which 2 beds were empty and one was occupied by a small boy who still believed his parents loved him and who would, in the morning, find a household that had been rearranged in the night without violence to him, thought into the gilt. Accept. The rectangle with a small embossing of light he had not previously seen it produce sealed the title to him. He felt it the way one feels a stamp pressed into wax, a small definite pressure affixing in place. The knot blue which had been hovering at the edges of the kitchen withdrew politely to the size of a watch face again, the rectangle dimmed to its tucked corner. The world, which had been a Baroque manuscript for several minutes, returned to being a kitchen. The kitchen, however, had been modified. Vernon the Shadow stood at the cooker, a tea towel folded with neat indifference over its forearm, breaking a third egg one-handed against the rim of a porcelain bowl Petunia had bought at a church fete in 1979 and never used because it did not match. The yolk fell in a clean, unbroken disc. The white was a single, perfect ribbon. Vernon in life had broken eggs, in Harry's observation, mainly by smashing them in fists. The new Vernon did the thing it had been told to do in the way the cookbook would have done it, because the new Vernon had been built from the body's competence and not from its temper. Harry watched. He was aware that he was watching with a kind of clinical fascination that another child might have called pleasure. He decided to call it pleasure. He was permitted, he had been told, to take pleasure in things now. He intended to begin to learn how. The omelet began in the pan with the unhurried sigh of butter that has been waiting a long time to be useful. A pat of it, gold and gleaming, slid across the surface and turned the bottom of the iron to a thin sealed mirror. Vernon the Shadow tilted the pan with the small wrist motion of a cook, and the butter found every corner. The egg, when it went in, hissed politely, the way eggs hiss when they have been put into a pan at exactly the temperature the cook would have asked for. Petunia the Shadow in the front hall had finished aligning the mat and had taken up her station beside the small console table. Through the door to the kitchen, Harry could see her in profile, hands folded at the waist, chin slightly tilted, ear inclined toward the brass letter flap. She had become, in the way of a thing whose vocation had at last been found, very still. The previous Petunia had never been still. The previous Petunia had been a fine, continuous twitch of small disapprovals. This Petunia, with the will removed and the perception left intact, was the original instrument unspoiled by its own animus. She was, in some quiet sense, what Petunia might have been if Petunia had ever been allowed to do the one thing she was good at and not be punished for it. He understood, watching her, that what the system had done was not exactly to make a slave of his aunt. The system had clarified her. The slavery was a side effect of the clarification. He filed this. He filed it under theory again, beside the earlier note about the system selection criteria, because he intended to test it later against further data. Vernon the Shadow brought the omelet to the table on a warmed plate. It set the plate down in front of Harry with the small, soundless click of a butler placing a cover. It produced from somewhere a small fork with a bone handle that Harry had never been allowed to use because Petunia had said the bone handles were for guests. It set the fork beside the plate. It placed beside the plate a cup. It poured into the cup from a small jug milk that had not been deliberately underpoured. The milk reached the proper level. Vernon the Shadow stepped back one pace and resumed the small enforcer's stance, hands folded at the small of the back, and waited. The omelet was the color of soft gold. It steamed. Inside it, when Harry lifted the edge with the bone-handled fork, the cheese had melted into the eggs in long, slow strings. The whole arrangement smelled against his face of butter and pepper and the patient consequence of someone having cooked something for him on purpose. He ate slowly. He had learned in 7 years to eat quickly because food in his hands had always been provisional. The cupboard was a place where one did not finish a slice of bread without a vigilance. He worked now to undo the habit. He cut the omelet into small, careful sections. He chewed slowly. He registered the cheese against his tongue, which he had encountered before tonight, only in tiny grated quantities on top of Dudley's macaroni. He registered the salt, which had been used with restraint. He registered the pepper, which had been ground fresh from the mill on the windowsill, the mill Petunia had been so proud of and which had so rarely seen labor. He registered that his small body, which had been 7 years undernourished, had not had food this good ever and might never again, and that he intended to be present in his mouth for every one of the next 40 seconds. He drank the milk. The milk was full fat, which he had not been allowed because Petunia had said it was for growing boys, by which she had meant Dudley. He drank the whole cup. When he had finished, Vernon the Shadow stepped forward without instruction, took up the plate and the cup and bore them to the sink. It washed them. It dried them. It returned them to the cupboard above the kettle from which Vernon in life had said the biscuits had been taken. Harry, watching the cupboard above the kettle, made a small private vow that he would, in this kitchen, never be hit for a biscuit again. He thought into the gilt shop. He had remembered the locked menu. He thought it as a question. The rectangle attentive replied, "Shop access remains locked. Unlock requirement, player level 5 or equivalent dungeon clear, projected unlock within 18 days under normal activity. Suggestion, be patient, Monarch. The shop is not urgent." He accepted the suggestion. He thought of dungeons. The reply was similar, locked, with a small note that read, "Dungeons require Tier 2 interface. You will unlock on your first contact with an appropriate site." The phrase appropriate site, he noted, was unusually unspecific, even for the system. He filed. He turned finally to the small and unavoidable practical concern. He thought into the rectangle with the precise vocabulary of a child who had read enough Dudley discarded crime fiction to know the words. There will be a discovery. There will be an investigation. There will be people who come. The rectangle wrote kindly, yes, probable first contact, wizarding authorities, ward status on this residence, blood WARDS anchored in Petunia D, now destabilized. Threshold ALARMS will have triggered AT Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Estimated arrival of first AUROR, 26:48 minutes. Harry looked at this for a few seconds. He had not known until this evening that there was such a thing as a Ministry of Magic. He had not known that he was anchored to blood wards. He had not known that there was a Department of Magical Law Enforcement, although he had suspected on the abstract grounds that anything that could be called a department of one thing usually existed because there had once been quite a lot of the other thing for it to enforce against, that some such organization probably existed somewhere. He filed the entire architecture calmly in the order in which it had been presented. He would have time to think about each piece later. For now, the operational question was simple. People were coming, important people were coming. He had 2 shadow soldiers in the house, one in the kitchen and one in the hall, both wearing pajamas and dressing gowns and one of them not wearing slippers. He, the monarch, was in pajamas with a brown smear on the shoulder. The household, considered as a presentation, was not at its best. He thought at the rectangle, clean clothes, please. The rectangle with the small ceremonious flutter of a thing being asked, at last, to do the job it had been built for wrote, inventory update. Shadow storage, available unlocked. Items may be stored or withdrawn by directed thought. Note, only items you legitimately possess or have acquired may be stored. Suggestion, withdraw replacement apparel from household. He turned his attention accordingly to the upstairs cupboard in which Dudley's outgrown clothes were kept in a series of cardboard boxes labeled in Petunia's hand. Dudley had outgrown, 3 months ago, a small navy jumper and a pair of gray trousers that had been bought a size large for him, and that had nonetheless become too small in only 2 weeks because Dudley had eaten faster than the cloth could accommodate. Harry, in his catalog of household geography, knew exactly where they were. He sent Petunia the Shadow with a soft instruction. He sent Vernon the Shadow with a soft instruction to fetch a clean flannel and warm water and the iodine bottle from the bathroom cabinet. They went, they returned, they dressed him. The new Vernon, working without comment, sponged the dried blood from his temple and dabbed the small split above his left eyebrow with iodine in the careful, methodical motions of a man who had been a competent first-aider at his factory in his 20s. Harry held still. The new Petunia knelt at his feet to fasten the small buttons of the navy jumper, and her fingers, which had been Petunia's fingers in life, did not pinch. He let them work. He understood that he was being attended to, for the first time in his life, by hands that had no other agenda than to attend to him. He understood also that the hands were dead. He could hold both understandings at the same time and not feel that the holding of them was, in any way, a contradiction. When the dressing was finished, he stood in the middle of the kitchen in clothes that were too big for him by some inches and a jumper that was, to his great and absurd pleasure, dark blue, and he checked himself in the long mirror at the end of the corridor again. He looked this time like a small grave boy who had been put together for an occasion. The welt above the left eye had become, with iodine and ochre line. The split below it was a small clean punctuation mark. He approved. He turned last to the front hall where Petunia the Shadow had reassumed her station at the letter flap. He stood beside her, very small, and listened with her. He could hear, through the wood, very faintly, the small night noises of Privet Drive. A fox somewhere over the back fences, a car passing 2 streets away, the chime of a clock in the church spire at the top of the lane. He could hear beneath these the small, unfamiliar pressure of something not local and not ordinary, a quality in the air like the way the air feels before lightning. The rectangle wrote in his corner, distortion detected, apparition inbound, estimated landing, front garden 18 seconds, profile 2 adult wizards, senior first, weapons WANDS drawn, intent investigative. Harry breathed in, he breathed out. He went to the kitchen, fetched the kettle, set it on the cooker, and lit the gas. He returned to the front hall. He stood in his too large navy jumper just behind the door, with the 2 shadows arranged behind him in the patient triangular formation of a small honor guard. Outside, very far away, in a small office above a shop in Diagon Alley, an instrument that had been quiet for a great many years began to ring. In the front garden of number 4, Privet Drive, on the dewed grass beside the lawn flamingo Petunia had been so proud of, the air very gently began to fold. Chapter 3, the AURORS arrived. The first wizard came through the air with the slight stagger of a man who had apparated under haste rather than precision. His right boot landed first, his left a quarter second later and 3 inches off the mark, and the small heel of him sank into Petunia's pansies in a way Petunia in life would have considered a sufficient reason to call the parish council. The second wizard behind him arrived more cleanly, with the unfussy soft snap of a senior officer whose apparition had been a settled craft for 30 years. The 2 of them on the lawn took 3 seconds to orient themselves. Harry, inside the door, watched the orientation through the small frosted pane Petunia had installed precisely so that the neighbors could not see into the hallway, but Petunia could, through it, see the postman's gate. He could not see colors through the pane, but he could see shapes. A tall, thin shape and a shorter, denser shape, both standing in the unmistakable wide-legged stance of people who had been told to expect they might be attacked. The gilt rectangle in the corner of his vision wrote, Visitor 1, AURORPRADFOOT Frank LV24 age 41. Combat record, 14 live engagements, 12 resolved. Current intent, combat ready, suspicion high. Suspicion recommended level, reduce. Visitor 2, AMELIA Susan BONES, head of DMLE LV47. Combat record, 73 live engagements, 71 resolved. Current intent, investigative, suspicion high but measured. Notable facts, sister Edgar and brother-in-law murdered 1981 BY death EATERS. Niece Susan in her custody, political, neutral independent. Personal policy, truth first, then mercy. Harry, who had not known either of these names half a minute ago, accepted them into his catalog. He understood from the system's small editorial gloss that the second of these visitors was the one he should address. He understood also that truth first, then mercy was for him a usable order. He intended to be very truthful. He had time before the knock to take stock of his hallway. The kettle was, by his careful arrangement, just beginning to whistle in the kitchen behind him. Vernon the Shadow stood by the foot of the stairs in a clean charcoal suit Harry had instructed him to put on. The suit had been Vernon's Sunday best in life, and on the Shadow it hung with a slightly looser elegance than it had ever achieved on its original owner. Petunia the Shadow stood beside the small console table in the navy house dress and the pearls Petunia had worn for the vicar. Her hands were folded. Her face was composed in the small parlor-attentive expression of a woman about to receive guests. They were both, to a competent observer, palpably dead. The eyes told you if you knew how to look at eyes. But the eyes, Harry had reasoned, were a thing one could keep modestly lowered until one needed to use them, and he had told them to keep them lowered until further notice. He himself stood at the door. He had practiced in the small intervals between dressing and the kettle what he intended to look like. He had practiced standing very straight and very small. He had practiced keeping his hands at his sides without fidgeting. He had practiced the precise small angle at which he intended to tilt his head when he opened the door, which was the angle Petunia in life had reserved for the rector's wife. A half-degree of upward inclination from the chin, the kind of angle that communicated to an adult without rudeness that one was a child who had been raised to know who one's superiors were and who was not, at this moment, entirely sure whether the visitor qualified. He intended to use it as an opening proposition and to revise it as the conversation went. He waited for the knock. He had set Madame Bones a small test, which was whether she would knock or whether she would simply blast the door off its hinges. He thought he knew the answer. The knock came, 3 measured raps, a pause, 2 more. Harry opened the door. He opened it slowly. He opened it with both hands on the inside knob, the way a small child opens a door that is rather heavier than he is, because a small child opening a door with 2 hands looks, to an adult, less dangerous than a small child opening a door with 1. He had not, in fact, opened a door with 2 hands in 3 years. He could open the front door of number 4 with the little finger of his left hand at this point, but he wanted Madame Bones to see, on the first visual frame of the encounter, a child. She saw a child. She was in the half-light of the corridor sodium lamp Petunia had insisted on installing because the council's offer of one had not been enough. A square-set woman of late middle age in a dark plum traveling cloak whose lining showed, just at the hem, the pewter griffin embroidery of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She had a monocle in her left eye. She had in her right hand, held low and forward at her hip, a wand of polished elm with a small ribbon of brass at the grip. Her hair was a short, dense iron gray brushed back. Her face was the face of a person who had spent 20 years patiently waiting for liars to finish lying, and who had no remaining patience for it and yet had not stopped allowing it because she had learned that, on average, a liar provides more usable information by being permitted to lie at length than by being cut short. Her eyes, and Harry noted this with a small respectful internal nod, were 2 gray lighthouses, both lit, both turning, and both presently pointed at him. Behind her, on the path, the younger Auror, Proudfoot, was already turning slowly in a half-circle, his wand making small jabs at the air at points Harry could not see, his lips moving silently. He was, Harry understood from a small system gloss in the corner of his vision, casting detection. NEVERWHERE check apparition trace hostile intent sweep. The system wrote helpfully and added in a tiny side margin expected outcomes //nil. Madame Bones lowered her monocle a 1/4 inch and looked over the top of it. Good evening, she said. Her voice was deep for a woman, with the soft burr of someone from the western counties. It was the voice of an instrument tuned over decades to extract truth without breaking the truth-teller. Harry filed the tuning. Good evening, Harry said. He had practiced this too. He had practiced his vowels in the kitchen while the omelet had cooked. He had decided on a voice that was small without being squeaky, polite without being ingratiating, and entirely free of the sing-song cadence that in Petunia's mouth had always preceded a lie. He delivered the two words at exactly the volume he intended. Madame Bones, with the small economy of a woman noting a piece of evidence, made a quarter rotation of the monocle in its small wire frame. Harry, who had been watching, understood that he had succeeded in his first proposition, namely that he had spoken like a child of 7 and had not spoken like a child of 7 who was attempting to perform childhood at the door of a head of department. "My name is Madame Amelia Bones," she said. "I am with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. May I come in?" It was not in the inflection a question, it was a courtesy. Harry inclined his head the small half-degree he had practiced. "Of course," he said. He stepped back. He stepped back precisely the 18 inches that the door arc required to permit her entry without his having to crowd against the radiator. He did not look at Vernon the Shadow. He did not look at Petunia the Shadow. He kept his attention on Madame Bones the way a chess player keeps his attention on the file his opponent has just opened. She entered. She entered with the wand held in the same easy carry, 2 inches behind her right hip, point downward, the way a soldier carries a sidearm on a patrol that has not yet become active. Proudfoot, after a final cast at the threshold that produced a brief shimmer of pewter-colored light in the doorframe, followed. He had brown hair receding above the temples and a long, careful nose and the slightly unfocused eyes of a man who was running, behind his face, 12 simultaneous diagnostic spells. The first thing Madame Bones did in the corridor was to stop. She stopped because she had seen Vernon the Shadow. Then she stopped a little further because she had seen Petunia the Shadow. Then her face did a thing Harry, watching, found extremely interesting. It did the thing a competent senior officer's face does when it has, over 30 years, prepared itself to be unsurprised, and is now being asked to encounter something that none of its preparation has covered. It did not register surprise. It registered a vast professional calm in which a small, still circle of pure curiosity had been permitted for an instant to appear. The monocle did not move, the wand did not lift. Proudfoot beside her made a small sound in his throat, half a word, half an instinctive intake, and Madame Bones, without turning, said with the unhurried clarity of a woman accustomed to giving orders, "Frank, stand fast." "Ma'am," said Proudfoot and stood fast. Madame Bones looked at Vernon the Shadow. She looked for, by Harry's count, 4 seconds. She looked at Petunia the Shadow. She looked for 3. She looked at Harry. Her gaze, when it arrived on him, did not weigh more than her gaze had weighed on the 2 shadows, but it arrived with a different texture, the texture of a person who had decided that, for the rest of this conversation, she would believe everything the small boy in front of her said until she had reason to believe him false, and that she would, simultaneously, retain the option of unbelieving him at any second. "Would you like to tell me," she said very softly, "what has happened in this house tonight?" "Yes," said Harry. "Begin," said Madame Bones. "Wherever you like, I have time." The kettle whistled. "In a moment," said Harry. "If you do not mind, I would like to make us a pot of tea. Vernon does the tea now. I would like to sit at the kitchen table while he makes it. I think it will be easier to talk if I have something to do with my hands." Madame Bones, after a half-second's pause that Harry knew was a courtesy and not a hesitation, said, "Very well." She gestured with the smallest motion of the wand that he should lead. Proudfoot, who had still not lowered his wand, looked at her sideways. She did not, by any visible signal, instruct him, but he, who had worked with her for 14 years, lowered his wand to the carry. They followed Harry into the kitchen. He had laid the kitchen out for this. He had laid the table for 3 with the second-best china, because the second-best china was the china Petunia would have used for the rector's wife and not for a head of department, and Harry had decided he wanted Madame Bones to register on entry that he had taken the trouble to lay a table at all but had not attempted to flatter her with porcelain that would have been a tell. He had set out on a small wicker mat, a plate of biscuits, Petunia's, the digestives, the ones Dudley had eaten and Vernon had blamed him for, that he had retrieved from a tin in the cupboard. He had set out a small jug of milk and a small bowl of sugar. He had arranged 3 small linen napkins folded in the shape Petunia had taught Dudley for company. Madame Bones, as she entered the kitchen, took in the table at a glance, and her face permitted itself the very smallest motion at the corner of the mouth. Harry registered it. He understood that he had passed a test he had set himself. He climbed onto the chair at the foot of the table, which was the smallest of the 3 chairs. He gestured to Madame Bones to take the chair at the head, which was Vernon's chair, which he had decided he did not want anyway. He gestured to Proudfoot to take the side chair. They sat. They sat with their wands across their laps, not on the table. Harry was grateful for the courtesy. Vernon the Shadow, without instruction, came in from the hall with the kettle in one hand and a clean teapot in the other. He warmed the pot. He spooned the leaves. He poured the water. He set the pot with the small, slow click of a butler's setting on the table between them, and he stepped back to the doorway and resumed his stance. Madame Bones looked at Vernon the Shadow for the second time. She looked at the eyes. She looked at the eyes for a long count. She said, with the small precision of a woman calling a thing by its name in order to disarm it, "Infurious." The word was, Harry would later learn, the wizarding word for a corpse animated by necromantic magic, the lowest and most despised of dark constructs, a thing whose use was a sentence in itself in the department's books. Harry watched Madame Bones's eyes for the verdict. He saw the verdict balance itself like a coin on its edge. The gilt rectangle in his corner wrote sharply, correction required, subject not INFERIUS, subject is Shadow Soldier. Difference, INFERIUS is a body animated without soul. Shadow Soldier is a body animated by extracted soul under Monarch bind. Legal consequence different. Not ma'am, Harry said, an inferious, I think. She turned the monocle on him. You think? I had not heard the word until you said it, Harry said, so I would not like to claim to know what it means, but I do not believe it is what Vernon is. Vernon is a shadow soldier, the system made him. Madame Bones did not reply. She said instead, after a small pause that Harry recognized as the pause an interrogator uses to give the witness room to elaborate without prompting, the system. Yes, ma'am, tell me about the system. I will, said Harry, but it is easier if I start at the beginning. Then begin at the beginning. He began at the beginning. He told her in the same small, precise voice, without dressing it up and without softening it, the order of the evening. He told her about the biscuits Dudley had eaten and Vernon had blamed him for. He told her about Vernon's 3 blows in the corridor and the kicks in the ribs and the kick to the head against the wainscoting. He told her about the small comma of blood that had grown. He told her, with the careful clinical vocabulary he had developed in the cupboard, that he had felt his skull deform against the wood and had registered that he was dying. He told her about the soul drift upward and the 43 seconds in the not blue and the gold rectangle and the welcome and the contract and the why. He told her about the respawn. He told her about climbing the stairs and standing at the foot of Vernon's bed and saying the word arise. He told her about Vernon's chest finishing a rise that did not have a fall. He told her about the not blue Carters. He told her about the new Vernon kneeling. He told her about Petunia. He told her about Dudley and that the system had ruled him out of consideration on age grounds and that he was glad. He told her about the omelet. He told her about the title. He spoke for a little less than 12 minutes. He did not pause for breath. He did not in the telling become tearful or theatrical. He did not embroider. He did not omit. When he had finished, he set his small hands flat on the table on either side of the cup of tea Vernon the Shadow had poured for him, and he looked Madame Bones in the eye and he waited. Madame Bones for some time did not speak. She had, while he was talking, taken her own tea once. She had not taken it again. The cup sat half full beside her. Proudfoot beside her had taken his at intervals that Harry registered as professionally noncommittal, small even sips at exactly the rhythm of a man trying to appear nominally relaxed while his entire face listened. When she spoke, she said, "You are 7 years old." "Yes, ma'am." "You are 7 years old and you have just told me a story that begins with your uncle attempting to kill you and ends with you having killed him and your aunt and reanimated both of them as some manner of bound construct." "Yes, ma'am." "You have told it without flinching." "Yes, ma'am." She looked at him for some seconds. She did not, Harry noticed, look away. Her eyes were neither warm nor cold. They were the eyes of an instrument that had decided to take a measurement and was determined to take it accurately. "Harry," she said, "may I call you Harry? Please, Harry, I want you to understand something and I want you to understand it before I ask you my next question. Do you know who you are?" "I am Harry James Potter." "Yes." "My parents were Lily and James Potter." "Yes." "My parents are dead. My mother's sister was Petunia Dursley." "Petunia is now also dead. I do not believe Vernon was related to me by blood." "Correct." "I have read enough of Dudley's discarded comics to know that there is something I am supposed to be," he said, "in a world I have not until tonight known existed. I think the word might be famous. I am not sure I know why." The monocle rotated a half-degree. "You are famous, yes," said Madame Bones. "Although what for is a longer story than I am going to give you tonight, because I think you have had a sufficient quantity of stories for one evening, and because I would like the version you eventually hear to be told to you by someone competent and not by an orer who has been on shift for 14 hours. May I ask my question?" "Yes, ma'am." "Did you," she said, "act in defense of yourself?" She said it precisely. She said it without leading him. She said it with the open palms of a woman handing him a sentence and inviting him to take it or refuse it. Harry, who had spent 12 minutes telling the truth without ornament, understood that this was the moment in which the truth either became sufficient for what was about to happen to him or became insufficient, and that the answer to her question was not the answer to a moral inquiry but the answer to a legal one. He thought into the gilt rectangle very quickly. "Was I?" The rectangle, with a small attentive courtesy, wrote, "Definition DMLE Statute 1972, ASAMENDD 1981. Self-defense includes action taken to prevent reasonably anticipated repetition of lethal or life-endangering harm by the same assailant within the same residence where the victim is a minor and escape is not reasonably available." Assessment. You meet the statute's terms with respect to Vernon. Assessment with respect to Petunia Dursley, the statute is ambiguous. She did not strike you, her offense was complicity and chronic neglect. This is not in the strict sense self-defense. You should answer accordingly. Harry, considering this, registered the system's small useful firmness. The system was, he understood, telling him not to lie about Petunia. It was telling him not to lie even when lying was within reach. It was telling him in its small way what would later prove to be one of the most important rules of his interface with the world he had just entered: do not waste a truth. With respect to Vernon, he said, yes. With respect to Petunia, she did not strike me tonight. She had spent 7 years arranging the household in such a way that the striking would happen and would not be prevented, and she had, tonight, watched it happen and had not intervened. I did not extract her in self-defense. I extracted her because I had been given the means to remove a person from the household whose continued presence I judged would, over time, produce continued harm. I should not, I think, lie to you about that. Madame Bones looked at him for a moment longer, then she put down the monocle on the table between them. She did it in the manner of a woman setting an instrument aside because the measurement had been taken and the instrument was no longer required. Harry James Potter, she said, you are an unusual 7-year-old. Thank you, ma'am. That was not in the strictest sense a compliment. I know, ma'am, I take it as one anyway. She permitted on her face the very smallest of smiles. The smile was not warm. It was the smile of a woman who has, over the course of an interview, decided that the witness in front of her is going to make her life professionally complicated in ways the textbooks have not adequately anticipated, and who is allowing herself, in the privacy of her own face, to acknowledge that complication with the dignity it deserves. She picked up her tea. She drank. Frank, she said, take the boy's account. A verbatim, please. Ma'am, said Proudfoot, and produced from inside his cloak a small enchanted quill and a long roll of parchment that began of its own accord to copy down everything that had been said in the kitchen in the last 20 minutes, starting at the kettle and proceeding in Harry's own voice. Now, she said, turning back to Harry, while the quill catches up, I have several other questions. May I ask them? Please, where is your cousin Dudley? Asleep in his room upstairs. He has not been harmed. I did not enter his room. The system forbids extraction of noncombatants under age. He will wake at his usual hour, which is 7:30. He will look for his mother. I have not yet decided what I will tell him. I am open to advice. Good, said Madame Bones in a tone that Harry could not for the life of him parse, but which sounded as if she was filing him under a small category in her head she had not previously had occasion to use. Second, the interface, the system, as you call it, does anyone else see it? No, ma'am, the system has told me it is player only. No observer can perceive the window. Third, the 2 shadows. Do they obey only you, or could a sufficiently skilled wizard take command of them? They obey only me. The system reports loyalty as absolute and irrevocable while the monarch lives. I do not, ma'am, know what would happen if I died. Do not then, said Madame Bones, die. I do not intend to. Fourth, may my office take custody of you tonight? Harry looked at her. He had been wondering when the question would arrive. He had been thinking in the long quiet between sentences about what he wanted his answer to be. He had had, in the course of the omelette, a small useful argument with himself about whether his interests lay in resistance or in cooperation. He had landed, after some thought, on cooperation. He had reasoned that the system had not yet given him any reason to believe it could not handle, at low cost, a temporary removal from the residence and the application of the kinds of investigative spells he intended to permit Proudfoot to cast on him without protest. He had reasoned, further, that anyone who arrived at this kitchen on a magical alert in the next 18 hours would, in his interests, be screened by Madame Bones if she was the senior officer of record, and that being already in her custody when subsequent persons arrived would be tactically preferable to being plucked from the corridor by a subordinate. He said, yes. Good on 3 conditions. Speak them. First, Dudley is to be returned to the only living relative he has, which is his maternal grandmother in Pinner. I do not wish her to be told the precise details. I have my reasons. The reasons are not strategic, they are humane. I do not wish Dudley to grow up in a foster house with no remaining family. He has done me harm, but he is 7, and the system ruled him noncombatant, and I would like to take that ruling seriously. The monocle on the table did not move. Madame Bones inclined her head a 1/4 inch. Second, the 2 shadows, Vernon and Petunia, go where I go. They are not by any practical definition separable from me. I cannot store them, but I can call them, and the system reports that they can travel by shadow, which is a thing I have not yet experimented with but understand to be available within the day. If your office attempts to confiscate them or to destroy them, I will be put in the position of preventing it. I do not, ma'am, wish to be put in that position. I am offering you the courtesy of telling you in advance. The monocle on the table did not move, but the tilt of Madame Bones's head shifted by another quarter-inch. Proudfoot with the quill had stopped breathing for a moment. Third, I would like, before we leave this house, to walk through every room in it with you and Auror Proudfoot. I would like to show you where the cupboard is. I would like to show you the height of the door from which I was permitted to enter and from which Dudley was not. I would like to show you the broken ruler with which I measured the cupboard. I would like, ma'am, for there to be in the department's file a record of the cupboard. I will not, after tonight, ever sleep in it again. But I would like for someone with authority to have seen it so that if I am ever, at some point in the long career I intend to have, accused of having been disproportionate in my response, the file will contain the cupboard and I will be permitted to say in my defense that the cupboard was where I had been living. Madame Bones this time did not even pretend to consider. Granted, she said. All three? Thank you, ma'am. Frank, make the additional notes. Ma'am, she finished her tea. She set the cup down with the very small click of a woman who has, over 30 years, learned to mark the end of a conversation by the precise sound of porcelain. Harry, she said, stand up. Please, he stood up, he stood straight. He felt on the wood of the chair that he was, for the first time in his life, leaving the kitchen on his own terms and not because he had been told to leave it. I am going to walk through this house with you, she said. Then we are going to go by Portkey to a place where you will sleep tonight. Tomorrow you will meet several other people. I will be with you for the first of those meetings. I will not be with you for all of them. I will be honest about which ones I am not in when I am not in them. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Do you have any further conditions? He considered. One small one, he said. Speak. Vernon, he said, and turned to the shadow at the doorway who had stood without moving for the entire conversation. Pack me, please, the bone-handled fork, the salt mill, 3 eggs from the fridge, the blue jumper, the 1 pair of trousers that does not have a stain, the small piece of broken ruler from inside the cupboard which is wedged in the crack at the 17-centimeter mark from the floor, the toothbrush, the flannel, the half-empty iodine bottle. Yes, master, said Vernon the shadow. And the cheese, Harry said, whatever cheese remains. Yes, master, Madame Bones, watching this exchange, did not speak. The monocle where it lay on the table caught the kitchen light and threw a small circle of pale gold up onto the tea towel. Proudfoot with the quill made a small final stroke and let the parchment roll itself in his hands into a tidy tube. She held out her hand. Harry looked at the hand. He looked at it for the half-second. A small boy looks at a hand offered to him by an adult who has not, in his experience, been someone who offered a hand for any purpose he would have wanted. Then he understood, with a small surprise that he allowed himself to feel, that she was offering it because she meant to hold his hand for the walkthrough, and that the offer was, in some sense, a small kindness. He took her hand. It was warm. It was the hand beneath the small wrinkles of its 47 years of a person who held hands often because she had a niece. It folded around his with a steady, undramatic competence. She led him out of the kitchen. She led him into the corridor. The 2 shadows fell in behind, silent. Proudfoot, with the quill at his shoulder and the parchment in his cloak, brought up the rear. They walked the house. They stood in front of the cupboard. Madame Bones did not, at any point during the 4 minutes she looked at the cupboard, speak. She looked at the door, she looked at the latch, she looked at the dimensions. She looked at the small, thin, folded towel inside that had served as Harry's bed. She looked at the wood ceiling 31 centimeters above the towel. She looked at the worn spot on the towel where Harry's left cheek had lain for 2,540 nights. Her monocle, on its silver chain, swung very slightly in front of her chest with the regularity of a pendulum. She looked at the small piece of broken ruler in the crack. She looked at the tally marks Harry had scratched with the broken ruler on the inside of the door, one for every meal he had been promised and not been given since he had been 6. The tally marks numbered on the door in their 5x5 clusters 412. When she had finished looking, she turned to Proudfoot. Frank, she said, photograph this. I want a full set, wide, medium, detailed door, tally, towel, roof clearance, ruler, everything. Ma'am, said Proudfoot, and produced from inside his cloak a small enchanted camera the size of a snuff box, which began to make small, soft clicks at the rate of about 4 per second. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, and her voice had for the first time the very smallest unevenness in it, I would like you to know that this department will be opening a file tonight on the Dursley household, and that the file will be the file of a household, not of a child. There will be in the file a finding. The finding will be that this house failed in its duty of care to the most extreme degree the law contemplates. The finding will be entered tonight. It will be entered by me. It will be entered with my signature. The signature will be witnessed by Auror Proudfoot. The finding will not, I want you to hear this, depend on what you did in the course of this evening. The finding will not require, for its validity, that I accept any part of your account of the system. The finding will stand on the cupboard alone, and the cupboard, Mr. Potter, is sufficient. Harry, who had not been told in 7 years by an adult that he had not been at fault for anything, registered the sentence. He did not in the corridor cry. He had not learned how to cry. The cupboard had not contained in his experience a permission for it. He found, however, that his eyes had filled. He found that the eyes had filled the way a small unattended basin fills under a slow tap, without anybody having asked them to. He blinked twice with the small unstudied motion of a boy who had not previously had to manage tears as a physical phenomenon, and he understood that the tears were going to fall, and he let them. Madame Bones did not at first do anything. Then after a long second she lowered herself to a crouch in the corridor of number 4. The cloak settled plum-colored around her boots. Her face came level with Harry's. The wand in her hand she had set down on the carpet beside her, point inward. The small soldier's courtesy of a person who lays her weapon down beside the person she is talking to in order to demonstrate that she does not intend to use it. She did not embrace him. Harry was, even in the moment, grateful for that. He had not yet developed in his small body a vocabulary for being held by an adult who meant well, and the absence of the embrace was, for him, a kindness. She did instead the smallest and most useful thing. She put her hand very gently on his shoulder. The hand had the weight on his small shoulder of a hand that had been laid on the shoulders of many small witnesses who had not deserved what had been done to them in many corridors over many years. "Harry," she said, "we are going to leave this house. The department has a safe house. I will take you there myself. You will sleep on a bed that is yours. There will be no one in the house tonight but me, you, the 2 shadows, if you wish to bring them, and Aura Proudfoot, who will be on the door. In the morning you will eat a breakfast that has been made for you. After breakfast we will begin the longer conversations. We will take them one at a time. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, ma'am. Do you require, before we leave, anything further from this house?" he thought. He thought of the photograph of his mother that he had glimpsed twice in his life, behind a glass on Petunia's mantelpiece, the photograph of 2 girls in a garden, one of them Petunia at 9 and one of them, by inference, his mother at 6. He thought of the silver locket Petunia kept in the bottom drawer of her dresser, which Petunia had once shown to Dudley in his hearing and said had belonged to her sister. He thought of the small wooden box also in the dresser that had a few of his mother's letters in it, letters Petunia had read once and never again and had been unable to throw away. "Yes," he said, "3 small things. They are in the master bedroom. May I show you?" "You may." He led her. They went together up the stairs. The 3rd step did not creak under her boot, because she stepped by the unconscious experience of an aura on its outer edge. Harry registered the foot placement and decided that he liked Madame Bones. In the master bedroom, where the bed still bore the small impression Vernon's body had left in it, Harry opened the bottom drawer of Petunia's dresser. He took out the photograph in its small silver frame. He took out the silver locket. He took out the wooden box. He held them all 3 in his hands, very small. "These," he said, "are from my mother. Petunia kept them. I would like to take them with me." "Of course," said Madame Bones. She closed the drawer. She did not close it abruptly. She closed it with the small, soft motion of a woman closing the drawer of someone else's dresser whose owner had once been by something related to her. The dresser, after she closed it, was a dresser that belonged to a dead person, and Harry understood that Madame Bones had registered the death without theatricality. They went back down the stairs. In the hall, Petunia the Shadow had produced, from where Harry did not bother to inquire, a small leather traveling case, into which had been placed, with the small neat fold of a parlor-maid packing for a young gentleman, the blue jumper, the trousers, the toothbrush, the flannel, the iodine bottle, the bone-handled fork, the salt mill, the 3 eggs in a small fitted compartment Harry had not known existed, the wedge of cheese, the broken ruler, and a soft small handkerchief into which Petunia the Shadow had folded the photograph, and the locket and the wooden box. Vernon the Shadow stood by the front door, holding it open. Outside on the path, 2 more Aurors had arrived without Harry having heard them. They stood at attention. They did not approach. They were the security detail Madame Bones had summoned by some signal Harry had not seen while she had been crouching in the corridor. He registered again that she was competent. She turned at the door. She looked at him. "Harry," she said, "take my hand. We are going to leave by Portkey. It will feel like a hook in your navel pulling you forward and upward. It will last about 3 seconds. You will land on your feet if you concentrate, otherwise you will land on your knees. Either is acceptable." "Thank you, ma'am," Harry said. He took her hand. He took it with both of his hands because that was the size of grip his hands could manage. The portkey, a small silvered nut on a length of cord she produced from her cloak, touched his wrist. The hook took him. He landed, in fact, on his feet because he had decided in the half-second before to concentrate. He landed in a long, high room with a ceiling of polished black timber and walls of pale plaster, with a tall, iron-grated window at one end through which the night sky of London was just visible, and at the other end a low fire in a brick hearth, in front of which a deep armchair stood, with a folded quilt on its seat. The shadows, by means he had not yet been told the mechanics of, arrived an instant later. Vernon stepped from a small dark seam in the wall by the door. Petunia stepped from another seam by the window and resumed their stations, one by the door, one by the window, attentive, silent. The gilt rectangle in his corner of vision wrote softly, Daily Quest Reset Pending Midnight 8 Min. Location DMLE Safe House 17B BARNES. Wards High. Invasive Intent Detection Active. A threat assessment tonight, nil. Recommendations sleep. Harry, who had not slept in a bed in 7 years, looked at the deep armchair and the folded quilt and the low fire and Madame Bones, who had set her cloak down across the back of a smaller chair and was now setting a kettle on a small hob beside the hearth. He sat down on the rug in front of the fire. He thought into the gilt, very small. I think I am going to live now. The rectangle with a small, slow warmth wrote one final line of the evening's correspondence, and Harry would, decades later, swear it was the kindest sentence the system ever produced. Yes, Monarch. It appears UARE. Chapter 4, The Sirius Placement and System Tutorial. It took 3 days for Sirius Black to walk out of Azkaban. The walking out itself took 14 minutes. The administrative preconditions for the walking out took 3 days. Harry, who had been moved on the second of those days from the DMLE safe house in Barnes to a slightly larger DMLE safe house in Hampstead, because the first safe house had been deemed insufficiently warded against the level of public interest that began to accrete around any Department of Magical Law Enforcement movement in the week following an active cardio incident at the residence of the famous orphan they had collectively been pretending for 6 years, was happily fostered. Sat in a window seat of the Hampstead safe house and watched, through the glass, a sycamore lose 3 of its early summer leaves to a wind that was not, on any technical reading, sufficient to dislodge them. He had spent most of those 3 days reading. He had been given by Madame Bones a stack of paperbacks selected by Susan Bones, 11, niece kind, fond of mysteries, and by Madame Bones herself, a small grave hardback titled Wizarding Law and Procedure for the Young Citizen, which Harry had read in 4 hours and had not put down but had simply moved on with a small respectful sigh to the next book on the table. He had not asked in those 3 days when he would be moved. He had reasoned that asking would be impolite. He had spent the unasked time refining his status menu. The status menu had become, by the morning of the 3rd day, an instrument he understood. He had learned that he could expand individual fields without expanding the whole window. He had learned that he could pin a substat to the lower margin. He had pinned perception, because perception was the substat that allowed the system to identify approaching footsteps before his ears did, and he had found this useful in a safe house full of unfamiliar adults. He had learned that he could mute the metronome. He had learned that he could set up a small permanent banner of daily quest progress that ran along the bottom of his visual field at 1/10 opacity. He had learned, in 3 days, the system's manners. He had learned that the system did not interrupt him while he was reading. He had learned that the system would, if asked, give him a brief gloss of any wizarding term that occurred in the safe house conversation, and that it would do so in the same Baroque hand he had come to like, but at a smaller font the way a footnote knows its place. He had learned with a quiet small pleasure that the system could be courteous. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, the system had updated Daily Quest, Passive Observation Complete, +1 stat point unallocated, Level 2 reached. Level Up Rewards, Health Pool, 11 right arrow 18, Mana Pool Unlocked 15, Perception 18 right arrow 19, Free Tier UP, Access Shop Tier ITEMS, Access Dungeon Detection Passive. It had been the first level up, and Harry had treated it with the small private ceremony he treated all firsts. He had allocated his stat point, after some thought, to intelligence on the grounds that intelligence was, by his observation, the substat that affected most strongly his comprehension of the kinds of magical theory he was about to be required to acquire under unusual conditions. And a +1 there was worth, in his estimation, more than a +1 in any of the physical substats he could grow later by doing the kinds of physical things one did to grow them. The rectangle, when he had selected intelligence, had given the small embossing pulse it had given on the title. He had felt the stamp. The new value had been 24. He had felt immediately slightly faster of comprehension, the way a clock feels slightly more accurate after a small, careful winding. He had opened shop for the first time. The shop was, as he had expected, a place of objects most of which were not useful to a 7-year-old wizard with no money and a quiet pending legal status. The currency, the shop cheerfully informed him, was mana crystals, which were earned in dungeons, of which he had cleared none. There was at tier exactly 1 item on offer for free as a goodwill of the system gift. A small leather-bound notebook titled The Player's Commonplace Book, Infinite Blank PAGES Auto INDXED. He had selected it. It had appeared in his lap with the small, soft thump of a book a librarian had just laid down. He had opened it. The pages were blank. He had begun that same evening with the small bone-handled fork resting beside him and a borrowed pencil to write in it. He had titled the first page Catalog of Unfamiliar Things, and underneath he had begun methodically to fill it. On the morning of the 3rd day, Madame Bones had returned. She had come into the safe house at 9:15 in a clean traveling cloak the same plum color as before. She had brought with her 3 other adults. The first was Auror Proudfoot, whom Harry recognized. The second was a small round witch in a Mediwitch's pale blue robe who had been introduced formally as Healer Strout from St. Mungo's, and who had spent 35 minutes performing a series of careful diagnostic charms over Harry's small body: old bone bruises, healed incorrectly fracture of the 3rd left rib, malnourishment-related delay in long bone development, no current internal bleeding, no concussion symptoms persisting, no parasites, no curse markers, and had at the end of it. With the small, efficient tenderness of a Mediwitch who had seen every kind of small body in her 30 years, ruffled his hair, called him Lamb, and gone away promising to send back a regimen of bone restorative potions for his next 12 months. The third had been a tall, thin, black-robed man with the long, inscrutable face of an old and accomplished bureaucrat who had introduced himself only as Mr. Croker of the Department of Mysteries, and who had spent 20 minutes simply looking at Harry in silence, while Madame Bones sat beside Harry on the window seat with one hand on Harry's shoulder and the other on her wand. At the end of the 20 minutes, Croker had inclined his head a quarter-inch toward Madame Bones, said, "We will discuss," and had disapparated without further ceremony. Madame Bones had let out, very softly, a breath she had been holding. "He did not," she had said, "produce a finding adverse to you. That is, for him, the equivalent of a public commendation. Thank you, ma'am. He will be back several times. Do not, when he is, allow him to take you anywhere. He will not try, but in case he does, do not. The protocol is that we go to the Department of Mysteries together, if at all, and not without." "Yes, ma'am." "Now," she had said, after Croker's exit, and had folded both her hands on her knees in the small businesslike posture Harry had come to recognize as the posture she used when she was about to make him an offer. "Harry, we have a small problem and a small solution. The small problem is that you require, by the department's reading of the Children's Act and by my own reading of the department's reading, a permanent legal guardian. The Dursleys, who were your legal guardians until Friday night, are deceased and reanimated, and are, by an old and very technical reading of the statutes I am personally not going to challenge in front of the Wisengamot, no longer eligible. Your only remaining blood relatives, Dudley's grandparents on his mother's side, who are not your blood, are not wizarding, and the department does not, by long-settled policy, place wizarding children with muggles after a ward's failure of the magnitude you have just produced. We must therefore place you with a magical guardian. There are in the world approximately 3 people the department considers eligible, 2 of whom are inappropriate and 1 of whom is currently in prison." Harry, who had been reading the wizarding law book, said, "Sirius Black." Madame Bones's monocle on her left eye did not move. "That book," she said, "is not where you got that name. I will know if you say otherwise." "The system told me," Harry said, 3 days ago. "Before I had read the wizarding law book, the system gave me a list of probable legal options. Sirius Orion Black was at the top of it. The system reported he was your top option also because he was my godfather under wizarding right and because the godfather bond is, by the department's own statute, the prior claim that supersedes the Dursleys. The system also reported that Mr. Black was, at the time of its assessment, in Azkaban prison without a trial. The system suggested that I might wish, when next I saw you, to inquire. You did not inquire." "I did not, ma'am. I have been waiting for you to mention him." "It seemed more polite," Harry, Madame Bones had said in a tone that for the first time had a small wryness in it that was a long way short of laughter but a long way past her ordinary deadpan. "You are not, in the strict sense, going to make my career easier." "I am sorry, ma'am. You are not. Tell me what else the system has reported about Mr. Black." The rectangle, gently in the corner of his vision, had bloomed open on cue. Harry had read aloud from it in the small clinical voice of a clerk reading a brief. Designation: Black Sirius Orion, age 28, wizard, POTTERS wizarding godfather, AZKABAN cell 39R block D since 2NOV 1981, never tried, no hearing scheduled. No evidence of involvement in POTTRS DATHS, LOCATD and Ministry of Magic case FILES. Secret Keeper role transferred 24 OCT 1981 from Black, SO to PTTIGRW Peter J under Sub Rosa Amendment to original FIDELIUS charm. PTTIGRW presumed dead 2NOV 1981. Subject has soul marker consistent with unjust imprisonment. Recommendation to Monarch, request hearing. Madame Bones had very slowly taken off her monocle. "How," she had said, "do you know about the Sub Rosa Amendment to the Fidelius?" "The system told me, ma'am. I do not exactly know how the system knows. The system reports it has, since my acceptance of the contract, been performing what it calls standing background queries on factual matters relevant to my safety. It says it does not invent. It says it draws on a kind of dimensional record. I do not understand the mechanics. I have not asked it for any details about other people that I did not require to make decisions about my own life. The Pettigrew matter, however, came up because the system believes Pettigrew is currently alive, somewhere in the United Kingdom in animal form as an unregistered animagus on the body of a child. Proudfoot, who had been sitting at the small writing desk taking notes, had stopped writing. On the body, Madame Bones had said, of a child. As a pet rat, ma'am, the system cannot, at this distance, give a perfectly precise location, but it can give a probability cone with a fairly tight apex. The apex appears on the system's map to be concentrated in the household of a magical family with the surname Weasley in Devon, where the rat in question, the system reports, is the elderly pet of the second eldest male child, who calls it Scabbers. The system suggests that if the Auror office were to politely request, under cover of an unrelated welfare check on the household, the temporary attendance of the rat at the department for verification by animagus revealing spell, the matter could be settled in approximately 45 seconds without alarming anyone. Madame Bones had looked for a long, quiet time at the small, thin boy on the window seat. Harry, she had said, you do understand that in approximately 48 hours I am going to be obliged to take you in front of the Wisengamot in order to confirm your placement, your registration, and the legal status of your shadows. You do understand that the Wisengamot will, on the strength of what you have just said, also be obliged to convene an emergency hearing on the Black File, and that I will be obliged, on the strength of the same, to attempt the warrant on the Weasley household. You do understand that the next 4 days of my professional life are not going to belong to me but to you. I am sorry, ma'am, you are not. I am not, ma'am, I am, however, grateful. She had laughed once very dryly. It had been the first laugh he had ever heard her produce. It had been a small good thing like a coin found in a coat pocket. Mr. Potter, she had said, you are going to be the longest career event of my entire decade. I will try, ma'am, not to be tedious about it. See that you do not. And so on the morning of the 4th day, the rat had been collected. The collection had been performed, as Harry had suggested, under the cover of an unrelated welfare check on the Weasley household at the Burrow. Performed by Auror Proudfoot and a young witch from the Department of Magical Creatures who had brought, in a small wicker hamper, 6 pots of marmalade and a Ministry of Magic stamped pamphlet on the new safety standards for chicken coops, in exchange for which she had asked to be permitted, by way of a small free service to the family, to verify the absence of certain low-probability familial parasites on the household pets. The Weasley parents had been delighted by the marmalade, less delighted by the parasite check, but on the whole accommodating, and the rat, a fat, missing-toed, wheezing thing, had been carried back to the department in a small charmed cage by lunchtime. By 3 in the afternoon, the rat had been revealed by an unhurried application of the animagus revealing spell in front of 19 witnesses, to be Peter Pettigrew, fully alive, fully untrialed, missing the index finger of his right hand. By 4 in the afternoon, he had been in a cell on the department's lowest level under high-security wards. By 5, the Sirius Black file had been reopened. By 8, Sirius Black had walked out of Azkaban, after an emergency hearing of the Wisengamot at which Madame Bones had testified for 26 minutes without notes, and Harry had, on her advice, sat very small and very still in the visitors' gallery beside her, with both of his shadows standing motionless against the back wall like 2 attentive footmen, and had spoken once, briefly, when Chief Warlock Dumbledore had asked him in a tone of careful interest whether he understood the meaning of the proceedings, and Harry had said, I understand that an innocent man is leaving prison this evening, and I would like to thank you for permitting me to be present for it. Dumbledore, who had been wearing a moss-green robe and a small smile that had not that evening reached the eyes, had inclined his head and said, You are welcome, Mr. Potter, and had not at any subsequent moment taken his attention from him for the remainder of the proceedings. The system in the corner of Harry's vision had glossed, ALBUSPRCVLWLFRICBRIAN Dumbledore LV84 status complex. Recommendation: be truthful, be compact, reveal nothing that is not required. He had abided by the recommendation. He had met Sirius the following morning. It had been arranged by Madame Bones, in a small private room off the long corridor of Healer Strout's ward at St. Mungo's, where Sirius had been admitted for 2 weeks of restorative care, weight recovery, and Dementor residue clearance. Madame Bones had brought Harry to the door of the room. She had said, He is unwell, he is malnourished and sleep-deprived, and has been kept in proximity to Dementors for 6 years. He may cry, he may not, he has been told who you are. He has not been told about the shadows. I have asked him to be patient with you. He has agreed. Please be patient with him. He has not seen another human face that was glad to see him since November 1981. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Take as long as you need. I will be in the corridor. He had gone in. The room had been small and white and clean and smelled of bath flannel and lemon. Sirius had been sitting up in the bed in a pair of clean white pajamas the healer's office had given him, with his black hair washed and his face shaved and his cheeks still hollow under the skin in a way Harry, who had spent 7 years studying hollowness on his own face, immediately recognized. Sirius's eyes had been dark gray and enormous, and they had been the eyes of a man who had not, in 6 years, been permitted to look at anything that returned the look kindly. They had found Harry across the room and had filled instantly with tears that did not fall and did not need to fall. He had said in a voice not yet entirely recovered from its long disuse, "James." Harry had said, "Harry?" "I know." Sirius had said, "I know, sorry, you look, you're him. I am him, son." I know." Sirius had held out his hand. Harry had crossed the room. Sirius had taken his hand the way Madame Bones had taken his hand. Warm, undramatic, with the small, steady competence of a person who had once been the one in his family who held hands often, because he had been the one who liked it. Harry had stood beside the bed for the length of a minute, holding Sirius's hand, and Sirius had said nothing further, and Harry had said nothing further, and they had, for that minute, simply existed in a small white room without requiring anything of one another. Harry, who had not been required to do nothing for a stranger before, had found that not being required was a kind of being required, but a different kind, and he had been able to do it. When Sirius had let go of his hand, he had wiped his eyes with the back of his wrist once briefly and had said, "Madame Bones told me you have been having an interesting week." "Yes, sir." "Sirius." "Sirius." "She said you have that there's a thing." "A system, sir." "Sirius." "A system?" "Yes, that gave you the ability to raise shadow soldiers from the recent dead under permanent loyal binding, yes." "Ah," Sirius had blinked. He had blinked the way a man blinks who is, for the first time in 6 years, processing a new piece of information about the world he had been removed from, and is doing his best to do it on the spot, and is not, in fact, doing too badly at it, because what he had been processing for 6 years before had been the inside of a stone cell and a great deal else besides. And a small living complication arriving on the morning of his first day of freedom was, in some ways, a welcome distraction. "Did you bring them?" he had said. "Yes, sir." Sirius, may I see?" Harry had looked at the door where Madame Bones had been waiting in the corridor. He had thought into the rectangle, "This is permitted, yes." The rectangle had written, "Height Trust Introduction Recommended, Proceed." He had turned to the small black seam at the edge of the door, a seam he could not in fact see with his eyes but could feel with the system's overlay, and he had thought, "Come in, please." Vernon the Shadow had stepped from the seam. Petunia the Shadow had stepped from another seam by the window. They had assumed their attentive stances, hands at the small of the back, eyes lowered. Sirius had looked at them for a long time. He had not by any visible signal recoiled. He had instead, after a slow second, said in a voice that was at once respectful and entirely serious, "Well, hello, I'm Sirius. Sorry about the pajamas. Please don't take it personally." Vernon the Shadow had inclined its head. Petunia the Shadow had performed her small parlor curtsy. Sirius had laughed. It had been the second laugh Harry had heard in 7 years. It had been a laugh much warmer than Madame Bones's. It had been the laugh of a young man who had once been a great laugher and who had been forced for 6 years to keep the laughs inside him because, in the cell, laughs had had the property of attracting the dementors who fed on them, and who was now, on his first day out, beginning to remember how to do it. The laugh had been thin and slightly cracked and unmistakably real. "Harry," he had said when he had managed to stop. "Pup, you raised these, you pup, did you raise these?" "Yes, Sirius." Out of my aunt and my uncle who had been mistreating me, yes." "Pup, I am not, sir, in the strict sense, sorry." "No," Sirius had said. "No, I should hope not, pup. James would have your father would have, pup." He had not in the moment finished the sentence. He had finished it later. Harry would, in fact, hear the end of it many times over the next 4 years, in small fragments, on long winter evenings in front of fires in Black Manor. Your father would have in some sense approved, although he would also in some other sense have been concerned, and your mother would have been in some third and slightly different sense both, and the precise calibration of the three would have produced in the Potter household a great many late conversations between the two of them, at the end of which, pup, I think they would have decided together that you had done what you needed to do, and would have begun to teach you the very next morning the techniques by which you could do the same thing again, more cleanly, with more options, and with more attention to the long arc of your own happiness. That pup would have been their answer, that is accordingly mine. That morning, however, he had simply said, "Move in with me, the minute healer Strout lets me out of this bed, move in. Black Manor's a great horrible heap, we'll fix it, we'll fix it together. I've got pup, there's a lot to do." "Yes, Sirius, you'll let me try." "Yes, Sirius, even though I'm a wreck." "You are a wreck, sir," Harry had said, with the small grave courtesy he reserved for adults to whom he had decided he owed truth. "But you are my godfather, and the system has marked you as my closest living trust. I should like to live with you. I had been hoping you would ask." Sirius had cried then properly. He had cried without making a sound. He had cried with his face turned slightly to the window because he was the kind of person who, even in the moment of crying, was performing very faintly the small private courtesy of not crying at the person in front of him. Harry had not in the moment known what to do. He had not been taught what to do when an adult cried in his presence on his behalf. He had improvised. He had climbed onto the bed. He had sat down beside Sirius. He had taken Sirius's hand again in both of his small hands. He had not said anything. He had, by the close of the next minute, decided that not saying anything was the correct technique for an adult crying about a thing he could not change, and he had filed the technique away in the commonplace book under Manners in a small, careful entry titled Silence Use of. He moved into Black Manor on the 7th of June. Black Manor was, as Sirius had warned him, a great horrible heap. It was a tall, narrow house in Grimmauld Place, between two ordinary Muggle houses that had never been able to see it. It had 12 bedrooms, 4 of them haunted, a dining room large enough to seat 30 if all 30 were willing to be sneered at by oil paintings of dead blacks, a kitchen larger than that in which a deranged elderly house elf named Creature conducted a private one-man war against dust on grounds that the dust was insufficiently pure blood, and in the attic an entire cabinet of family dark artifacts that Sirius, on the second day, paused in front of, considered for 30 seconds, and asked Harry whether he would like to render down for parts. Harry, who had been assessing the cabinet through the system's overlay, had said yes. The system, in the course of one long afternoon, had taught him a small skill called dismantle, which allowed the monarch to deconstruct a magical object into its constituent components for storage and later use. And Harry had cleared the cabinet in 3 hours and netted, as ingredient stock for the commonplace book, 14 monocrystals of varying tiers, and the small grim satisfaction of converting a century of his godfather's family's accumulated cruelty into raw material for his own work. The 4 years that followed were the years of the tutorial. Harry would, in later life, remember them as some of the cleanest years of his life, cleaner even than the years that came after when his army was larger and his interface was finer and his place in the world more settled. Cleanness in his recollection came from the sequence of the work. Each week was a sequence. Each sequence had a rhythm. Each rhythm produced a small measurable progress, and the small progress was visible in the gilt rectangle, and the rectangle watching him was patient. The tutorial had several components. The first was stat allocation. Every time Harry leveled, the system awarded him stat points, and Harry, after some early experimentation that he tracked carefully, settled on a personal heuristic. He banked half. He distributed the other half by need. Perception for the months he spent learning to track the city by its small sound rhythms. Agility for the months he spent practicing physical motion under Sirius's amused supervision in the cleared ballroom on the 2nd floor. Intelligence in the months he spent reading the family library. Sense in the months he spent learning, with the system's help, to perceive the magical resonances of objects. He never put a point into strength. He reasoned that he did not, in any future he could foresee, intend to win any contest by being physically stronger than his opponent, and he had better uses for the value. By his 11th birthday, his strength was 11 and his intelligence was 78. He did not regret the asymmetry. The second component was the army. By the 2nd month at Black Manor, Harry had taken the system's small dungeon detection ping and used it to identify a low-tier cursed magical site within walking distance of Grimmauld Place, a small basement under an abandoned chemist's on the Marylebone Road that had at some point in the 19th century been the working basement of a minor warlock who had specialized in summoned imps, and had not, on the occasion of his own death, cleared his tenancy. The basement was, by the system's classification, a Tier 1 dungeon, stagnant, low, containing 6 imps of low rank and 1 moderately corrupt warlock shade as the boss. Harry had entered with both shadows. He had cleared it in 19 minutes. He had risen after the clearing the 6 imps and the warlock shade. The imps had become small, wiry scouts of his army. The warlock shade had become his 3rd human-class shadow, a thin, gaunt presence that called itself, in its courteous, undead way, Mr. Abrcrombi, and that Harry had assigned to the library. In the months that followed he cleared, with the system's polite assistance and Sirius's increasingly delighted superintendence. Sirius, who had not in his 32 years expected to find himself an apprentice combat strategist to a tutorial-led Shadow Monarch, had taken to the role with the slightly demented enthusiasm of a man for whom a long-deferred sense of purpose had at last walked through the front door, a series of additional dungeons. He cleared an old crypt under Highgate Cemetery in late August, and added 2 ghoul shadows and 1 revenant priest. He cleared, in November, a small cursed mill in Sussex that had been on the department's watch list since 1893, and added 3 inferi-grade shadows that had once been local laborers murdered by the mill's prior owner. He cleared the next spring the haunted east wing of a small derelict country house in Norfolk, and added a shadow that called itself in its slow, careful voice Colonel Fairwather, and that proved to be an excellent strategist. Harry assigned it the role of his battlefield advisor and put it in charge of training the imps. By the autumn of his 9th year, he had 31 shadows. By the autumn of his 10th, he had 40. By his 11th birthday, he had 47. Vernon, Petunia, and Mr. Abercrombie remained his 3 hand-picked staff. The other 44 were distributed across roles: scouts, archers, enforcers, library attendants, 2 cooks, 1 chess tutor, a shadow that had been in life, a senior chess master who had died at his board in 1962 in a Yorkshire pub and whom Harry had collected from a small dungeon Sirius had heard about in his cups, 1 French grammar tutor, and an officer corps of 12 led by Colonel Fairweather. They lived mostly in Black Manor or in the void storage of the Shadow Realm, which Harry had unlocked at level 14. They were, to anyone other than Harry, invisible unless summoned. They could, with practice, travel by shadow, which allowed Harry to call them across distances by means of any sufficiently dark corner. He never traveled, after his 8th year, anywhere without at least Vernon, Petunia, and one of the smaller scouts in his pocket shadow. The third component was the magical learning. He had, in the course of his 4th year at Black Manor, learned to read magical script, to brew low-tier potions, to cast 8 first-year spells and 3 second-year spells, to identify 40 common magical creatures by sight, to defend himself against 6 common minor curses, and to perform the wizarding equivalent of the 4 basic arithmetics. He had also, with Sirius's encouragement and the system's quiet supervision, learned to lie when lying was indicated, although he tried not to use the skill often. The system reported that lying had its own small fatigue cost, and Harry preferred his fatigue spent on real labor. The fourth and last was the relationship. He and Sirius, by the close of those 4 years, had become, and Harry would never afterward find a better word for it, a household. Black Manor, which had been a great horrible heap, was no longer great or horrible. It was a tall, slightly cluttered house in which 2 people lived together, with a library and a chess room, and a small enchanted vegetable garden on the 2nd floor, and a 47 shadow staff that included 1 chess tutor and 1 cook and a colonel. And a portrait of Sirius's mother in the front hall that had been removed, over her shrieking objections, and replaced with a portrait of Harry's parents on their wedding day that Sirius had commissioned for the place. Creature had, over the course of the 4 years, become slightly less deranged. He had attempted on 3 separate occasions to poison Sirius. Each time Harry had detected the attempt by means of the system's perception check and had, with Sirius's quiet support, sat Creature down at the kitchen table and explained that this was not, in fact, an acceptable mode of household interaction. By the 3rd attempt, Creature had, with the long, slow grace of an old elf finding a new master who treated him with the small, steady firmness of a child who refused, on principle, to be patronizing, accepted Harry as a new branch of the house and had ceased attempting to murder Sirius and had begun, instead, making him very excellent shepherd's pies. Harry had counted the transformation as one of his quieter administrative successes. Of all the 4 years' work, the clearing of the Highgate crypt remained, in Harry's memory, the cleanest. He recorded it in the commonplace book in some detail, because the system reported, by way of an evening footnote when he had returned to Black Manor and washed the chalk dust off his hands, that Highgate had been his first clear of a Tier 2 site and that he had performed it under level by 4. He liked, for reasons that had to do with the shape of his thinking and not with vanity, to do things under level. He had gone in at the end of August. He had gone with Vernon the Shadow at his right and Petunia the Shadow at his left, and Mr. Abercrombie 3 paces behind him in the role of magical observer. He had carried, in his small hand, the broken ruler from the cupboard, because he had a habit, by then, of carrying it with him to clearings as a small private talisman. The descent had been by a wrought iron staircase that had, since 1837, been quietly listed in the department's cursed sites register as a Class 4 Do Not Disturb, on the grounds that the previous attempts to clear it between 1850 and 1932, had each resulted in the loss of an auror. Harry, with his system overlay reading the air ahead of him in soft blue echoes, had stepped on the 2nd step from the top by its outer edge. The 3rd step would have rung a small old wraith bell tuned to wizard footsteps, and had descended the remaining 19 treads without making the iron sing once. At the bottom of the staircase, the crypt had opened into a cold, low brick room with a vaulted ceiling and the smell of old stone water. The boss, a revenant priest who had been in life a minor and rather cruel curate of a private cemetery chapel in 1812, had been sitting at the far end of the room with his hands folded in his lap and the patient hostility of a thing that had been waiting, in increasingly bad temper, for 179 years for someone to come down the stairs and disturb him. Around him, in the corners, his ghouls, 6 of them thin and bone yellow, had crouched in the low arches, watching with the small, hungry attention of creatures that were not, as a class, especially bright but were, as a class, extremely fast. The fight had lasted 94 seconds. It had lasted 94 seconds because Harry, having spent the previous 3 weeks studying the system's small embedded combat tutorial under Colonel Fairweather's prior arrangements, had opened the encounter by sending Vernon on a slow, easy walk, 3 meters into the room as bait. The ghouls, who had spent a great many years with insufficient stimulus, had charged Vernon all at once. Vernon, who had been Vernon Dursley in life and an enforcer Shadow in death and was at this point LV9, had taken the first ghoul by the throat in his left hand and the second ghoul by the throat in his right hand, and had broken both their necks in the same single motion before any of the others had reached him. The remaining 4 ghouls had then learned, in the small, slow way ghouls learn, that they had made a tactical error. By the time they had begun to revise their approach, Petunia the Shadow, who had not moved from the staircase but who had, by Mr. Abercrombie's quiet count, drawn her bowstring 6 times, had put 6 small shafts of pale not blue arrow into the 4 remaining ghouls at the rate of 1.5 per ghoul, and the ghouls in the small slow way ghouls die had died. The revenant priest had then stood up from his chair. He had stood up with the small, unhurried courtesy of a man who had been disturbed at a long-anticipated reading, and who was prepared, on the occasion, to be very polite about the disturbance. He had walked in his rusted black cassock 3 steps into the center of the room, and he had said in a voice that had once been the voice of a chapel curate and was now the voice of a thing whose lungs had not held air in 8 or 9 generations, "Boy, you will leave." Harry, who had been standing at the foot of the stairs with the broken ruler in his small hand, had said very politely, "No, sir, I will not." The priest had raised one bone-thin hand. The system in the corner of Harry's vision had written with the small, clean economy it always used in fights: incoming, curse, necrotic touch. Tier 3, range 5 speed 14 ms. Defense options: dodge prob 71%, block prob 22% requires shield, deflect prob 41% requires mana. Recommendation: dodge left, call shadow intercept. Harry had dodged left. He had stepped 2 paces to the left and slightly behind the wrought iron banister of the staircase, the way he had practiced under Colonel Fairweather's exacting eye. The curse had passed through the air where his small chest had been and had hit the lowest step of the staircase, which had blackened and crumbled with a thin, sour hiss. In the same half-second, Vernon the Shadow, who had not, after killing the ghouls, returned to Harry's side but had remained at 3 paces from the priest, had stepped in front of the priest at the moment of the priest's gesture and had laid his hand flat on the priest's chest the way a man lays a hand on a kitchen door he intends to close. And the priest, who had been in any reasonable assessment a moderately frightening Tier 2 boss, had been driven backwards into the far wall of the crypt with a force that Vernon's body should not, by any sober accounting of its mass, have been capable of producing. The priest had not screamed. The priest had said only in his thin, cold voice, "Oh." Harry, walking forward into the room with the broken ruler still in his hand, had stopped at the priest's feet. He had looked down. He had looked at the priest's small pinched face and his small uncovered teeth and the long thin marks at the corner of his mouth where in life his sneer had worn grooves into the skin. He had thought, in the way of a monarch who had now read enough of the manual to know his own permissions. Arise. The priest's eyes, which had been the dim gray of old rot, had widened very slightly, with the small, startled understanding of a creature that has spent 2 centuries on this side of death, and now realizes that it has met something which lives on a further side of it again. The not blue, with the small obliging shimmer that had become, by this point very familiar to Harry, had come forward, and the priest's chest, which had not risen in 2 centuries, finished in some metaphysical sense a last small rise, and the fall did not come. The Carters had set to him. The reweaving had taken, for a soul this old and this poorly maintained, almost 40 seconds, the longest extraction Harry had yet performed. When it was done, the priest had stood up from the wall in a small folded servant stance, the cassock now black and not trusted, the face composed, the eyes the perfect attentive black of a shadow of the monarch. It had said in a voice that had become, in death's second iteration, almost pleasant, "Master." "Mr. Abercrombie," Harry had said without turning, "would you mind taking this gentleman's preliminary intake? I should like him in the library by the end of the week." "With pleasure, master." The system had written on its quiet golden page, Shadow Soldier 11 bound, name Father Oliver, class Scholar Book Curse Specialist, loyalty absolute. Harry had filed it. He had walked out of the crypt with the small broken ruler still in his hand in the morning light on Highgate's pavement surprisingly warm, and he had bought on his walk home a small bag of roasted chestnuts from the man at the corner of Highgate Hill, and he had eaten them very slowly all the way back to Grimmauld Place. The chestnuts, like the omelette before them, had been very good, and he had been present in his mouth for everyone. He had recorded that evening in the commonplace book under manners a small new entry titled Courtesy to Enemies. A principle he had written in his small, steady hand: one should be polite even to the priest one is going to convert. The politeness costs nothing. The conversion proceeds the same. The benefit is to the person doing the converting, who, by keeping the courtesy alive in himself even at the moment of doing a hard thing, prevents the hard thing from teaching him to live without courtesies. I wish on the record to live with courtesies. The priest was rude, I was not. The priest, I think, lives now in a more courteous condition than he managed during his life. That in the small accounting is a gain. He had underlined the last sentence twice and had closed the book. Sirius had read it over his shoulder in the small, careful way Sirius read anything Harry wrote in the commonplace book, which was, with permission and without commentary as had been their arrangement from the start, and had said when Harry had closed the book, "Pup, you are very alarming sometimes. I want you to know I think it's, on balance, an improvement on the alternative. Thank you, Sirius." Toast ablaze. That was in retrospect a representative Highgate evening. Small clearing, small shadow added, small entry in the commonplace book, small toast with Sirius at the kitchen table at 10:15 with the gas lamps drawn down and Creature complaining about something in the pantry and Vernon the Shadow standing in the corner doing nothing in particular but doing it perfectly. The 4 years were full of such evenings. They were in Harry's catalogue the model of a satisfactory day. The dungeons stacked. The shadows accumulated, the interface evolved. By the end of the 4 years, Harry had unlocked, in order: Shadow Storage, Shadow Exchange, Map, Shop Tier 1, Shop Tier 2, Inventory Expansion, RUNES, Combat Log, Shadow Summoning Remote, Shadow Summoning DLAYD, Shadow Summoning MULTI, Domain of the Monarch, a small private throne room space that he could enter for 30 seconds at a time when he needed to think alone. And last, on the eve of his 11th birthday, the perk that the rectangle had with what Harry interpreted as some small amount of ceremony. Titled The Monarch's Recompense. Recompense allowed him, once per day, to extend the system's quiet, small healing trickle of his own surplus vitality to a designated non-player human within touching distance. It did not heal injuries, it merely sealed minor wounds and dialed back a little fatigue. He had tested it that evening on Sirius, who had had a headache and had not complained. Sirius's headache had gone. Sirius had not, at the moment of its going, known that Harry had done anything Harry had not told him. Harry had filed the not telling, like the silence when an adult cries, under manners, in a small entry titled Small GIFTS, WITHHELD Attribution FOR. On the morning of his 11th birthday, in the great drafty kitchen of Black Manor, with Creature serving him a small, precise breakfast of 2 boiled eggs and toast soldiers, a delicacy he had read about in one of Dudley's discarded books and had asked Creature for his birthday specifically to attempt, and Sirius, 4 years thinner of cheek but rounder of life, who had not in all the long evenings of those 4 years raised his voice at Harry once. Sitting across the table in a dressing gown with a small package wrapped in brown paper and string, the gilt rectangle in the corner of his vision wrote, with what Harry would have sworn was anticipation, Level 22 reached. Tutorial concluded. Hogwarts letter will arrive by owl 8947. New daily quest, attend the school. Harry looked across the table at Sirius. Sirius, who had been buttering his own toast, looked back. He had not by any sign been reading the rectangle because the rectangle was player only, but he had by long practice learned the small motion in Harry's face that meant the rectangle had just written. Pup, he said. Letter, Harry said. Today, then. At 9:47 by the system's count. Right, said Sirius. He took a bite of toast, he chewed, he swallowed, he said, Pup, I am, on the record, glad you've had 4 years not at that school. You're going to find it slow. I expect so. You're going to have to be patient with the other children. I expect so. You're going to have to be patient with the professors. I expect so. You are going to be, and Pup, I want you to take this in the spirit it is offered, the most quietly terrifying 11-year-old Hogwarts has ever admitted. Harry, considering the table, the toast, the small steady warmth of the kitchen, the patient shadow of Mr. Abercrombie in the corner cataloging the Morning Post, the gilt rectangle ticking its discreet metronome at the bottom of his field of vision, and his godfather across the table from him, looked up and said, with the small private smile he had in 4 years slowly and carefully grown into being able to wear at a breakfast table, I expect so. The owl arrived in the front window at 9:47 exactly. Chapter 5, The Magical Investigation. The department's investigation of Harry began on the 8th of June, the morning after he had moved into Black Manor, and it took, in the small bureaucratic sense, 4 years to conclude. In the larger sense, in the sense in which an investigation does not conclude so much as it produces. After the necessary procedures have been performed, a verdict that can then be lived under, it had concluded by the autumn of his 8th year, when Madame Bones signed in the corner office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at 4:20 on a wet Tuesday afternoon. A Form 14C personal that registered, for the first time in the recorded history of the wizarding world. A magical player. The investigation proceeded through 3 phases. Harry, who had been asked at the outset to give consent to all three, had given consent in writing in a small, careful hand. He had asked before signing only one question. He had asked whether the consent was revocable. Madame Bones, who had been across the table from him in her plum cloak with the monocle in her left eye, had said, "At any time, by single notification in writing or in person, the department will respect your withdrawal. You will not be punished for it. If, however, you withdraw, certain protective arrangements that depend on the department's understanding of the system will lapse, and you will need to negotiate alternatives. I would like you to know that I am personally not in favor of those alternatives." Harry, who had appreciated the candor, had signed. Phase 1 was the Cursebreakers. They came in a small delegation of 3 from Gringotts, by formal Ministry of Magic invitation on the second Wednesday of June. The lead Cursebreaker was a tall, slender wizard in his late 40s named Mr. Andreas, of Czech extraction, with 2 gold rings in his right ear and the long, quiet professional reverence of a man who had spent 26 years in the tombs of Egypt and had come out of them with no superstitions whatsoever and a great many useful diagnostics. He had been brought with 2 assistants, a younger witch named Greta Vargas, all in black with a clay pipe in her mouth, who specialized in the detection of soul magic artifacts, and a small, slight wizard named Mr. Lin in a deep blue robe who had been imported at Madame Bones's specific request from the Hong Kong branch and who specialized in dimensional inscriptions. They had set up in the upstairs ballroom at Black Manor that Sirius had cleared of furniture for the purpose, a small portable diagnostic theater, a chalked circle of pale silver runes within a chalked square of pale gold ones, with 3 crystal pylons at the corners and a 4th at the center where Harry, in clean clothes and the dark blue jumper that had become his uniform for occasions of formality, was asked to stand. He had stood for 4 hours that morning, and again for 4 hours that afternoon, while the 3 Cursebreakers had circled the rune array and cast, in turn, every diagnostic they had brought. Harry, who had been given the option to read while they worked, had read. He had finished, over the course of those 8 hours, 2/3 of a small treatise titled Construct Magic, Animations and Bindings, which Mr. Andreas had brought him as a courtesy on entering the room and which he had given Harry to keep. The findings, written up in Mr. Andreas's elegant slanted hand, ran to 41 pages. The summary, in 2 paragraphs at the head, ran as follows. The phenomenon associated with the subject, Mr. Potter, is not, in our combined professional judgment, an instance of any magic known to the human magical tradition. It does not respond to the standard probes for transfiguration, charm work, ritual magic, necromancy of the standard kinds, blood magic of the standard kinds, or any of the recognized dimensional displacements. It does not respond to the probes for curses, hexes, jinxes, dark possessions, or familial inheritances. It is not, we are confident, the work of Mr. Potter himself. It is being mediated through him by a separate, evidently sapient, evidently external administrative entity which we have, for purposes of our report, designated the system. The system is not detectable to our instruments. Its operations on Mr. Potter, however, leave detectable traces in the form of microinscriptions on the soul pattern, the cellular structure, and the immediate ambient magical field. The microinscriptions are baroque, precise, beautiful, and by our reading of them, not magical in the technical sense at all. They appear to be administrative. The shadows associated with Mr. Potter at the time of inspection, 3 of them, are in our combined professional judgment neither in fairy, nor liches, nor boggart cast doubles, nor any of the recognized dark constructs. They are, by every test we can apply, what the system calls them, shadow soldiers. They are bodies of the dead reanimated by the imposition of an extracted and reshaped soul that retains the technical aptitudes of the original life. The binding to Mr. Potter is absolute. The binding cannot be broken by any spell we have tried, by any ritual we have tried, by any artifact we have tried, or by any combination of the 3. The binding is not, however, in our judgment, dark. It is, on the contrary, by every test of moral magical resonance we have applied, a kind of magic of a quality we have not previously been able to test for. We can only describe it, in the absence of better terminology, as a magic of perfect lawfulness. The shadows are loyal. They will not, in our judgment, ever act against any non-combatant. They will defend Mr. Potter and his household with their full available capacity. They will, in our judgment, in the absence of Mr. Potter's direction, sit quietly. They are, in the strictest practical sense, not dangerous to the public. They are dangerous only to those whom Mr. Potter, in his sole judgment, determines to be threats to his person, and they cannot be turned against him by any method we have been able to identify. We therefore recommend, with the unanimous endorsement of our team, that no curse-breaking action be undertaken against Mr. Potter or against his shadows. We further recommend that the department register the phenomenon under a new category to be devised for the purpose. We further recommend, finally, that the department afford Mr. Potter the cooperation of its full investigative apparatus in helping him to understand the system, on the grounds that the system, by every indication, is on the side of the department's own founding purposes and is not in conflict with them. Mr. Andreas had given Harry a copy of the report in the front hall of Black Manor on the evening of its filing, had shaken his hand with great formality, and had said in his quiet voice in a Czech-accented English, "Mr. Potter, in 26 years I have read approximately 1,000 reports of this kind. I have written approximately 300. I have never in either capacity encountered a phenomenon that I would describe as administrative. I do not, for the avoidance of doubt, intend a pejorative by that word. I intend a compliment. The thing that is happening through you is the cleanest piece of magical work I have ever read. I do not understand it. I do not require to. I wish you only very good and very careful use of it." "Thank you, Mr. Andreas," Harry had said. "Should you ever," Mr. Andreas had said, "wish to apprentice in tomb breaking, I would consider it an honor to take you on at any age you decide. Curses as a class are afraid of you. I can think of several reasons why that should be useful." Harry had bowed slightly the very small parlor bow Petunia the Shadow had been teaching him. "I will," he had said, "remember the offer." Phase 2 was the unspeakables. The unspeakables came in a different way. They did not, as the Cursebreakers had, arrive in a delegation. They arrived one at a time, at irregular intervals over the course of 15 months, and each of them stayed for a single afternoon and asked Harry a single very narrow technical question and then left without giving a name. The first of them was Croaker, whom Harry had already met. The second was a tall, middle-aged witch with the slightly inhuman bearing of a person who has spent decades looking at things they were not meant to look at. The third was a small old man in a deep-hooded gray robe who spoke only Latin, and to whom Harry, prepared by 3 months of Mr. Abercrombie's careful Latin tutoring, was able to give precise answers in Mr. Abercrombie's patient classical idiom. There were in total 11 unspeakables. They asked between them 11 questions. The questions with Harry's answers ran approximately as follows. Question 1, Croaker, what does the system call itself in its own internal labels? Answer, the system most often labels itself in its own internal pages as dimensional administration this realm. It has on certain headers used player committee and on certain footers the game. It does not appear to consider these labels mutually exclusive. It does not in any of its writings refer to itself in the first person plural. It refers to itself in the first person singular, but uses the pronoun rarely. Question 2, Tall Witch. Does the system assert any prior interaction with Earth? Answer. The system reports that it has, prior to my registration, selected at least one other player on this planet in the present generation. The player's designation is in the system's labels, Player 1, and the system reports that Player 1 is alive, currently somewhere in Asia, and that his identity is, by the system's policy, confidential to me. The system reports that there are not currently any other players on Earth. Question 3, Old Man in Latin. Does the system claim alignment with any moral system? Answer, in Latin, the system claims alignment with no moral system. It reports its protocols as operational rather than moral. Its operations, however, by observation, are consistent with the protection of selected players from injury at the hands of those who are not players, by means proportionate to the threats those non-players present. The system has not, in my experience, encouraged me to act except in defense or in development of my capacities. It has actively discouraged me on 3 occasions from taking actions that would have inflicted disproportionate harm. Question 4, Small Witch with a tortoiseshell comb. Is the system detectable by you when it is not actively writing to you? Answer, it is present in my field of vision continuously as a small tucked window. I can dismiss the window remains in my awareness regardless. The presence is not invasive, it is quiet. It is, in the simplest possible analogy, like the presence of a wristwatch one is not consulting, one is aware that the watch is there. Question 5, Tall, thin wizard with a scar across one eyelid. Has the system asserted any cosmological claims? Answer, the system has, on 3 occasions, in pages I had not directly requested, alluded to the existence of multiple dimensions of which this realm is one. It has not described the others. It has, however, on a single occasion written the phrase prior REALMS have been lost, which I take to be a cosmological claim of some weight. I have not pressed it on the point. The system, on the only occasion when I asked, declined to elaborate on the grounds that the answer was in its phrase above my current clearance. Question 6, Stout middle-aged wizard with a hand mirror. Can the system write to others through you? Answer, number or, more precisely, the system has on no occasion attempted to do so. I have never produced text I did not intend to produce. I have never spoken sentences I did not intend to speak. I have never, in the 4 months I have been a player, had any reason to believe that the system is using me as a conduit for any purpose other than the management of my own player account. Question 7, Croaker returning. If the system were lost, if it withdrew from this dimension tomorrow, what would remain of your capacities? Answer, I have asked the system this. The system reports that it can, at any time of its choosing, withdraw, and that on withdrawal, my interface would close, my access to the shadow storage would close, and any unborn shadows would lapse. The shadows currently bound to me, however, would remain bound. Their binding is, in the system's language, permanent and external to ongoing system mediation. I would, in this scenario, retain a small shadow army with no further reinforcements and no quality of life UI. I would, in essence, become a wizard with an unusual private staff. Question 8, Tall Witch returning. Has the system ever lied to you? Answer, not to my knowledge. I have at several points tested it against verifiable facts known to me independently. It has been correct on each occasion. I have on 3 occasions asked it questions whose answers I could not verify. In each of those cases, it provided answers that I subsequently verified by other means to be correct. I have on no occasion caught it in an inconsistency. I have on one occasion caught it in a refusal to answer, which I accepted as a courtesy rather than an evasion. Question 9, Small Old Man in Latin, second visit. Does the system govern you? Answer, in Latin, number the system advises. The system provides interfaces and rewards. The system cannot, by my testing, compel me to take any action. I have, on 6 occasions, refused system recommendations. The system has, on each occasion, recorded the refusal without penalty and continued to provide its services. I have never been threatened by the system. I have never been bribed. I have only on rare occasions been encouraged. The encouragements have, in my judgment, been correct. Question 10, Mr. Lin returning in his unspeakable capacity. What is the system's interest in you? Answer, I have asked. The system replied, to administer the provisions of your registration to your best interest as understood by you. I take this to mean that the system is not, in any ordinary sense, interested in me as a person. It is interested in me as the holder of a license that it issues, and its function with respect to me is to make the license useful. The system has not expressed in any of its writings an emotional preference for me. I do not require it to. Question 11, Croaker, third and final visit. If we, the department, made an enemy of you, would we be making an enemy of the system? Answer, I have asked. The system replied, attacks on you by duly constituted magical authorities in good faith are not grounds for system retaliation. Attacks by the same in bad faith or for personal advancement of specific officials may be grounds for personal defense by the player but not for system retaliation. The system administers but does not feud. This is a founding protocol. I take this to mean no, you would not be making an enemy of the system. You would be making an enemy only of me. I would prefer that we did not need to find out which of us was the more troublesome. Croaker, on the day of the final question, had nodded with the small, solemn satisfaction of a man who had received an answer he had been looking for. He had stood up. He had bowed slightly, the first bow Harry had received from an unspeakable. He had said, Mr. Potter, the department is satisfied. We will not formally make a finding adverse to you. We will instead make a finding novel, which is the technical term for a finding that creates a new category. You will be the only entry in the new category for the foreseeable future. The category will be Registered Magical Player Rank 1. I should, on behalf of the department, thank you for your patience with our questions. You have been, by every standard I am aware of, more cooperative than the department had any right to expect. Thank you, sir, Harry had said. You should know, Croaker had added in the small, dry voice of a man who has spent 30 years saying things people did not always hear, that the department's finding does not depend on your continuing cooperation. The finding is binding regardless. You may at any future date refuse further interviews, the finding will stand. I tell you this so that you understand, the department does not consider itself to have leverage over you. We consider ourselves to have instead a working relationship. We hope to keep it. I hope so too, sir. Good night, Mr. Potter. Good night, sir. Phase 3 was the Wisengamot. The Wisengamot, in Harry's experience, was an enormous high-ceilinged subterranean chamber of dark wood and dark stone, lit by 1,000 small floating candles, with tiered benches in concentric circles around a central well, in which the witness stood on a small worn red carpet and looked up at 50 old men and women in plum-colored robes who looked down at the witness with the small, steady interest of senior chamber musicians studying a new composition. Harry had been brought on the 7th of October of his 8th year to stand on the small worn red carpet, in his clean blue jumper and the small gray trousers that no longer drowned him, with Madame Bones beside him in her plum cloak and her monocle in her left eye and her hand on his shoulder. The hearing had lasted 6 hours. It had been by ordinary Wisengamot standards an exceptionally short hearing for a matter of its constitutional novelty. It had been short because Madame Bones had brought in 2 enchanted trunks, the full report of Mr. Andreas's Cursebreaker's 41 pages, the bound transcript of the Unspeakable's 11 questions and Harry's 11 answers 190 pages, Healer Strout's medical record of the Discovery Night and the subsequent care 29 pages, Aura Proudfoot's verbatim transcript of the kitchen table interview 11 pages, and a small leather-bound volume titled The Cupboard. Being a dossier on the living conditions of Mr. Potter prior to his registration, 22 pages with photographic plates, which Madame Bones had compiled and signed and which she had submitted as Annex F. The Wisengamot had been given in advance 2 weeks to read the entire dossier, and the Wisengamot by long practice did its reading. The questions, when they came, had therefore been narrow. They had been the kind of narrow that Harry, who had spent 4 months preparing for narrow questions, had been ready for. He had answered them in the same small clinical voice he had used at the kitchen table at Privet Drive. He had answered them without volunteering more than he was asked, but also without omitting anything that the question had directly required. He had used in the course of 6 hours, 23, I do not knows, and 7, I would prefer not to answer on grounds of personal privacy each of which had been accepted by the Chief Warlock without further pressure. He had used also 3, the system has informed me that the answer is above my current clearance which had produced in the chamber small murmurs of professional respect, because as Madame Bones had told him in advance, the Wisengamot would, of all groups in the magical world, be the one most likely to understand the value of a sub-administrative entity that knew when not to reveal its hand. Chief Warlock Dumbledore had presided. He had presided from the high seat at the head of the chamber in his deep purple robes with the moon and stars embroidered, with his half-moon spectacles down at the end of his long crooked nose. He had not at any point in the 6 hours raised his voice. He had not at any point asked Harry a hostile question. He had asked 4 questions, each at intervals of approximately 90 minutes, each carefully phrased to leave Harry room either to answer or to decline. He had, after the second question, made a small private note on the small parchment in front of him, and Harry, who had been watching, had registered the note as significant. The 2 questions Dumbledore had asked that had mattered by Harry's count had been these. The first, at hour 2, Mr. Potter, if the system were hypothetically to instruct you to perform an action which you considered immoral, would you perform it? Harry had said, no, sir, I would not. The system does not, by my experience, instruct. The system advises. If, however, the system advised in a direction I considered immoral, I would not act on the advice. I should clarify that I have not yet, in 4 months, encountered an instance of system advice that I have considered immoral. I have, in 3 instances, considered the advice questionable and have refused it. The system has accepted the refusal without complaint. I would do the same with any future advice I considered immoral. The Wisengamot on the benches had murmured, Dumbledore had nodded slowly, very slowly, and had made the small parchment note that Harry had registered. The second question at hour 4, Mr. Potter, there are in this chamber 50 witches and wizards who have spent their adult lives in the management of magical institutions. We are accustomed to instruments of administration that are made by us, that we can examine and that we can, when necessary, modify or replace. The system is, by your account, an instrument of administration made by no one we know of that we cannot examine and that we cannot modify or replace. May I ask, how do you personally feel about being the means of access by which this instrument touches our world? Harry had paused for some seconds. He had paused for the same reason a craftsman pauses before drawing the first line of a difficult inscription, because he had recognized that the question was the most important he had been asked, and he wanted his answer to be exactly right. He had thought about it. He had thought into the gilt rectangle. The gilt rectangle very quietly had written, answer truly, I will not contradict you. He had answered, sir, the honest answer is that I do not much mind. I am 8 years old. I have been a player for 4 months. The player account I have been given is an instrument that has, in those 4 months, kept me alive, that has made me, by every measure I have, a better-equipped person, and that has not, on any single occasion, asked me to act against my conscience. I am not, however, naive. I understand that an instrument I have been given for 4 months may, at any moment in the next 80 years, ask of me something I do not wish to give. If that day comes, I will refuse. I have the system's confirmation that the refusal will be honored. I have also my godfather who will help me think clearly in the moment of refusing. I have also Madame Bones, whose office I trust to assist me if I require it. I have finally the small private hope which I am willing to state in this chamber on the record that the day may not come because the system has, in its own quiet way, indicated an interest in players who do not require coercion in order to be useful, and I intend to remain a player who does not require it. That, sir, is the most truthful answer I can give you. Dumbledore had looked at him for a long time over the half-moon spectacles. He had not, in the looking, weighed him, he had attended to him. Then he had inclined his head a quarter of an inch and had said in the small, careful voice that meant the answer had landed where he had intended it to land, "Thank you, Mr. Potter." The Wisengamot, after the 6th hour, had retired to deliberate. It had returned in 43 minutes. The verdict, delivered by Chief Warlock Dumbledore in a small voice that carried clearly to every bench of the chamber, ran as follows. This body, having considered the dossier of Mr. Harry James Potter and the testimony of Mr. Potter himself, and having found Mr. Potter to be a truthful witness as to his own experience, finds, first, that the system, as Mr. Potter describes it, is a phenomenon of dimensional ranking protocol magic, unique to Mr. Potter at the time of this hearing, not transferable to any other person, and not removable by any means known to the Department of Mysteries or to this body. Second, that the shadow soldiers associated with Mr. Potter are not constructs cognizable under any existing category of wizarding law as dark, but are by the unanimous report of the Cursebreakers and the Department of Mysteries, lawful entities that they are in the system's own words, lawful conversions from threats, and that the bond between Mr. Potter and his shadows is recognized by this body as a bond of equivalent legal force to a familiar bond. With the further provision that this body declines to inquire further into its mechanism, beyond the assurance that the mechanism is not, in our judgment, dark. Third, that Mr. Potter is henceforth registered with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as the first instance of a new legal category, to wit, Registered Magical Player Rank 1. The category is created by this hearing for the express purpose of providing Mr. Potter and any future persons who may be similarly afflicted or graced with a stable framework under which his rights and responsibilities can be understood by this body and protected by the department. Fourth, that no further intervention by this body in Mr. Potter's affairs is at this time indicated, that Mr. Potter is at liberty to continue his life under the guardianship of Mr. Sirius Orion Black, who is hereby confirmed as his legal guardian, and that Mr. Potter is, when of age, to receive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry the same education as any other magical child of his year, subject to the reasonable accommodations of his particular condition, which accommodations are to be agreed in due course between the headmaster, the guardian, and the department. So orders this body. The Wisengamot had risen. The Wisengamot had bowed in concert in the small ceremonial half-bow that the body reserved for the close of a constitutional hearing. Madame Bones, on the small worn red carpet beside Harry, had put her hand very briefly on the top of his head, the only time in their entire acquaintance that she would ever do so, and had said in a voice that only he could hear, "Well done, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, ma'am. We have time before they file out for me to ask you one personal question." "I will not ask it if you do not consent. You may ask, was it hard?" He had considered the question. He had considered the 6 hours, and the 50 pairs of eyes from the benches, and the small worn red carpet on which his feet had stood without moving for almost the whole time, and the careful slow voice of the Chief Warlock, and the slow patient compilation of his answers in his own head, and the slow patient release of the answers into the chamber. He had said, "Yes, ma'am, it was hard. But it was a kind of hard that I am, on the whole, glad I have done." The kind of hard that I had been doing in the cupboard was the kind that did not, at the end, leave one anything. The kind of hard I have done today leaves me something. That is, I think, a better trade. Madame Bones had nodded. "Mr. Potter," she had said, "you will sometimes in the years ahead find yourself in front of people who will tell you that you are a child and should not be carrying what you carry. Some of them will mean it kindly. When that happens, I would like you to remember that this body found you a truthful witness as to your own experience. You are entitled from this day forward to be treated as the witness to your own life. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am. Go home to your godfather." "Yes, ma'am." He had taken the portkey home. He had landed in the front hall of Black Manor on his feet. Sirius had been waiting in the hall in his dressing gown with 2 mugs of cocoa and an expression that in Harry's catalogue he had labeled by then simply Sirius, an expression at once anxious, proud, amused, and determined, which managed to be all 4 without ever being any of them in particular. "Pup," Sirius had said. "How did it go?" "It went," Harry had said, "well, in the sense that I am a magical player rank 1 by Wisengamot order." "You are?" "I am." "Pup, drink your cocoa." Harry had drunk his cocoa. It was, like the omelette before it, very good, and like every good thing he had encountered in the world since his 8th birthday, he was present in his mouth for every sip. Sirius had sat across from him on the wide bottom step of the staircase in his dressing gown with his own mug of cocoa, and had not for some minutes spoken. Then he had said, "You know, Pup, your father, when he was your age, also had a sort of administrative entity. It was called Mrs. Potter." "Yes, sir. She had similar policies about moral advice, about refusal, about politeness to enemies. They were in her case transmitted by the conventional means." "Yes, sir." "What I mean to say, Pup, is that the form is different. The substance is, I think, not. Your mother and father would have read that verdict tonight, and they would have nodded at every paragraph. I want you to know that. I want you to know that the people who registered you today registered in some technical sense a phenomenon. But what they actually registered in the way that matters was the kind of small grave boy your mother and father would have raised on their own if they had been allowed to. The system has done in 4 years some of what they would have done in 18. It has not done all of it. There is still a great deal for me to do. I intend, pup, to do it. Harry, who had not been told this before in those words by anyone, sat with his mug of cocoa held in both hands and let the sentence settle. He thought after a while that he ought to say something. He thought after a further while that no, in fact, the small lesson he had learned in the corridor of St. Mungo's the morning he had met Sirius, that silence, when an adult had given him a thing he had not known how to receive, was the correct technique applied here too. He drank his cocoa. He let Sirius sit beside him. The hall clock ticked. Vernon the Shadow stood, distant and attentive, by the front door. The gilt rectangle in his corner of vision wrote very softly the single small line it had written at the end of the long evening at the kitchen table on the first night. "You are welcome, Monarch." Harry in his small private register agreed. He was increasingly in this house. He was increasingly welcome. The world which had begun 4 years ago the size of a cupboard was now on this evening the size of a great horrible heap in Grimmauld Place that was for him no longer either great or horrible but simply home. He drank the last of his cocoa. He set the mug down on the step. He leaned very slightly against his godfather's shoulder. Sirius, without comment, leaned back. That in Harry's small private register had been the formal end of the investigation. What followed over the next 3 years was the long, slow, productive period that the lawyers, the healers, and the aurors had given him by signing their respective documents and going away. He used it well. By the morning of the owl letter at 9:47 on his 11th birthday, he had become, in every measurable sense, a different boy than the one Madame Bones had crouched in front of in the corridor of number 4. He was taller, he was steadier, he was 47 shadows wealthier, he was LV22. He had a library, a chess tutor, a French tutor, a Latin tutor, a defense against the dark arts tutor, Sirius, a charms tutor, Sirius, a transfiguration tutor, Sirius, badly, and a potions tutor, a sad, shy, elderly witch named Madame Vespers who came to Black Manor on Tuesdays and Thursdays and pretended to be unimpressed by him in a way Harry found extremely endearing. He had an extensive and slightly eccentric wardrobe of dark blue jumpers, which had become, in his small private register, his uniform of personal occasions, because the dark blue had been the color of the first jumper Petunia the Shadow had ever buttoned him into. He had in his commonplace book 411 entries. He had also the small steady knowledge that he was, by Wisengamot order, by department finding, by Cursebreaker's report, by Unspeakable's 11th question, and most importantly by Sirius's settled and unsensational opinion, the witness to his own life. He intended on the train to Hogwarts the next September to remain so. There was also in the autumn of his 10th year the Diagon Alley incident. He recorded it in the commonplace book under the small subheading public, and he recorded it with the kind of detail he reserved for moments that he suspected would, in retrospect, be useful to him as case material. He had gone, with Sirius, to Diagon Alley on a Saturday morning in early November to acquire, in advance of his Hogwarts year, a set of professional-grade potions equipment and a small private supply of rare ingredients that Madame Vespers had recommended he begin to lay in. They had been browsing, in Slug and Jiggers, the apothecary at the far end of the alley, when the warding bell at the front of the shop had sounded a single low note that Harry, by long habit, had recognized as the kind of note a wardstone makes when, in the next 90 seconds, something is going to come through it that the warder did not invite. The system in his corner of vision had written with the unhurried economy he had come to depend on in moments of physical risk. Hostile incursion detected. Diagon Alley East Gate, profile 6 masked attackers, Death Eater insignia NON courtier arms, WANDS drawn, intent public assault symbolic targets NON specific evident primary objective terror. Estimated arrival at your location 71 seconds. Recommendation: remain, stage intercept from within. Harry had set down the small vial of powdered moonstone he had been considering. He had said in a small, even voice that Sirius, who had been at the next counter examining a row of stoppered files, had registered immediately. 6. Inbound, Death Eater masks, East Gate. Sirius had not in his expression panicked. Sirius had in his expression briefly become the man Harry knew he had been at 21 and that Azkaban had hidden under 6 years of stone. He had drawn his wand. He had walked to the door of the apothecary without making it look like a walk. He had glanced once at Harry, and Harry had given him the small, even nod that, by long arrangement between them, meant, "I have it, deploy with confidence." Sirius had stepped through the apothecary door into the street and had very quietly, in the calm voice of a man delivering a public information notice, asked everyone in the immediate 15-meter cone to please move with him into the shop's back room. The voice had carried by the unhurried art he had inherited from his great-grandfather with a small compulsion against panic. 11 persons in the apothecary's vicinity, including Slug himself, had moved smoothly into the back room without questions. Sirius had closed the door behind them and locked it with a small charm of his own design. He had returned to the counter beside Harry and taken up, by way of cover, a small selection of the powdered moonstone. The first masked attacker had passed the apothecary's window 40 seconds later, the second 12 seconds after that, the third, fourth, and fifth in a loose triangle 10 seconds further. The sixth, the slowest, the heaviest, the one who walked with the small lumbering rolling gait that the system, in a small efficient gloss, identified as CRABB Richard SR, age 41, former Death Eater, enrolled 1979, acquitted 1981, IMPRIUS defense, accepted, current status, NON active, backsliding, armed. Lead follower of group had stopped outside the apothecary and had turned his head very slowly toward the window. His mask, the system reported, was a cheap aftermarket replica. His wand, the system reported, was Crab's own. Harry had thought into the guilt. He is within range. The system had written affirmative, intent to harm active. Public, engage. Harry had thought stage, permit the larger pattern to develop. Crab will return to this window. He had been correct. The 5 lead attackers had passed Slug and Jiggers and continued up the alley, throwing small destructive curses at shop windows in a desultory ritual designed to produce noise rather than casualties. Crab SR. The backmarker had been instructed by his fellows by hand signal to wait at the apothecary as a fallback. He had stationed himself in the shop doorway with his wand drawn, and the small theatrical confidence of a man who believed his presence on a doorway in robes was by itself a deterrent. Sirius beside Harry had whispered, "Pup, he's at the door. I see him. Plan, you stay, I go. Vernon and Petunia are in pocket shadow. Mr. Abercrombie is in the back room behind the door we sealed. He will move out the rear and intercept the 5 lead attackers in the alley at the chemist's at the far end with the lead disruptor. I will take Crab. Take him meaning. Take him meaning, take him serious." Sirius had paused for a small second. He had nodded once. Harry had walked in his small dark blue jumper to the front of the apothecary. He had opened the door. He had stepped into the doorway. He had stopped on the threshold. Crab SR, who had been positioned with his back to the door, had turned his head and, on seeing a child on the threshold, had said in the small, bored voice of a thug informing a child of a small, ambient inconvenience, "Inside, brat." Now, Harry had looked up at him with the small, grave courtesy he had reserved in his life for adults to whom he had decided he owed nothing. "No, sir," he had said. The system in the corner of his vision had written, "Incoming, curse, CRUCIATUS, Tier 4. Specific target U, range 1, 4M delay, 4 SEC. Defense options, dodge prob 23%, minor room only, block nil, requires shield charm 80 year level, unavailable, mortal arrest of caster, prob 99%, range OK. Recommendation, mortal arrest." Harry had thought into the rectangle with the same clerk's calm he had used the first night, why there was no sound. Crab SR, who had been mid-incantation, finished a rise of his chest and the fall did not come. The wand fell from his hand. It rolled on its long tapered length 3 inches across the cobble. Crab SR's body, with the small unceremonious slump of a man whose voluntary musculature had been put off duty at very short notice, dropped to its knees, then to its side on the doorstep of Slug and Jiggers. Harry on the threshold in his small dark blue jumper said in a voice not loud but as before his own, "Arise." The cold came forward. It came forward in the daylight, in the front doorway of an apothecary on Diagon Alley, in full view of 2 ladies on the pavement opposite who had not yet had time to begin to scream, and it settled on Richard Crab SR, without ceremony. The knot blue gathered the gray form and the Carters set to it with the small businesslike efficiency Harry had learned to expect from them on second extractions and onward. They took, this time, less than 4 seconds. Crab SR, on his side, finished in some metaphysical sense his second rise and stood up. His eyes in the doorway were the perfect attentive black of a Shadow of the Monarch. He retrieved his wand from the cobble. He turned to Harry. He gave the small enforcer's bow. "Master," it said. The 2 ladies on the pavement opposite did then begin to scream. Harry, on the threshold, looked across the street at them and lifted one small hand. He said in the small carrying voice he had practiced for public occasions, "Ladies, you may continue with your mourning. The department is in attendance. The disturbance is concluded." The department, in fact, was not yet in attendance, but they would be in 80 seconds by the system's prediction. He had decided to anticipate the arrival. The ladies on the pavement opposite, looking from the small boy on the doorstep to the man with the black eyes standing behind him with a bow that had a certain odd grace, had stopped screaming and had moved instead to a half-suppressed astonishment that Harry would, later, treat as the cleanest possible public reaction he could have asked for in the circumstances. Mr. Abercrombie, behind the apothecary's back wall, had intercepted, by then, the 5 lead attackers in the alley by means of a small, clever cascade of book curses he had borrowed from the library that morning. None of the 5 had died. 3 had been mortally arrested at Harry's later quiet instruction, processed in the back room of the Auror Dispatch office an hour later in front of Madame Bones and 2 witnesses, and added to the army as Shadows 44, 45, and 46. The remaining 2 had been left for the department to process by ordinary law. Crab SR became Shadow 43 by intake order, but in the order in which he had been bound, he was the staff Shadow Harry came to think of as the third of his hand-picked enforcers, alongside Vernon and Petunia because Crab SR, in his second life, proved an excellent doorkeeper, a competent gardener, and in the months that followed, the staff Shadow to whom Harry assigned, by quiet permanent posting, the role of personal guard during all public excursions. The incident appeared in the Prophet the following morning under the headline "The Boy WHO Lived Intervenes in Alley Attack," beneath a moving photograph in which Harry, in his small dark blue jumper, was shown stepping forward over Crab SR's collapsing body with the small grave expression of a child performing very competently, a job he had not asked to be his but had decided to do well. The article was extremely careful with the facts, because Madame Bones had asked the Prophet to be so on her own authority, and the Prophet, which had since the Weisengamot's verdict treated Harry with a small, careful editorial caution, had complied. Harry had read it over breakfast with Sirius and had filed the cutting in the commonplace book under public with the small private postscript. The recompense is, on average, that things are not always going to be private. The trade is acceptable, but I should rehearse, more often, what my face does in moments of public action. The photograph is correct, but my left eyebrow is doing a small thing I had not been aware of. I shall practice. He practiced. Chapter 6, Hogwarts Arrival. The train left King's Cross at 11 o'clock precisely, which was, by Harry's count, the most well-managed departure of a passenger train he had observed in his life, and he had ridden, in the course of his 4 years at Black Manor, 14 Muggle trains for the sake of practice. He had insisted on the practice because Sirius had once said at a kitchen table in Grimmauld Place that if you ever want to disappear, pup, the easiest way in the world is to take a Muggle train and the department won't find you for a fortnight. And Harry had taken the observation in the spirit in which it had been offered, which was as an item of useful intelligence about a competent escape protocol that he hoped, sincerely, never to need. He had not yet needed it. He stood on platform 9 3/4 at 10:56, in the dark blue jumper that was now his school day uniform under his black school robes, with his small leather trunk at his feet and a slightly larger steamer trunk beside it that contained, in a fitted compartment, his Hogwarts books in single neat rows, his potions kit in clean stoppered slots, his dress robes, his small library of personal volumes, 18 hand-selected, his commonplace book, his small jar of powdered moonstone that Madame Vespers had insisted he carry as a personal good luck charm, his wand 11 inches Holly Phoenix score which Mr. Ollivander had handed him with the slightly stunned attention of a man who had just made a sale he had been expecting since 1981 and had not in 9 years decided how he would feel about it, and in a small velvet-lined inner pouch the broken ruler from the cupboard, which he had never since the night of the move left in any container that could be searched. The shadows were not, for once, in pocket. They were in shadow storage in the Black Manor's South Library by his careful arrangement. They could, the system reported, listen. He had told them they could listen. Sirius stood beside him in his best black coat, the one Harry had badgered him into having altered, and the small wry expression on his face that he wore at every separation, which was the expression of a man saying goodbye to the person he loved most in the world and treating the goodbye by personal policy as if it were a small interesting story he was telling himself. Pup, he said. Sirius, you have everything. Yes, Sirius, you have the small ruler. Yes, Sirius. You have the cocoa mix creature made you. Yes, Sirius, 3 tins. You have the photograph. Yes, Sirius. You have, if it becomes necessary, the small disengagement portkey Madame Bones gave you, which you will not use except in case of an attempt on your person which you cannot decline by the ordinary means. Yes, Sirius. You have in your inner pocket the small folded piece of parchment with the addresses of the 3 persons in the wider world who, if you ever require to disappear by Muggle train, will receive you and ask no questions. Yes, Sirius, the Brigadier and Andromeda, Mr. Lynn. Good. Sirius paused. He looked down at him. Pup, Sirius. You are going to like it. I expect so. You are not going to like all of it. I expect that too. You are going to find the other children, pup. They are going to be 11. Yes, Sirius, so am I in an odd technical sense, pup. In every technical sense, sir, I am precisely 11. Yes, said Sirius. Pup, you are precisely 11, and yet you have 8 years of strategic tactical administrative experience that no other 11-year-old at Hogwarts is going to possess, and the asymmetry, Pup, is going to be. He shook his head. He laughed small and easy. I am sorry, Pup. I am supposed to be giving you fatherly advice. The fatherly advice is be kind, be steady. Don't lose your temper. Don't get into duels you can win in 3 seconds. Don't let the rectangle run the conversation in moments of small social difficulty. Try at least once a week to do something that is not strategic. Have a friend. If you do not find one in the first week, I will be unsurprised. If you have not found one by Christmas, I shall worry just a little. Trust the rectangle on dungeons. Trust your own judgment on people. The rectangle does not know people. The rectangle knows threats. Most people are not threats. Some of them are friends. Find them. Yes, Sirius. And Pup. Yes, Sirius. Whatever house the hat sorts you into, I will be. He smiled, a slow, soft, serious smile. I will be proud of you. The hat is on balance, a competent piece of cloth. Listen to it, let it speak. Do not please argue with it for 40 minutes in front of the entire school. Your father did, he never lived it down. I will try not to argue with the hat, Sirius. That's the spirit, Pup. The whistle blew. He hugged his godfather, a fast, firm, undramatic hug, the kind they had developed in 4 years of practice, which preserved both of their dignities and yet did very faintly the work that a hug was meant to do, and he stepped up onto the train. He found a compartment near the rear of the third carriage, on the grounds that the rear compartments of trains tended to have, by Madame Bones's professional analysis, fewer passers-through and accordingly more privacy. He set down his trunks. He sat by the window. He looked out at the platform. He watched Sirius wave once, at the small grave seriousness Sirius reserved for waving him off, and then turn and walk away with the small, deliberate not turning back of a man who had decided that the second the train pulled out of the platform was a second he did not need to be present for. Harry watched the back of him go. He filed the back of him under the small, careful entry he kept titled "My Godfather" in the commonplace book in his head. The train pulled out at 11 o'clock. He had been alone in the compartment for some 17 minutes when the door slid open and a small, round-faced boy with his hands cupped together as if holding something delicate said very politely, "Excuse me, have you by any chance seen a toad?" Harry looked at him. He looked at his round face. He looked at his small, uncertain shoulders. He looked at his slightly nervous mouth, which was working a little around the question because the question had been, in the course of the last 10 minutes, asked many times in many compartments without success. He said, "Number, but I can help you look." The boy, Neville, as he introduced himself, with the small surprised relief of an 11-year-old whose offer of help had been received without commentary on the toad's escape, had become, in the next 40 minutes, the first peer Harry had ever spoken to at length. They had walked the train together. They had not found the toad in the first 2 carriages. In the third carriage, they had found a tall, sandy-haired girl with a clipboard and a hair pulled back with determination expression, who introduced herself as Hermione Granger and who had, with the small managerial efficiency of a muggle-born child preparing for her first day at a magical school by treating the train as if it were her first morning at a competitive day school, organized a small ad hoc search party of 4 other first-years who had agreed, by her competent persuasion, to look. The toad was found, in the end, in the compartment of a boy named Ron Weasley, who had been asleep with the toad sitting placidly on his forehead. By the time the snack trolley reached the third carriage at 12:30, Harry was sitting in a compartment with 3 first-years he had not, 3 hours ago, known existed. Neville Longbottom on his left, Hermione Granger across from him, and Ron Weasley, whose elderly pet rat Harry recalled with a small private quirk of the eyebrow had been collected by Aura Proudfoot 4 years earlier under a marmalade-related pretext, and whose family had subsequently been awarded a small Department of Magical Law Enforcement commendation that had been delivered to the Burrow with apologies and an enchanted casserole beside Hermione. Ron had not, on meeting Harry, made any reference to the rat. Ron's mother, Harry suspected, had instructed him in the manners of the first encounter. Mrs. Weasley had been in the recent correspondence Sirius had let him read. A small, careful piece of work who had not in 4 years blamed him for the rat and who had insisted when Sirius had attempted on Harry's behalf to send her a thank you fruit basket that the thank you go the other direction. The Weasleys, Sirius had said, were a quietly decent family. Harry had filed. "Harry," said Ron after the snack trolley with the careful conversational launch of a boy who had been told by his older brothers that he must on no account ask the obvious question and who on the train had decided the obvious question was the only one worth asking, "Is it true, the thing, the shadows?" "Yes, you have them now. Yes, like here on the train, in shadow storage, they are not currently present, they are listening." Ron's eyes had gone very slightly wider. He had glanced, against his will, at the small dark seam of shadow under the bench across from him. He had said with the small earnest seriousness of a boy who had been raised by a competent mother and was attempting on the train to do the right thing, Hello? There was for an instant no answer. Then from the seam of shadow under the bench, a small dry voice that was Harry recognized Mr. Abercrombie's said politely, "Good afternoon, young sir." Ron had jumped a quarter inch and laughed, small and stunned and delighted. Hermione had inhaled a fast, small breath that on her was the equivalent of a small ovation. Neville had said in his round, earnest voice, with his toad now safely in his sweater pocket, "That's so cool." It was, Harry reflected, one of the more pleasant developments of his life that the four words, "That's so cool," when spoken by a round-faced boy with a toad in his pocket in the third carriage of the Hogwarts Express at 12:48 on the 1st of September, had been the entire substance of an 11-year-old's first pure response to the shadows. He had filed it under public with a small sub-entry titled Uncomplicated First Peer Reactions. The sorting took place that evening in the Great Hall, in front of 943 other students, by Harry's count and 41 of the staff. Harry had been processed alphabetically. He had stood quietly in the line of first years with his hands behind his back, the way Mr. Abercrombie had taught him to stand at parade rest. He had watched the hat be placed on the heads of his year mates in turn, and he had watched their faces respond to the hat's small private voices, and he had attended. When his name was called, Potter Harry, and a small ripple of attention had gone through the hall the way a small wave moves through a long pond, he had walked the dozen paces to the stool with the same small, even tread he had used in the corridor of number 4, and he had sat down, and he had let Professor McGonagall place the hat on his head with the small, careful courtesy with which she placed it on every head. The hat dropped over his eyes, and the world went dark. "Hello," said the hat. "Hello, sir," said Harry in his head very politely. "Oh," said the hat, "oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, sir? Oh my goodness me. Mr. Potter, I am Mr. Potter. I have been sorting at this school for 1012 years, and I have in that time encountered some rather unusual interior architectures. I have sorted necromancers and prophets and gentle deranged dreamers and one or two persons whose minds were entirely empty by deliberate professional discipline. I have sorted in the year 1438 a boy who had 4 other persons in his head, and I have sorted in 1602 a girl who had no head at all and was operating, by some interesting late medieval magic, on a kind of distributed cognition. I have sorted, Mr. Potter, a great deal. I have not, however, ever sorted a head that had," the hat paused. "Mr. Potter, may I look at the rectangle?" "Sir, the rectangle, Mr. Potter, the small gilt rectangle, I should like, with your permission, to read its first page." Harry considered. He thought, into the rectangle. "May the sorting hat read your first page?" The rectangle, with the courteous attentiveness it had developed in 4 years, wrote, "Hat permitted, one-time exception. Scope, first page only, no tutorial access. No army roster, no quest log." He thought, "Thank you." He thought at the hat, "Yes." There was a small still pause inside his head. "Oh, Mr. Potter," said the hat in a voice that had gone in the last second from gently startled to genuinely impressed. "Oh, Mr. Potter, an entire system lives in your head." "Yes, sir, an entire system with Mr. Potter with menus." "Yes, sir, and an army." 47, sir, at last count, not present this evening. They are in shadow storage. They are, however, listening through the void. "Yes," said the hat, "yes, I can hear them." "They are, Mr. Potter. Your soldiers are very polite." "Thank you, sir, I have insisted." "You have done it without insisting, I suspect." "Mr. Potter, this is a difficulty. Let me be honest with you about it. In the ordinary course of my sortings, I look at the head I am sorting, and I assess what the head wants to do with the next 7 years and what kind of house, bookish, brave, loyal, or cunning, will best serve the head's own development. Your head, Mr. Potter, has been developing, by my count, for 4 years already at a pace that the other 3 houses will not match. Gryffindor will distract you with constant invitations to display courage you do not need to display. Ravenclaw will try to put you on committees. Hufflepuff would love you with such fierce loyalty that you would, out of small kindnesses, feel obliged to spend your time among them and would have little left over. Slytherin and Pup, may I call you Pup, as your godfather does? Slytherin will give you the space to play it. You will have a private room from year 3 at the earliest, by simple seniority. You will have the most adversarial peer group at Hogwarts, which will sharpen you. You will have, in Severus Snape, a head of house who will detest you for the first 3 months on principle, and who will then, when he discovers that he cannot detest a boy who refuses with such steady courtesy to be detested, develop into a fond, sour, professional ally. You will have also in the dungeons, the literal dungeons, beneath the lake, access to certain magical sites of the kind your system rather likes, and you may, with my consent and Headmaster Dumbledore's, clear them for the school as part of your defense against the dark arts homework. May I, Mr. Potter, place you in Slytherin? Yes, sir, Harry said. Please. You will be the first Potter in 12 generations to wear green. I will, sir, wear it well. I have no doubt of it, Mr. Potter. There was a pause of about half a second. Then the hat in its great old voice that filled the hall called out, "Slytherin!" The hall, for a half-beat, did not respond. Then the Slytherin table, after a startled small intake of breath that traveled the whole length of it, broke into the strangest applause Harry would ever hear in his life, a slow, careful, deliberately paced applause like a body of senior diplomats welcoming with the courteous formality of a receiving house. A person whose arrival was, on balance, considered significant, and to whom they had in advance decided to extend their full institutional courtesy because the cost of not doing so was, to them, too high. The Gryffindor table, after a longer half-beat, produced the kind of confused, good-natured applause that a Gryffindor table produces when one of its lifelong assumptions has been gently surprised. The Hufflepuff table applauded because the Hufflepuff table was a Hufflepuff table. The Ravenclaw table applauded with the small, frank professional interest of a body of academics watching a useful new data point arrive. Harry, taking off the hat and returning it to Professor McGonagall with both hands, the way one returned a heavy book to a librarian, walked to the Slytherin table. The Slytherin table, by the time he arrived, had organized itself with a small, smooth efficiency that he registered with approval. A space had been left for him at the third bench, beside a small, thin, pale boy with white blonde hair who, on Harry's approach, slid a quarter-inch over to make room without comment. Across from the space, a tall, sallow seventh year with a prefect's badge nodded once. The other Slytherins of the immediate cluster, 6 in all, turned, attended, and made the small, concerted half-nod of attendance. The seventh year said, in a quiet voice that did not carry past the bench, "Potter." "Yes. Slughorn is on balance in your interest. Snape is on balance in your interest. I am on balance in your interest. My name is Hawking. I am head boy-elect for next year. I should like, after the feast, to walk you back to the common room and to introduce you to the Bloody Baron. Will that be acceptable?" "It will be acceptable, sir, thank you." "You will," said Hawking, "be on probation technically for the first 3 weeks. The probation is informal. It is the protocol by which this house determines, for new entrants who have public profiles, whether the entrant will, on balance, lift the house or bury it. You will, by my reading, lift it. I have already, with the other prefects, conveyed our preliminary recommendation." "Thank you, sir. You should know," said Hawking with a small steady honesty Harry appreciated, "that there will be in the course of the year attempts on your dignity from certain quarters. They will not be physical, they will be social. They will originate mostly from one particular family which is, at the present moment, attempting to recover its standing after the events of the previous decade. You will have, in the meantime, the full and discreet support of the house. The support is contingent on your continued judgment that you wish to remain a Slytherin. Should you find at any point in the year that you do not, the house will release you with the small private dignity it accords those it has formally invested in. We do not in Slytherin make scenes." "I shall not require to be released, sir." "Good," said Hawking. He inclined his head a quarter-inch, finished his pumpkin juice, and resumed his attention on the dais where Dumbledore was rising for the closing remarks. Beside Harry, the small, thin boy who had slid over to make room said very quietly, very politely, "Potter." Harry looked at him. "My name is Draco Malfoy." Harry registered the name. The system in his corner of vision glossed, "Malfoy, Draco Lucius, age 11. Family notoriously political, father Lucius under quiet department watch. Social algorithm, high status, fragile, recommended handling, courteous, neutral, withhold intimacy." He had been expecting the introduction. Sirius had warned him. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," he said in the small, even voice he had used at the door for Madame Bones. "My father has," Draco said very carefully, with the small, slightly trembling voice of a child who had been instructed by his father in exactly the words he was now saying, and who was attempting to deliver them with the kind of weight his father had specified, "asked me to extend, on his personal behalf, his congratulations to you on your placement. He has said that he would at any convenient time be pleased to host you at the manor." "That is kind of him," said Harry. He had been prepared for this too. He had drafted, with Sirius's amused supervision, his response 3 weeks ago. "Please convey to your father," he said, "that I am, at this stage of my education, devoting my social calendar primarily to my godfather, my head of house, the headmaster, and Madame Bones. I should be glad, once I have completed my first year and my schedule has settled, to consider his invitation in due course. I shall, in any case, write him a note of thanks in the morning." Draco's small, thin face did the thing Harry had known by the system's gloss it would do. It did the small, concealed adjustment of a face that had been instructed to deliver one outcome and had received another and was, in the half-second of public recovery, adjusting to its new instructions. He recovered well. His father had drilled him. He was, at 11, the product of his drilling. He said, of course, I shall convey it. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." There was, for the remainder of the feast, the comfortable quiet of 2 boys who had concluded a small piece of formal business and were now politely sharing a bench. Harry ate. He ate slowly. He registered around him the great old hall full of small magic lanterns and floating candles and 4 long tables and a high table of staff and the patient cool air of a castle that had been being a castle for 900 years. He felt against the inside of his small palms on the table the wood of a bench that had been polished by 100,000 sets of children's elbows. He thought very small into the rectangle. This is the first time I have eaten in a room of 900 children. The rectangle wrote gently, observation noted, new title offered, the quiet one of Slytherin. Accept decline, he thought, I prefer my own internal designations. The rectangle with a small understanding flutter wrote, declined, noted, your preferences in self-identification will be respected. He drank his pumpkin juice. He ate his roast. He attended. Snape, when he stalked into the Slytherin common room 2 hours later in his black robes with the small habitual sour expression of a man who had been forced, by his profession, to be in proximity to a great many children for a great many years and who had developed in self-defense a sourness that was so reliable it had become, in some sense, his personality, looked at the entire cohort of Slytherin first-years arranged on the long couches in front of the greenlit fireplace, and let his small dark eyes pause for 1/2 second longer than ordinary on Harry and said in his quiet acidic voice, Mr. Potter, sir, you will in my class receive no preferential treatment. I would not, sir, wish any. You will also in my class receive no adverse treatment. I had not expected any, sir. You had not. Snape's small dark eyes turned a quarter degree. Why not? Harry considered. He had been thinking about this on and off since the Wisengamot hearing. He had been thinking in particular about the kind of professional adult who tried to demonstrate moral courage by being aggressive to a famous child, and how the system had glossed Snape, when Snape had passed near him in the entrance hall, as professional, sour, willing to hate for reason but not for effect. He understood from the gloss what the question was. He understood that Snape, having decided to extend him the smallest possible professional courtesy in front of the other first-years by announcing, in this formal way, that he intended to be neither for nor against him, was now extending him the slightly larger courtesy of permitting him, in the same forum, to demonstrate that he understood the announcement. He said, because, sir, you are a person who, by every reliable account, is interested in the cultivation of his students' aptitudes, and who does not waste his attention on the small flattering or the small punishing of his students for reasons unrelated to those aptitudes. I am, on entry, expecting only to be assessed. Snape's small dark eyes did the small motion at the corner that Harry, in 12 years of attending to small motions at the corners of adult eyes, had learned to read. That, Mr. Potter, said Snape, is a satisfactory expectation. See that you are prepared to meet it. Yes, sir. Good night, Slytherin. Good night, Professor, said the first-years. Snape swept out. The green firelight of the common room caught the back of his black robes as he passed under the doorway, and Harry registered in the small private register that he had completed his first formal exchange with a professor of his house, and that the exchange had gone, by his careful internal standard, well. He went to bed in the Slytherin first-year dormitory, in the small narrow bed that had been assigned to him by the senior prefects and that had at his pillow a small green-trimmed pillowcase and on the small chest at the foot of the bed his initials embroidered in silver, HJP. He looked at the embroidery. It was the first time in his life he had been given a bed with his initials on it. He filed it in the commonplace book under private with the small private postscript, I am by every test the school has put to me today welcome. I had not expected to be. The expectation has been on balance gently surprised. The surprise has been a small benefit. I shall sleep. He slept. The first month at Hogwarts was, by his own careful internal accounting, the longest single month of his life because it was the first month in which the days had had so many simultaneous components that the small clinical corner of him had had to develop, by the end of week 1, a small new private cataloging system to keep them straight. He kept the system's main interface tucked at 1/8 opacity in the corner of his peripheral. He kept his commonplace book in the inside pocket of his robes. He went to classes, he took notes, he asked questions. He did not raise his hand for the questions he already knew the answer to. He raised his hand for the questions he genuinely did not. On the principle Sirius had taught him, that public mastery was, on balance, less useful than public learning. He did, however, on the 3rd lesson of Charms, answer a question Professor Flitwick had asked the whole room in a voice that had carried clearly enough that he had not been able to avoid it. And his answer had been correct, and Flitwick had given him 5 points to Slytherin with the small careful joy of an old teacher who had been teaching for 60 years and was still, at 60 years removed from his first class, capable of pleasure at a clean answer. Harry had filed Flitwick under MENTORS, possible with a small warm sub-entry. The first month at Hogwarts contained, also, the following events of small private significance. which he recorded in his commonplace book in the order in which they occurred and which he would, decades later, reread with the kind of small affectionate satisfaction one reserves for the early entries of one's own youth. He made a second friend on day 6, when Hermione Granger sat down beside him in the library and asked him to please explain the theoretical basis for the wand movement in the levitation charm, and he and Hermione spent an hour together producing a small joint diagram that they then, with Madame Pince's mock stern approval, pinned on the library wall. He made a third friend on day 11 when Neville Longbottom, who had been struggling in herbology, asked him whether the system could possibly help with a small plant whose magical resonance Neville could not feel. And Harry, on consultation with Mr. Abercrombie's library shadow, supplied a small useful tutorial that did the work, after which Neville, with the gentle stubbornness of a small kind boy who had decided that Harry was not in fact frightening, took to sitting beside him at breakfast on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays without further explanation. He made a small, careful working alliance. On day 18, with Ron Weasley, after they had both, by accident, been assigned to the same group in History of Magic, and Ron had remarked in his quiet, careful voice that his older brother Bill, who was a cursebreaker at Gringotts, had said, when the Crab S.R. business had broken in the Prophet, that the Potter boy is, on balance, somebody you want at your back rather than the other way around. He had a small, successful first encounter with the Bloody Baron, who had, on the evening of the second Wednesday, drifted into the Slytherin common room and said, in his great old slow ghost voice, "Potter, would you take a turn with me in the dungeons, that I might show you a thing of historical interest?" And had walked him through 3 of the school's lower passages to a small chamber Harry had not previously seen, in which a single very large rune was carved into the floor, and had said, "This is for you when you require it. The system will, I am told, recognize it as a personal sanctum within the school perimeter." And Harry had thanked him with the small parlor bow, and the Baron had said in a very gentle voice that had no precedent in his historical bearing, "You are welcome, child, in this house." He cleared in the first 6 weeks of term 4 small Hogwarts dungeons. They were not, by the system's classification, full dungeons. They were the small magical residues of objects and incidents that had accumulated in the castle over its centuries. A Tier 1 cursed broom cupboard on the 3rd floor, a Tier 1 bewitched suit of armor on the 2nd, a Tier 1 inhabited mirror in the abandoned 3rd floor lavatory, and a Tier 2 abandoned ritual chamber in the cellars beneath the kitchens. He cleared them at night, with Mr. Abercrombie alone. He had decided not to summon Vernon or Petunia or Crabassar into the castle in his first year, on courtesy grounds. They would, he had reasoned, be a great deal to ask the staff to accommodate, and he had agreed with Dumbledore, in a small, careful interview during the first week, that he would limit his shadow presence at the school to 1 personal scout. He added from the 4 clearings 4 small new shadows. A Tier 1 fire imp who had been bound to the broom cupboard, a Tier 1 enchanted suit of armor shade that he immediately assigned to the corridor outside the Slytherin common room as a quiet sentinel, the small bewildered ghost of a Victorian governess who had been bound to the mirror by a long-dead transfiguration mistress, and a Tier 2 abandoned ritualist's revenant whom he assigned to assist Mr. Abercrombie in the library. He filed the clearings with Dumbledore in writing each Monday morning. As he had agreed, Dumbledore, in writing each Tuesday, accepted the report and expressed quiet gratitude. He was, by the end of the first month, settled. The Sorting Hat, in the brief 2-minute private interview he had with it the following morning at Dumbledore's request, said in its great soft voice the small thing that Harry would later quote in his commonplace book as the best single piece of received career advice he ever got at Hogwarts. "Mr. Potter, you will in this school encounter many people who will try to make you their project. Some of them will be your friends, some of them will be your enemies. Some of them will be your professors, some of them will be your house, some of them, Mr. Potter, will be the castle itself. I should like, in the small parental capacity I have left, to advise you once, do not become any of their projects, become your own. The system in your head is already in some sense your project. Let the system and you be each other's project, and treat the rest of the world as a thing your project moves through. The world, Mr. Potter, will not mind. The world has, by my long acquaintance, learned to make space for projects that know themselves to be projects. Good day." Harry, in his small dark blue jumper under his school robes, had bowed, "Good day, sir." He had walked out into a Hogwarts morning that was, by every reasonable assessment, his. The autumn turned. The trees on the long lawn between the castle and the lake went red and gold in the slow, leisurely way of trees that had nothing to do but be looked at by children, and the air in the cloisters at 6 o'clock acquired the small, clean, cold quality that meant November. Harry, who had spent 4 years cataloguing autumns at Black Manor, registered the difference. At Hogwarts, autumn was a thing with witnesses. At Black Manor, it had been a thing he and Sirius had merely happened to be in the room with. He decided he liked both. He had, by mid-October, taken his pumpkin juice with the same 6 Slytherins every breakfast, Draco at his left, the small, thin, black-haired Theodore not across, The two thick-set boys whose surnames were, by an irony that Harry registered without comment, Crabbe and Goyle on Draco's left, and the tall, pale Daphne Greengrass and her younger compatriot Tracy Davis to his right. The arrangement had become, in the small, unspoken way of school social arrangements, a permanent formation, and Harry had been, for his part, courteous to all of them without attempting intimacy with any. He had at the same time taken to sitting in the library after dinner most evenings with Hermione Granger, and on Fridays with Hermione and Neville Longbottom, and on rare Saturdays with Hermione and Neville and Ron Weasley. He maintained two social spheres with the small private satisfaction of an administrator who had successfully kept two ledgers in different currencies and balanced both. He attended his classes. He performed in them. He performed in potions with the small, careful precision that Madame Vespers had spent 4 years drilling into him, and Snape, who had been disposed to dislike him on principle, had within 4 lessons shifted against his will from disliking him to simply observing him, with the small, careful attentiveness of a sour man who had been forced, by the evidence of his own classroom, to revise a working assumption. By the 5th lesson, Snape had begun, very rarely, to grunt at Harry's cauldron without comment, which Harry had filed with quiet satisfaction as the Snape equivalent of a public commendation. He performed in defense with the steady mid-tier competence of a boy who had spent 4 years under his godfather's tutelage in real combat magic, and who had decided very deliberately to allow Professor Quirrell to assume he was a slightly above-average first year and not the LV-22 Shadow Monarch whose system overlay was, when Quirrell stood close, doing some very strange things. The very strange things were these. When Quirrell stood within 4 meters of Harry, the rectangle in the corner of his vision did not write its ordinary glosses. It produced instead a small flat block of warnings in a script that was, for the system, unusually terse. NEAR field anomaly detected. Subject QIRNUS QRRELL reads as LV7 solitary. Embedded secondary presence reads as LV67 partial identity, soul fragment foreign and unconsensual host. Recommended action passive observation. Engage only AT Monarchs choosing. Engagement inside this school will have consequences. Harry, having read this on day 3 of Defense Against the Dark Arts, had thought very small into the rectangle noted. Stand by. He had that evening written a short, encoded note to Madame Bones, by means of the small enchanted notebook Sirius had given him that summer, which paired to a counterpart in Madame Bones's desk drawer at the DMLE that read in his small careful hand, Professor QIRRELL is, by MY system, a host. Recommend discreet background observation. No immediate threat, will update. Madame Bones had replied, 20 minutes later, noted. PROUDFOOT will attend Dumbledore quietly. Do nothing. Oh wait, Harry had done nothing. He had attended defense. He had performed his small mid-tier competence. He had not, under any circumstances, looked at Quirrell with anything more than the small, polite attention of a first year. The soul fragment had not, by any visible signal, become aware of him. The two of them had, for the first month of term, conducted a quiet private dance of mutual non-acknowledgement, of which Quirrell, the host, was unaware. On the morning of Halloween, the rectangle had updated, QIRRELL host pattern degrading. Presence of foreign soul fragment, active stressed. Probability of attempt ON secured object 3rd floor corridor subfloor vault rising. Estimated window of attempt 1421 days. Probability of attempt tonight 1%. Recommendation, attend feast as planned. Remain aware he had attended the feast. The feast had been in its first hour the kind of small institutional grandeur Hogwarts did very well. Floating jack-o'-lanterns, the small careful illusionists' bats, a great long table of pumpkin pies and roast meats and small spiced cakes, the 4 houses spread along the 4 tables in cheerful concord. He had been eating a small cake when at 7:05, Professor Quirrell, who had been absent for most of the feast, had thrown the great oak doors open and had run, in a kind of small theatrical panic Harry instantly registered as performed, into the hall and shouted, "Troll, troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He had then fainted very deliberately on the floor of the dais. Harry, who had been raising his cake to his mouth, set the cake down, he thought, into the rectangle cover, he thought, real or distraction. The rectangle wrote, faster than usual, anomaly, lateral detected, actual troll, mountain in the dungeons, not introduced BYQRRELL. QIRRELL's performance is cover 4 primary operation. Primary QIRRELL attempting 3rd floor corridor during diversion. Probability 87%. Secondary concern troll is real. Someone is unattended in a washroom on 2nd floor. Who HERMIONEGRANGER? Status distressed, unaware of troll. Harry had, in the small, quiet way Slytherin first years did at official tables, exchanged a single look with Mr. Hawking the prefect, who on receipt of the look had read it accurately and had nodded once. Harry had risen. Hawking had said very quietly to the rest of the Slytherin first-year cluster, Stay, don't move, Hawking's orders. Harry had walked in his small, unhurried walk out of the side door of the Great Hall in the moment of confusion before the headmaster had started giving orders. He had taken from the seam of shadow under the side door arch Mr. Abercrombie. He had headed at a run that became, after 20 meters, a sprint for the second-floor girls' lavatory. Hermione had been backed against the far wall of the lavatory by an enormous mountain troll. The troll had been by the rectangle's quick gloss LV14 slow, blunt, mostly bone. Harry had not in the lavatory had time for an extended assessment. He had registered Hermione is alive, Hermione is upright, Hermione is frozen, Hermione is by the small clinical corner of him 10 seconds from being killed. He had thought into the rectangle, mortal arrest, target, troll. The rectangle had written, negative, troll FALLS outside statute, physical engagement required, shadow intercept. Mr. Abercrombie had been standing at Harry's left elbow. Harry had thought at Mr. Abercrombie, stop the club, hold it for me for 2 seconds. Mr. Abercrombie had moved with the gliding non-physical speed of a shadow whose binding allowed it to step from one shadow to another inside a single room, and had taken the troll's swinging club in mid-arc with both bone-thin hands and had stopped it 3 inches from Hermione's temple with a small, silent strength entirely unfazed for its size. Hermione's eyes had not in the moment made sense of what had happened, but she had seen Harry in the doorway with his small wand drawn, and she had, in the small, useful way her competent brain had, dived sideways out from under the troll's other arm. Harry had cast, with the small clean motion of a wand his godfather had spent 4 years polishing in him, a levitation charm Wingardium Leviosa not on the troll but on the troll's discarded club which Mr. Abercrombie had now released and which had been lying on the lavatory's tile floor. The club had risen by his charm 3 meters into the air. He had thought into the rectangle, drop. The rectangle had written affirmative. He had cancelled the charm. The club, weighing some 40 kilograms and falling under proper Newtonian conditions, had dropped, in a perfect plumb line, onto the top of the troll's skull. The troll, who had been larger of mass and tougher of bone than the club had been able to fully process, had nevertheless, by the geometry of the impact and the surprise of the drop, fallen very heavily in a small final crash onto its side. It had not died. It had been in the rectangle's small gloss KNOCKED unconscious, LV14 right arrow status, prone. By the time the headmaster, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape had arrived at the lavatory 30 seconds later, the troll had been unconscious on the floor. Mr. Abercrombie had withdrawn into shadow storage. Harry had been kneeling beside Hermione asking her in a low, calm voice whether she was hurt. And Hermione had been answering in the small, steady voice of a competent 11-year-old whose brain had begun with a small, heroic snap to put the last 60 seconds into a story she could tell. I am, I think, unhurt. I was, Harry, did you? What did, Harry? The club fell on its head by itself. Did I do that? He had looked at her. He had, in a half-second, decided 2 things. That he was going to take credit for none of this, and that he was, instead, going to give the credit to Hermione. Because the credit, if given to Hermione, would do in the social geometry of her first year exactly the work the credit needed to do and would, in the meantime, leave him, by the simple absence of credit, in the position he intended to occupy at Hogwarts, which was the small, quiet position of a boy who had not, by any visible signal, done anything. He had said in the small, careful voice he reserved for these occasions, "Yes, Hermione, the club, it was a very impressive bit of accidental magic. You were terrified the terror sometimes in a powerful witch will produce these things. I was about to cast the same charm, you did it first." Hermione had blinked at him for a single half-second. She had read his face for a tenth of a second longer. And Hermione, who was, Harry would later acknowledge in the commonplace book, one of the cleverest people he ever met, had understood the offer. She had understood exactly what he was doing and why. She had, with the small, grave courtesy of a small, grave girl who had been raised by careful, kind parents, accepted the offer in front of the staff without comment, and said, in the small, bewildered voice she could produce when she needed to, I think I did. 5 points to Gryffindor for accidental magic under duress, Professor McGonagall had said with the small, unwilling pride of a head of house whose first year had, on Halloween, by surprise and by mortal terror, defeated a mountain troll. Mr. Potter, what were you doing here? I came to find Miss Granger, Professor. She had not arrived at the feast. I had thought she might be upset by something earlier in the day. Find a prefect next time, Mr. Potter. We will overlook it on this occasion. Yes, Professor. He had been escorted with Hermione back to the Great Hall. Hermione had, on the staircase, taken his hand for the small 10-second journey across the landing and had pressed it once with a force that, by his calibration, was the strongest single piece of communication she had ever sent him in their 6 weeks of acquaintance. He had returned the pressure with the small, even pressure of a person accepting a thanks he had not asked for. In the corner of his vision, the rectangle had written, diversionary outcome logged. QIRL's attempt ON corridor status interrupted guarded FIDOH fought back intruder repelled. Troll neutralized NON lethal. HERMONEGRANGER SAVED. New ally registered GRANGER HERMONEJ LV1 growing significant intelligence likely long-term asset. He had walked into the Great Hall behind Hermione, taken his place at the Slytherin table beside Draco, who had given him a small, careful sideways look that asked, by Slytherin protocol, no question and resumed his cake. The rectangle finally, after the small clamor had subsided and the hall had resumed its feasting, wrote one last small line, QIRRELL will try again, window widening. Timing estimate before term ends prob 73%. Preparation advised Harry eating cake thought into the rectangle noted, he had after all an entire term to plan. Chapter 7, QIRRELMORT as dungeon boss he prepared in the small steady manner he had developed in his 4th year at Black Manor, which was to say that he prepared without theater. He treated the 3rd floor corridor, after the troll incident, as the corridor of a known incoming engagement. He walked past it 11 times in the 7 weeks between Halloween and the end of term, each time at a slightly different hour, each time noting on a small chart he kept in his commonplace book, the precise composition of the wards on the door, the small ambient temperature behind the panel, and the faint discordant note in the air that was, by the system's gloss, the subfloor vault's enchanted guardian breathing through 6 tons of stone. He requested by letter to Madame Bones in the 3rd week of November, a short low-priority advisory of the official wards on the corridor, and Madame Bones, in her dry small written voice, sent him back a copy of the protocol with the small private postscript, I have informed Albus that you have inquired. He has expressed cautious approval. He has also asked me to convey that he hopes very much you will not enter the corridor before the term ends without him. He has not, however, made the hope an instruction. He understands what you are, so do I be steady, Mr. Potter. A.B. Harry had read the postscript twice and had filed it in the commonplace book under MENTORS active. He had observed that the postscript constituted the first occasion on which Madame Bones had used his name without the surname, and he had registered the slip if it was a slip with quiet warmth. He prepared second by training. He had spent in the 4 years at Black Manor considerable attention on the ordinary spells of low-tier defense. He had not, on Sirius's strong advice, neglected them in favor of his unique faculties. He drilled now the small competent battery of spells he had built up. The shield charm at 1st year strength, he had practiced it past 2nd year strength but did not by his own discipline ever display it past 1st year strength in public. The knockback jinx, the stunning spell which he had been technically permitted by Sirius to study at age 9 on the grounds that he was by then going on dungeon runs and could not be left without a competent passive disarmer. And the small disarming charm, which he had been working in slow, precise repetitions every evening before bed for 2 weeks. He drilled them with Mr. Abercrombie in the small, bloody barren lone sanctum room beneath the kitchens that had been, for the term, his private training space. He prepared 3rd by the Shadow Army. The 3rd floor was, by the rectangle's classification, a structured magical site, a small dungeon of, by Mr. Abercrombie's read of the warding scheme, the protective subclass with a designated treasure, multiple enchanted obstacles, and a single resident boss. The system had, by the 2nd week of November, formally elevated it from passive classification to active classification, and had renamed it, in the small, ceremonious hand it used for designations that pleased it, Dungeon Stone Sanctum, Tier 3 Designation Confidence, High Entrance, Hogwarts 3rd Floor Corridor, East Corridor, Right-Hand Door, Guardians, 7 Principal Obstacles plus 1 Boss. Boss, QRNUSQRELL, Host Carrier, Bearing Soul Fragment of Subject Designated VOLDMORT LV67 Partial. Recommended Party Size, 3 SHADOWS plus Monarch. Recommended Engagement Window, Evening, Final Week of Term. Expected Rewards, Soul Fragment Loot cannot be risen to corrupted will be disposed, Vault Treasure classified not for harvest by player. He had not, on reading the boss designation, been surprised. He had since Halloween had a confirmed gloss on the soul fragment in Quirrell's head. The only new information had been the formal Voldemort attribution, which the system had withheld until that morning on the grounds that the attribution required confirmation from cross-referencing with the small set of historical records to which the system had quiet access. Harry had filed the attribution. He had spent an hour that same afternoon with Sirius by enchanted notebook discussing operational protocol. Sirius had said, Pup, you do not, under any circumstances, attempt the corridor alone. I will come up. You will summon me. We will go in together. Or if you absolutely cannot wait, you will go in with 3 shadows and you will fight by Voldemort protocol, which is the protocol I will brief you on by flu tonight at 9. Harry had said, yes, Sirius. Sirius had briefed him by flu at 9. The briefing had taken 40 minutes. It had covered everything from Voldemort's known wand style to his preferred psychological openings to the small private signature of his killing curse and the small private signature of the protective ward that had been laid on Harry by his mother. It had ended with Sirius saying, in a voice that had become, by the end of 40 minutes, very quiet and very serious, "Pup, Lily's ward is still on you. The ward is the thing that broke him. If he attempts to touch you, the ward will, by every account I have, burn him. You will not in the moment feel it. He will. Do not, however, count on it as a primary defense. Count on it as a backup. The primary defense is, Pup, that you are the Shadow Monarch of this dimension. You are the host of an administrative entity that has, by its protocols, ranked him as a Tier 3 boss. He is, in system terms, beneath you. Treat him accordingly." Harry had said, "Yes, Sirius." He went in on the evening of the 28th of November. He went in at 7:15, in the small hour between the close of dinner and the start of the senior students' evening study, when the third floor was, by Sirius's calculation, at its most likely to be operationally vacant. He went in not in the end alone. He had sent the small enchanted summoning rune to Sirius at 6:30, and Sirius had arrived by headmaster-proved flu at 10:07 in his best black combat cloak, with his wand in his hand and a small thin smile on his face that Harry had recognized as the smile his godfather wore when he was about to be useful. And not, in fact, with 3 shadows. He went in with Sirius, Mr. Abercrombie, Vernon the Shadow, Petunia the Shadow, and Crabasar the Shadow. The 3 shadows had been summoned, by an arrangement Harry had cleared with the headmaster, by a small temporary lift of the school's anti-construct ward at the corridor's threshold, for the duration of the engagement by Dumbledore's personal authority. Dumbledore had not entered the corridor with them. He had stood instead just inside the threshold in his deep blue traveling robes with the small phoenix fox on his shoulder. He had said very quietly, "Mr. Potter, I shall be here on the threshold for the duration. Should you require me by any signal, I shall come. Should you require me by no signal, after 20 minutes I shall come anyway. The school is aware that this corridor is, this evening, the site of a small operational matter, and the school will keep its students in their dormitories. You have a clear field. Go." "Thank you, sir," Harry said. He had opened the door. The first obstacle had been a very large 3-headed dog called Fluffy, who had been, by Hagrid's loud private boast in the 3 broomsticks 2 weeks prior, a personal contribution. Fluffy was asleep when they entered because a small magical harp had been left by some prior intruder. Quirrell's preliminary attempt, Harry inferred, set on a low table in front of him and was playing the lullaby that had been, by the harp's original enchantment, designed to put Fluffy to sleep. Harry, in the small careful manner he had developed, did not disturb Fluffy. He sent Vernon the Shadow under Fluffy's left front paw to lift the trapdoor in the floor. Vernon did. The party descended. The second obstacle, 2 corridors down a stair, was a great fall of Devil's Snare, the dark vegetable predator that responded to fire and warmth. Hermione, Harry reflected, for he had heard her in the library 2 weeks ago lecturing Ron about the Devil's Snare protocol with the small zealous joy of a girl who had just learned a thing useful, would have produced a small bluebell flame. Mr. Abercrombie, who had read the same book in 1810, produced a small bluebell flame. The Devil's Snare retreated. The party crossed. The third obstacle was a long hallway full of small enchanted keys with wings, fluttering near the high ceiling, with 700 or so of them in flight, and a single small heavy iron-bound oak door at the far end with a single small keyhole. Sirius, who had been the small charming joker of his year and had spent, in his prime, more time in the company of small flying things than any other student in his cohort, said simply, "Pup, watch." He pointed with his wand at the small clutch of keys in the upper left far corner of the ceiling, did a thing with his hand that Harry could not in the moment fully follow, and the key with the broken wing, the one that by Sirius's quick read had been recently used by the prior intruder, drifted, slow and uncertain, into Sirius's open palm. Sirius unlocked the door. The party passed. The fourth obstacle was the giant chess set. Harry, who had been raised on chess by his chess tutor Shadow and who had played in the last 4 years perhaps 3,000 games, took the white side with Crabasar. As his bishop, Petunia as his knight, Vernon as his rook, and Sirius as his king, Mr. Abercrombie was the queen on the basis that Mr. Abercrombie had been in life a senior officer of considerable strategic competence and would not on the board be wasted. Harry took the chess set in 19 moves and lost no piece. The small enchanted chess pieces of black, when they had been defeated, fell each of them into small unceremonious pieces on the blackened white floor and gave way. The fifth obstacle was a chamber that had clearly been guarded until recently by a troll. The troll lay sprawled, unconscious, near the entrance, with the small unmistakable signs of a recent Quirrell-style stunning. Harry stepped over the troll's wrist with the courtesy of a man who had no particular quarrel with this troll and intended to take none up. The sixth obstacle was Snape's, a long table of 7 potion bottles in a small narrow chamber, with a riddle in Snape's small hand on a slip of parchment. Harry, by Hermione-trained logic, solved the riddle in 2 minutes and selected the small one that would carry him through the black flame at the far end. Sirius declined to come through the black flame on the grounds that he had been instructed, by Headmaster Dumbledore on the threshold, to remain on the surface side of the black flame for tactical readiness reasons and to permit, by the design of the Stone Sanctum's enchanters, the boss fight to be a fight between the boss and the monarch alone by the boss fight's own rules. He had said to Harry in the small dim chamber, "Pup, from here you are the senior, take Mr. Abercrombie, take Vernon, take Petunia. Take Crabbe, I am with you in spirit and on the surface, I will come through the flame the second the fight is over." Harry had said, "Yes, Sirius." He had drunk the small one. He had stepped through the black flame. The chamber beyond was tall and circular and lit by tall narrow torches in iron brackets, and the floor was inlaid with 7 concentric circles of white stone within a great outer ring of black. At the center of the 7 circles, where the smallest ring narrowed to a small flat dais, a single tall mirror stood, framed in carved wood inscribed in Old Latin, ERISEDSTRAEHRUOYT UBCAFRUOYTONWOHSI. The mirror reflected, when Harry approached, an image of himself at the small dais reading what appeared to be an ancient leather-bound book Sirius had been promising to teach him out of for years. Standing 2 meters from the mirror, with his back to Harry in his pale gray teaching robes, was Professor Quirrell. Harry in the entrance paused. He had not been by the system's quick gloss, surprised by Quirrell's presence. The rectangle had been writing since he had passed through the flame interior engagement boss present. He had been, however, slightly surprised by the speed with which Quirrell had reached this chamber. The rectangle attending him wrote, "QIRRELL entered corridor AT19-2 11 minutes ahead of your party. QIRRELL's troll diversion was neutralized by your party en route. QIRRELL is, AT this moment, attempting the mirror for the stone. He is unsuccessful. Successful extraction of the stone from this mirror is possible only by one who wants the stone without wanting to use IT. QIRRELL wants use. He is blocked. Time to his noticing your entry 4 seconds. Mr. Potter." Quirrell did not turn. His voice, and this was the first detail Harry had attended to about Quirrell that was not a system gloss, had changed. It had changed from the small, stammering false weakness Quirrell had cultivated in the corridors of Hogwarts for the last 3 months into a small, thin, clean voice with no stammer at all. The voice of a young man who had been pretending for some private reason to have a stammer and who had in this small private chamber set the pretense down. It was not, however, Voldemort's voice. Voldemort's voice, Harry would learn it in a few seconds, was a different one. It was the voice that lived under Quirrell's, and it did not yet speak. "Professor," Harry said in his small, even voice, "you came down here." "Yes, sir." "How?" "By the door, sir, with assistance." Quirrell laughed very softly. It was a small, thin laugh. He said without turning in the same small, thin voice, "Oh, child, you came at the wrong moment in the wrong way with the wrong company. I had been hoping to have this place to myself this evening. I had been hoping not to have to share the stone. I am not, Professor, here for the stone." "No, no, sir, I am here, Professor, for you." Quirrell very slowly turned around. He looked in the torchlight exactly as he had looked in his classroom for 3 months, except that his face, which had been pale and twitchy, was now pale and still, and the small, thin worry of his mouth had become the small, thin smile of a man who had been pretending to be small and twitchy and now, in private, was not. His eyes, which had been brown and watery, were brown and clear. He looked on the dais like a moderately good actor at the end of a run, taking the small, relieved breath of a man who has finally been permitted to step out of his role. He saw the 3 shadows behind Harry. He saw Mr. Abercrombie. He saw Vernon. He saw Petunia. He saw Crabbesar. His eyes lingered on Crabbesar. "Ah," said Quirrell, "old Crabbe, yes, I had wondered on the news of the alley what had become of him. He looks well, Potter, better than he did in life, I'd say, better posture, cleaner of face." "He is, sir, very content." "I see." "Sir," Harry said, "may I, by the small courtesy I have learned to extend to boss encounters, invite the second occupant of your head to speak for himself before we conclude this evening's business?" Quirrell's small, thin smile widened very slightly. "Oh," said Quirrell. "Oh, child, you know, I have known, sir, since the 3rd day of term, and you said nothing." "I told, sir, the persons whose job it was to know. They have known since the 5th day of term. We have been waiting for you, sir, to do this thing so that we could conclude it in the proper setting. We did not, sir, wish to alarm the school." There was for a long second a small reverent silence in the chamber. Then Quirrell in his small, thin voice, but in a voice that had now acquired an unmistakable undercurrent of the other, the second voice, the voice from beneath, the voice Sirius had warned him of, said, "Then turn, master, let me see him." The undercurrent had been Voldemort's. Voldemort from beneath had been listening through the host. And Voldemort, having now decided that the moment had come to speak in his own person, was instructing his host to unwind the small enchanted turban that he had worn for 3 months and to expose the back of his head, on which, by the second soul's accommodation, his own face, the face that had not been seen in this world in 9 years and a month, was now arranged. Quirrell unwound the turban. He turned around. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was, by every report Sirius had ever given Harry, the face of Lord Voldemort, pale, snake-narrow, with the lipless mouth and the red eyes and the small flattened nose slits that had been the visual emblem of 7 years of war in Britain. The face was, in the torchlight, smaller than Harry had expected. The face had, by the rectangle's small gloss, the LV67, partial reading the rectangle had been giving Quirrell for 3 months. The face had also, in its red eyes, the small, bright, burning intelligence Sirius had warned him of, and beneath the intelligence, the small old hunger Sirius had also warned him of. "Potter," said Voldemort in the small, thin, reedy voice he could now produce. "Sir," said Harry in the small, even voice he had been preparing for this moment for 4 months, "you have grown up unusually. Yes, sir, you have been raised by black. Yes, sir, you have on your shoulder an instrument that I have not in all my research encountered. You have in your service shadows of the dead. You have on your forehead a piece of me. Yes, sir. Then we are, in some metaphysical sense, related. In some metaphysical sense, sir, yes. The relation, sir, is one I intend this evening to dissolve." Voldemort's small, thin, reedy voice laughed once, a sound that was, despite its physical thinness, somehow louder in Harry's ears than its volume warranted. "Boy," he said, "do you imagine in your small clinical conceit that the piece of me that lives in your forehead can be removed by an 11-year-old in a school chamber at 7:30 on a winter evening?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, "I do. Indulge me." "I shall, sir, I had been intending to." Harry stepped forward into the chamber. He stepped onto the first of the 7 concentric rings. The shadows, by the small, precise tactical arrangement he had drilled into them, advanced with him. Vernon to his right, 2 paces ahead, Petunia to his left, 3 paces behind, Crabasar. At his immediate left hand, at the small, concealed shaft of a small wooden club he had been carrying since the alley, Mr. Abercrombie at the rear, hands folded, a small library, shadows calm. Voldemort on the dais did not move. He watched. "You see," he said, "you have brought 3 soldiers of the dead. You think they will be useful to you. They will not. They will, against me, be useful for approximately 4 seconds each. I shall, at the close of those 12 seconds, have only you left. We shall then, you and I, discuss the small administrative question of how I am going to make you my host. I have for 9 years been seeking a host. The host I have currently is a man of small magical mass. You are a player. You are, by your soul, in some sense, of considerably larger magical mass. I should like very much to inhabit you. The arrangement by my offer will be reasonable. I shall let you continue to think your small thoughts as long as they do not contradict mine. You will be, in some technical sense, alive. We shall together conclude the small, unfinished business of 1981. No, sir, Harry said. I do not, in fact, think we shall. He thought into the rectangle, the long, careful chain of instructions he had drilled himself in. Vernon, flank right, distance commitment. Petunia, bow ready, target spinal column. Crab, defensive interpose. Abercrombie, sustain shield around me at second year tier. All 4. Engage on my single word now. The rectangle wrote affirmative. Standing by. Voldemort raised Quirrell's wand. Harry said, now. The 4 shadows moved. They moved with the small, clean, simultaneous coordination Harry had drilled into them for 4 years. Vernon, by his weight and his enforcement class, went first. He crossed the space to the dais in 8 long strides and arrived at Quirrell's flank in the same instant in which Quirrell's wand traced the first arc of the killing curse. The curse, on its small green hiss, met the air where Harry had been, but where, by Mr. Abercrombie's small shield charm shimmer, the air had been thickened with a 1/4 second of resistance. The curse did not penetrate the resistance. The curse, in the small, spectacular way killing curses behaved when they encountered an unyielding magical surface, ricocheted at a small, flat angle into the ceiling, and exhausted itself there in a small green burst. Petunia on Harry's left had fired her bow, and Petunia's not blue arrows, which moved at the speed of moving thought, struck Quirrell at the small joint of the right shoulder and disabled in a single shot the muscle group on which Quirrell's wand arm depended. The wand in Quirrell's hand drooped. Voldemort, on the back of his head, hissed something to Quirrell, but Quirrell's body was no longer fully responsive. Petunia had taken the shoulder cleanly. Crab by then was at the dais's edge with his club, and Crab's club, when it came down on Quirrell's right wrist with a clean small crack that ended the wand grip. The wand fell. Voldemort, from the back of Quirrell's head, said in a voice that was, for the first time, frayed, boy, stop. We can discuss." Harry, very small, 3 paces in front of the dais, drew his own wand. He had not, in fact, intended to use his wand. He had intended, by the rectangle's standard protocol, to use the monarch's voice. He took the wand out anyway because the wand was the small ceremonial object Mr. Ollivander had handed him and which had, since that day, been waiting for the occasion on which it would be required. He held it in his small right hand. He pointed it gently at the body of Quirinus Quirrell. He said in his small, even voice the small, clean monosyllable, "Arise." There was no sound. Quirrell's chest, which had been rising in the small, ragged, unproductive rhythm of a body whose wand arm had just been disabled, finished in some metaphysical sense arise. The fall did not come. The killing curse, having exhausted itself in the ceiling, had left no aftertaste in the air. The cold, which had begun to gather since Harry had stepped onto the first of the 7 concentric rings, came forward. It came forward the way it had on the first night in the master bedroom at Privet Drive, and the way it had on the Marylebone basement, and the way it had at Highgate, and the way it had at the small abandoned mill in Sussex, and the way it had at every clearing of every dungeon in 4 years of Harry's small, steady tutorial. It came forward this time with the small, calm familiarity of a faculty that had been used now in dozens of small, careful operations, and had become, by the long professional repetition, a thing Harry could perform without ceremony. The cold settled on Quirrell. The cold did not, however, settle on Voldemort. The cold, in fact, did the small, interesting thing it did when it encountered a soul fragment in a dual-occupied body. It sorted. The knot blue, with the small, smooth efficiency it had developed in his service, separated the two souls. It gathered Quirrell's small, thin, frightened soul, by the system gloss, much compromised but not beyond repair, into the small Carter's embrace. It gathered in the same single motion the Voldemort fragment, by the system gloss, fragment of greater soul, severed 1981, attached to host by parasite bond, corruption 99, 4% into a separate small holding. It assessed the two. It wrote in the small ceremonious hand, "Primary soul QRLL viable for arise. Will retain his small academic COMPTNCIES. Class will be Scholar Shadow. Note, QRLL's soul has been under parasite bond for 14 months. Releasing HIM is arguably a mercy. Recommend bind assigned to library next to Father Oliver. Secondary soul fragment VOLD amorti not viable for arise. Corruption too high. Shadow extraction unavailable. Dispose." YN Harry, in the small chamber, considered the question for 1 second. He thought of his mother, who had stood in front of him in the small bedroom of a small cottage in Godric's Hollow on the 31st of October 1981, and had given her life to interpose herself between him and the man whose fragment now hung, untethered, in the Carter's small holding. He thought of his father, who had died in the corridor below. He thought of the ward, which Sirius had told him had been laid on him by his mother's love, and which had, at the moment of the original killing curse, broken Voldemort's body. He thought of the small, steady years he had spent at Black Manor with his godfather, and the 4 years of Coco, and the small, steady kindness of Madame Bones, and the small, clean line in Croker's question, "Would we be making an enemy of the system?" and the small, clean answer the system had given him to write down. He thought into the rectangle, why the Carters did not, on this occasion, comb. They held the Voldemort fragment between them at arm's length for 1 second, and then, with the small, smooth motion of a hand letting a piece of soiled cloth fall into a bin, they let go. The Voldemort fragment did not fall. It did not fall because it had nothing to fall into. The knot blue, which had been the medium of its holding, released it. The air, which had been the floor on which it had been resting, declined to accept it. The world, which had been for 9 years willing to provide it with a small parasite-shaped place to inhabit, declined to do so any further. The fragment drifted in the torchlight for 1/4 of a second with the small, confused weightlessness of a thing that had not been informed in advance of the new arrangement. Then it began very slowly to come apart. It did not scream. Souls, by the rectangle's later gloss, did not scream in the metaphysical when they were disposed. They merely, by the imposition of an administrative finding, ceased to be coherent. The Voldemort fragment, in the small torchlit chamber of the stone sanctum on a winter evening, in the presence of one magical player rank 1 and 3 of his shadows and an officiating Mr. Abercrombie, lost coherence over the course of approximately 4 seconds. It first lost the sharpness of its outline, it then lost the rough proportionality of its dimensions, it then lost the concentration of its magical density, it then lost, last, the small bright burning of the red-eyed will that had been, by every account, its defining feature for 65 years. The bright burning dimmed. The dim went dark. The dark went still. The still in the rectangle's small final accounting went absent. The rectangle wrote, soul fragment disposed, no remains require recycling. The fragment WAS in balance a negative quantity. Note, a further 5 fragments of the same source soul remain in this dimension in objects outside this chamber. The locations will be reported to you upon your request. They are not urgent. They may be concluded at your leisure over the course of the next 7 years. Voldemort as an independent threat to this dimension is effective now, reduced to Tier 1 dormant. Future RE emergence without intervention, probability 0. Congratulations, Monarch. Harry in the small chamber looked at the small dark spot in the air where the fragment had been a second before and then was not. He turned to the Carters who had been waiting patiently with Quirrell's primary soul still held between them. He thought into the rectangle bind, library, quietly. He has been through enough. The rectangle wrote, acknowledged. The Carters, with the small smooth motion they had perfected in his service, set Quirrell's small, thin, frightened soul back into Quirrell's body, with the small adjustments of a shadow's binding, and Quirrell's body, which had been an animated thing of someone else's purpose, sat up on the floor of the dais and made, with its first independent gesture in 14 months, the small, clean motion of a man removing the small, bloody back of the head turban that he had not, in those months, been permitted to remove on his own. He looked at Harry. His eyes now were the small, frank brown eyes of Quirinius Quirrell, scholar, restored to himself by shadow binding under the monarch's mercy. He bowed with the small, awkward sincerity of a man who had been a teacher in life and who knew in his second life to extend the small bow first. Master, he said. Professor, Harry said. Welcome to the library. Mr. Abercrombie will in due course introduce you. Father Oliver will, I think, be pleased to have a colleague. Yes, master. The chamber, after a small further second of quiet, was in its constituent magical density simpler than it had been when Harry had entered. The mirror behind Quirrell's now empty dais had stopped showing him the leather-bound book. It showed him now his own face in his small dark blue jumper under his school robes, looking back at him with the small clinical clean clarity of a boy who had, by the operations of a single careful evening, removed from his dimension a thing that had cost it 11 years of war. He stepped off the 7 concentric circles. He gestured to his shadows. They followed. He walked through the black flame at the far end of the chamber, which let them through without effort, because the chamber had on his exit ceased to be a sanctum and had become once again a small disused chamber under the school, back through Snape's bottles, back across the troll, back across the chessboard, back through the keys, back through the empty devil's snare, back up through Fluffy, who slept on with the small private murmur of a contented dog, back up the trapdoor, back into the corridor, where Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore stood, as he had promised he would, on the threshold. Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles had been waiting for him with the small clinical concern of an old strategist who had been counting the seconds. Mr. Potter, he said. Sir? Report. The soul fragment is disposed, sir. The host is rebound as a shadow of mine, with his memory of his recent 14 months redacted at his small private mercy. There are 5 further fragments in this dimension. In objects the system will identify to me when I ask, which I shall ask in the morning with your office's cooperation. The stone is unrecovered by Quirrell and remains in the mirror undisturbed. Sirius is, sir, 4 chambers behind us awaiting the resolution. I had told him I would emerge. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, the stone is in fact in your inner pocket. Sir, the mirror, Mr. Potter, surrenders the stone to him who wishes to find it but not to use it. You wish to find it because the system had told you it was a treasure of the chamber and that the chamber in clearing would surrender it to the proper claimant. You did not wish to use it. You may accordingly check your inner pocket. It is there. Harry, after a half-second's small surprise, checked his inner pocket. The Philosopher's Stone, deep red and warm and the size of a small chestnut, was indeed there. Sir, Harry said, I shall, with your permission, return it to Nicholas Flamel by morning's owl. Yes, said Dumbledore. Yes, Mr. Potter, that is, I think, the correct disposal. Nicholas will be pleased. He has in the recent year been considering retirement. The stone returned will permit him to retire on terms of his own choosing, Mr. Potter. Sir, well done. Thank you, sir. Walk with me. They walked in the cold corridor up the main stair to the small private corridor that led to the headmaster's office. They did not, in the walking, speak much. Sirius caught up with them on the landing of the 2nd floor with his combat cloak still on, and stood at his godfather's small private prerogative on Harry's left, and the 3 of them walked together to the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's stair. They paused there. Mr. Black, Dumbledore said, you may, if you wish, come up, or you may, with your godson, return to your home tonight. The department will not, I think, require an evening interview. There will be paperwork. The paperwork can, by my arrangement, wait until morning. Headmaster, Sirius said, I should like, on balance, to go home with my godson tonight. Then go. The school will see you on Monday for the resumption of the term. Thank you, Headmaster. Sirius and Harry walked, by long quiet courtesy, to the front entrance where Hagrid was waiting with the small carriage Sirius's flu would catch them up to at the gates. They climbed into the carriage. The horseless horses began to walk. The carriage rolled through the school grounds in the long, quiet winter dusk. Harry, in his small dark blue jumper with the warm small red weight of the stone in his inner pocket, sat beside his godfather and watched the lake go by on his left. Sirius, after some minutes of quiet, said, Pup, Sirius. May I see your status screen tonight? Yes, Sirius. The ritual is at home. We shall do it after creature's shepherd's pie. Pup, Sirius. Are you tired? Yes, Sirius, I am quite tired. Lean, Harry leaned. He leaned against his godfather's shoulder in the small carriage with the horseless horses, and his godfather very lightly put his arm around his shoulders, and they did not speak again for the rest of the ride to the gates of Hogwarts. At the gates, Sirius produced the small wand light he used for night apparition, and they went home together by sight along to Black Manor. Creature had made shepherd's pie. They ate, they drank cocoa. They sat for a time in front of the small low fire in the front parlor, with the shadows arranged in their respective stations and the small soft murmurs of the library upstairs, in which Quirrell had been quietly introduced by Mr. Abercrombie to Father Oliver, and the two of them by Mr. Abercrombie's small private report had taken to each other immediately. Harry had read the report with a small private pleasure. He had filed it under Manners, rewards of. After the cocoa in front of the fire, Sirius had said, "Pup, the ritual." Harry had nodded. He had drawn, with Sirius's wand on the small low table, the small precise Legilimen's sharing ritual that Madame Bones had cleared 3 years ago with the department for use between player and guardian under the small concession by which the system had, for Harry's 8th-year registration, agreed to permit one trusted observer to view the status screen on consensual terms. Harry had sat on the rug. Sirius had sat across from him. They had touched foreheads very lightly for the small 2-second ritual. The rectangle in Harry's vision had bloomed open in front of them both, in its great gilt Baroque page, in a way that Sirius, alone among living humans, was permitted to see. Sirius had read it. The page read in the small careful hand of the system's status summary. Player, Potter Harry James. Title, Shadow Monarch, first of his name, level 73, recent level UP bonus applied, dungeon, Stone Sanctum, tier 3, clear, boss disposed, health, 612/612 mana, 471/471 fatigue, 67/100 recovering, stats, strength, 11 agility, 38 vitality, 41 intelligence, 78 perception, 64 sense, 56 army, 49/infinity, new, QRRELLQ, scholar shadow. Army +1 pending assignment. TITLES, first of his name, quiet one of Slytherin, tutorial complete, dungeon clearer 3x, VOLDMRT defeater first recognition, Wizarding World, hi, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, registered, WZNGMOT sanctioned. Sirius on the rug had looked at the page for a very long time, then he had said in a small private voice in which the small private wonder he had been carrying for a long time finally cracked through to the surface. Pup. You're level 73, I'm pup, I'm not. Harry had looked at him across the small, low table. He had let the small, private smile that had lived in him since the corridor of number 4, very faintly, become a small, slightly larger smile that he had been growing in the 4 years since. He had said, "I'll grind you a guest account, Padfoot." Sirius had stared at him. He had stared at him for a half-second of pure parental astonishment. Then he had begun to laugh. He had laughed in the small, dim parlor of Black Manor on the evening of the 28th of November of his godson's first year at Hogwarts. In front of the low fire and the empty cocoa mugs and the 2 shadows by the door, and the small velvet pouch on the table that contained the Philosopher's Stone that Nicholas Flamel was about to receive back from the Morning Owl. He had laughed in the kind of laugh that had no precedent in his last 8 years. The kind of laugh that had not been laughed in his small chambers in Azkaban for 1 second of his 6 years there. The kind of laugh he had not laughed at any breakfast table or any dinner table or any bedside since the morning of the 31st of October of 1981, when Lily had said, very small and very firm at her kitchen door, "Sirius, you go home, James and I will be perfectly fine on our own." He laughed it now, he laughed it loud. He laughed it for, by Harry's quiet count, a minute and a half, with his head thrown back in the deep wing armchair and creature in the doorway in his small clean apron with a final small tray of cocoa, and the long slow pleasure of a man who had been in some small private register, returned by the small steady kindness of his godson to himself. Sirius, when he had finished laughing, had wiped his eyes and had said, "Pup, Sirius, I love you, Sirius, I love you. Bed, bed." The rectangle in Harry's corner of vision did not write anything for the rest of the evening. It had decided in its small careful courtesy that the rest of the evening did not require any measurement. It withdrew to its small tucked watch face in the corner, it dimmed to its evening setting, it waited. Harry with his godfather went up to bed, he passed his shadows on the landing, he passed creature in the kitchen. He passed his mother's portrait on the wall above the small parlor door, and his mother in the portrait smiled at him in the small, still way she had smiled in life. And Harry, for the first time in his life, was able to smile back without the small private hesitation he had carried in him in front of her for 4 years, on the grounds that he had not, in any sense she would have approved of, deserved her smile. He deserved it tonight. He went to bed. The rectangle very quietly in his corner of vision wrote the last small line of the long evening's correspondence. And Harry, who had by this point learned that some of the system's sentences were administrative, and some of them were the gentle bookkeeping of an entity that had in its small careful way become fond of him, registered this last sentence as belonging to the second category. Good night, Monarch. Harry, with the small grave courtesy he reserved for the rectangle, thought back, good night. And the curtain, in the slow, practical way of curtains in the great old houses of London, was drawn.